Chapter 1629. In Shui Fei's opinion, no matter what Yan Zhaoge chose, even if it was the combination of the essence splendor and the god splendor, with the duo flowers converged crown, he would be able to sweep through the grand virtual realm and become the #1 virtual immortal. In fact, if Yan Zhaoge managed to cultivate the qi splendor first, he who had a single flower converged crown would already be able to dominate the entire Great Void. After all, Yan Zhaoge, who had just ascended to the Grand Void and had yet to start cultivating the 3 splendors, had already killed the ear-digging Arhot, a Buddhist Banti equivalent to Taoism's twin flowers converged prominence, virtual immortal heavenly monarch. However, with Yan Zhaoge's current reputation, the opponents that would target him would at least be grand heavenly realm experts. To Yan Zhaoge, it was still very necessary for him to raise his strength a step further after successfully cultivating in the splendor of qi. First try to condense the splendor of divinity, then observe a bit more. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge looked at Su Fei, senior apprentice brother Su. You intend to recultivate in the 3 splendors. How is your progress? Su Fei said, I've already made some progress, but I still need to work harder. He, Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone, and Pan shared the burden of 3 golden bodies of the Great Sage. At the same time that the golden body of the Great Sage gained immense combat power, the golden body of the Great Sage was also subtly influencing their bodies. As the 2 of them fused together, the boundary between them became thinner and thinner, causing their cultivation levels to become indistinct and unpredictable. However, this was not the bestowment of a great demon of the netherworld. There were some paths that had to be taken and difficulties that had to be overcome. In the end, they still had to rely on themselves. In particular, if one was unwilling to stop at the current level of the golden body of the Great Sage, which was the double flowers at one's prominence virtual immortal realm, then they would have to put in a lot of effort, and it would not be as easy as cultivating on their own. Realistically speaking, it was naturally a great bargain, and a great fortuitous opportunity. However, there was always a limit to this fortuitous opportunity. If he wanted to surpass the limit and advance further, he had to do even more. If I can manifest the golden body of the Great Sage, I'll have less to worry about, Su Fei said. I'll just focus on condensing the essence and God essence. Yan Zhaoge nodded. I have the same intentions regarding the Northern Ocean clone. After manifesting the golden body of the Great Sage, be it Shui Fei, the North Ocean clone, or Pan, all of them had expended a great deal of energy. Retraining the 3 essences and gathering the essence at the top would help them recover their vitality as quickly as possible. To a certain extent, it was equivalent to a disguised increase in direct combat strength. Unlike the others, the 3 of them were special. While Jun-Er has achieved the human exalt realm, he is still far away from the immortal mortal tribulation. Hopefully, he won't be too hasty, said Yan Zhaoge. Of course, Su Fei smiled and said, now that he has enough confidence in himself, he is also becoming more and more composed. Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh as he patted his head. It's my fault, always treating him like a child. Su Fei seemed to have thought of something and said, that's right. Junior sister Sikong's foundation is gradually stabilizing. She will attempt to break through the great tribulation of immortality and mortality in the next few years, so she can't be distracted. A while ago, she requested to resign from her position as the first seat of the Technique Importation Hall. Of Broad Creed Mountain's higher echelon experts, other than Yuan Jingfeng, who had just passed the immortal mortal tribulation, there were also Fang Zhuan, Sikong Qing, Xia Guang, and Ying Longtu, who were preparing to attempt their immortal mortal tribulation. Where's the replacement? Yan Zhaoge asked. Under normal circumstances, the predecessor would recommend a successor for such a voluntary resignation. Although the sect might not necessarily allow it, the opinions of the predecessors would definitely be taken into consideration. After all, Broad Creed Mountain currently did not have any obvious internal factions, with no power struggles involved within. Martial Aunt Fu and junior sister Sikong came together, Su Fei said. Yan Zhaoge realized, senior apprentice Aunt Fu is going to take over junior apprentice sister Sikong's position? She? It's probably because of June, right? Shui Fei sighed. Yan Zhaoge could not help but sigh emotionally. Fu Enshu was Feng Yunsheng and Xigong Qing's master. In reality, after Xigong Qing's cultivation had reached a certain level, she had taken over the position of the first seat of the Technique Inheritance Hall from Fu Enshu. When the younger generation grew up and had some achievements, the older generation would pass on their duties with peace of mind. Then, they would cultivate in peace and ignore the mundane affairs, striding towards a higher level of martial arts. It was not just Broad Creed Mountain. This was the norm for most sects in the world. Fu Enshu's cultivation wasn't slow either, as she had already attained the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm, the late Immortal Bridge stage, just a step away from the human Exalt realm. Compared to the limit of her lifespan, she was still extremely young. However, the pupil surpassed the master. Not mentioning Feng Yunsheng, Xigong Qing had also clearly surpassed Fu Enshu. Especially in terms of momentum, Xigong Qing was clearly stronger than her master. This was even more important than her current surpassing. It meant that barring any major unforeseen circumstances, Fu Enshu would have no chance of surpassing her master in the future. It was the same for Yinglong Tu and Xia Guang. It was fine if they were the 3rd generation of Broad Creed Mountain. Moreover, the peak of Broad Creed Mountain's 4th generation disciples, Shi Jun, had similarly already attained the peak of the 10th level of the Martial Saint Realm. The younger generation was not just taking over. Now, the new generation was truly replacing the old. Fu Enshu had always been competitive. Still, as Shi Jun surpassed her now, she seemed to finally feel at ease. It was not that she had lost her drive. She still had the motivation and potential to improve, just that she was no longer so stubborn. Her passing down the position of first seat of the Martial Inheritance Hall to Xigong Qing that year was a form of acknowledgement. Now that she had succeeded Xigong Qing and assumed this position once more, it was another form of affirmation. Since her disciple was more suited to ascend to the higher realms than her, it would not be strange for her to replace her, allowing her disciple to cultivate without distractions. While senior apprentice Aunt Fu is competitive, and sometimes even a little unreasonable, her feelings for our Broad Creed Mountain are still indisputable. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Moreover, it is also just a temporary replacement for a period of time, right? If junior apprentice sister Xigong succeeds in her breakthrough and doesn't replace her, more youngsters would still be able to grow up. Senior apprentice Aunt Fu would still be able to focus on her cultivation. Ever since the sky beyond heavens had been established, 100 years had passed. Not only had Xigong Qing, Xia Guang, Yinglong Tu, and Shi Jun grown up, younger descendants of Broad Creed Mountain had also appeared. Fu Enshu was just a temporary replacement. There would definitely be younger juniors who would grow up and take over. This included Shi Jun, who would likely temporarily replace Xia Guang as the first seat of the disciplinary hall, allowing Xia Guang to focus on his cultivation. Still, Shi Jun would most likely step down and prepare for the immortal mortal tribulation like Xigong Qing and Xia Guang. At that time, suitable successors would also appear. Passing down the torch was just like that. My seclusion this time might be long or short. I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother Su, and the rest with regards to external matters. Yan Zhaoge said. Still, I don't have to go into seclusion. If there's anything urgent, feel free to tell me. Su Fei smiled. I look forward to your results when you come out of seclusion. He clenched his right hand into a fist and extended it forward. Yan Zhaoge smiled and did the same. He clenched his fist and bumped it with Su Fei's fist before bidding farewell and leaving. Chapter 1630. When an immortal realm martial artist went into seclusion, the time they spent in seclusion could be long or short. The shortest time was a few years, but the longest time could be 100 years, 1,000 years, or even longer. For them, a single session of seclusion could be the time from birth to death for many people. The closer one got to the Tao realm, the more difficult it would be. The higher one's cultivation level was, the harder it would be to continue advancing, the more effort one would have to put in, the more resources one would have to consume, and the more time one would have to spend. Essence immortals, mystic immortals, and even perfected immortals could be stuck at the same realm for thousands of years. Many Taoist heavenly monarchs, Buddhist Bantis, demon race small saints, and 9 underworlds demon monarchs had already ascended to the Great Void Realm, achieving the 5 Chi's unifications. But even now, he was still standing there looking up at the zenith heaven. After obtaining the immortal extermination formation, the orthodox Taoism finally had a chance to develop stably. From then on, time flew by unknowingly. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. In 100 years, the Taoism's prime clear bigwigs, the incongruence Divine Mother and the Cloud Sky Fairy, opened up 2 more universes. They stood side by side with the other Taoism heavens and turned into a beautiful fairyland. After several generations of people in the mortal world, the 2 universes and the many worlds within them also began to take shape. The entire Taoist sect was flourishing. Apart from the Taoism, the Western Pure Lands and the Astro Mountain's starry sea of demons were no longer as intense as before. Although they were not as secluded as before, the Orthodox Buddhist sects and the demon race were much more stable and focused on their own development. The Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, on the other hand, were unavoidable. They continued to clash with one another. This kind of thing was helpful to both sides in stabilizing their faith, so the confrontation was under the conscious control of both sides. Due to the rise of the Orthodox Taoism, both sides became more restrained. However, after 100 years, the conflict between the 2 sides finally began to intensify, and there were signs of another large-scale war breaking out. The Western Pure Lands and the Astro Mountain starry seas were relatively quiet. The Taoism's 3 clear lineage also seemed to be unconcerned about the matter. However, the movement and probing of the Orthodox Taoism had never stopped. Instead, it was becoming more and more frequent. It was different from how the Orthodox Taoist sects had to take advantage of the war to have more space to move around. Currently, the 2 heretics had to be wary of the Orthodox Taoism's attitude in order to determine if they were determined to engage in an all-out war, preventing the 3 clear lineage from taking advantage of the situation. So, in the end, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha, 2 Tao realm mighty figures, are biding their time and leaving the battlefield to those below the Tao realm. In the sky beyond skies, on the broad Creed Mountain, the guest Meng Wan said while resting her chin on her hand. Feng Yunsheng, who was in front of her, nodded. That's right. Although they haven't gone all out, the battle between the 2 sides is still fierce and cruel. The all-out war between the heretics occurs once every 100 years. Now, it's time again, but I don't know how long it will last this time. It shouldn't be as continuous as last time for 100 years, Meng Wan said. The conversation between the 2 of them was through voice transmission. This was because Guan Yulua of the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm, who had yet to attain the human exalt stage, was still seated before him. Although Guan Yulua didn't know what they were talking about, she could roughly guess what they were talking about based on their expressions. At her current level, although there were still many taboos regarding matters of the heretics, she had a rough understanding of some things. She understood that Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan were being considerate towards her. Sister Yunsheng, is there any confirmed news regarding the Yellow Earth apricot flag? Guan Yulua didn't ask much about the heretics and asked about something else. There is news, but it might not be conclusive, Feng Yunsheng answered, Southern Extremity Taoist, and the others are only giving it a try. Meng Wan and Guan Yulua's expressions didn't change when they heard Feng Yunsheng addressing the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor as such. They had long gotten used to it. When Feng Yunsheng had just returned from the 9 underworlds, she was already in the virtual immortal realm. Many people couldn't get used to it for a while. After getting used to it, she then transcended the origin heavenly tribulation and ascended to the grand heavenly realm. That was even more shocking. Although Feng Yunsheng had always concealed her aura due to personal reasons and manifested her form, no one had forgotten one thing. Up until today, other than the great sage equaling heavens, she was still the #1 expert in the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven. She was the Taoism's grand heavenly immortal who presided over this cosmos. At her cultivation realm, besides the direct descendants and close relatives, everyone in the Tao sect who hadn't reached the golden immortal realm had to address her respectfully as the heavenly exalt Luo Yuan or the doomsday heavenly exalt according to etiquette when they met her. Her full title was the Supreme Heavenly Exalt Luo Yuan, the Dark Sun Devouring Grand Sun World Chaos Doomsday Heavenly Exalt. Only Feng Yunsheng didn't mind it. That was why she wasn't so strict with those who were close to her. Outsiders such as Gao Han and Ling Qing would have to address her with a title to show their respect when they saw her. Feng Yunsheng addressed the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor as a Taoist because she was humble and respected him for achieving the Tao earlier. In terms of strength, it would be a different story. The yellow earth apricot flag holds a special meaning. It would naturally be best if we could find it. However, there's no need to be too conflicted before we have any concrete clues, Meng Wan consoled Guan Yulua. Guan Yulua nodded. You're right. However, I can't help but think about it. After all, just like what Sister Yunqing said, Mahamayuri is truly powerful. Among the grand heavenly realm experts, Taoism's people were still afraid of Mahamayuri. After the battle for the immortal extermination formation, it would take a long time for the great sage equaling heavens to manifest. Although Taoism still had experts like Yang Jian, they weren't confident in facing Mahamayuri. Since the great Taoist master Xian Du failed to retrieve the floating flame flag from the Elder Lord, Taoism's people would find it troublesome to face Mahamayuri most of the time. Naturally, everyone recalled the jade illusory defensive treasure, the yellow earth apricot flag, which was known as the floating flame flag and the green lotus flag. With this treasure in hand, it would be much easier for them to face Mahamayuri. However, the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were coveting this treasure as well. Only, no one had any concrete clues to find the yellow earth apricot flag's whereabouts. Sister Yunsheng, can't you deal with Mahamayuri even if you suddenly ambush him? Guan Yulua asked, slightly unwilling to give up. If I were to ambush him, there's an 80% chance that his 5-colored divine light would be able to react in time, Feng Yunsheng answered honestly. Although my saber light is capable of destroying all techniques, Mahamayuri's foundations are much sturdier than mine. The 5-colored divine light can be reborn whenever it dissipates. If we were to continue in a stalemate, his chances of winning would be much higher. Meng Wan smiled and said, Senior apprentice sister, it'll be fine if you accumulate more. After all, Mahamayuri was born during the primordial era, much earlier than you. However, he should have already reached the highest level of attainment. It's extremely difficult for him to take another step forward, while you're still improving by leaps and bounds. Guan Yulua was slightly worried. Sister Yunsheng, will it be fine if you change your martial path saber intent halfway through? Chapter 1631. When her cultivation realm was still low, Feng Yunsheng was already known for her combat prowess. If she did not make a trip to the 9 underworlds, her cultivation speed would only be above average. Many of her innate talents were only revealed when she fought with others in actual combat. After returning from the 9 underworlds, due to special reasons, her strength had been improving at an extremely fast pace. She had to suppress it from time to prevent herself from being too hasty. When she fought with others, she was even sharper. Even when she reached the Grand Heavenly Realm and Grand Heavenly Realm, not many could match her. With this foundation, Feng Yunsheng did not stop. Instead, she advanced even further. Although her methods were controversial, she was indeed one of the most threatening grand heavenly immortals of the orthodox Taoism. It was fine if she did not make a move. Once she made a move, a bigwig expert would usually perish. Some people did not mind doing sneak attacks and assassinations. Some were even willing to do it. However, the absolute arts and individual strength that they cultivated might not be suitable for it. Some people had the ability to do it, but they might not be willing to do it. Feng Yunsheng was not only skilled in this aspect, but also did not mind using it. This caused her already sharp lethality to be amplified many times. Currently, in the eyes of the Western Pure Lands, the demon race, and the other experts, Feng Yunsheng was more dangerous than the incongruous Divine Mother, the Cloud Sky Fairy, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the other grand heavenly immortals. However, whenever Guan Yulua thought about this, she would always feel a sense of loss. In the past, Feng Yunsheng's martial Dao saber intent had always been open and above board, grand and domineering. Her temperament was also very different from the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua. The current changes made Guan Yulua worried that it would affect Feng Yunqing's future. She was also worried that such saber arts would affect Feng Yunqing's will. "Yulua, don't worry about me." Feng Yunqing patted her hand and said with a smile, "Although my current bladesmanship has changed from when I was in the past, it is just like the opposite of light and darkness and the coexistence of yin and yang. Today's change will not dampen my martial arts faith. On the contrary, it may be an improvement. This is the path that I have planned. Don't worry." Guan Yulua nodded thoughtfully. Unlike Guan Yulua, Meng Wan had already pushed open the immortal door. She looked at Feng Yunsheng without saying a word, shaking her head slightly in her heart. "Senior sister, you're right. You can walk this path, but it might not be your only choice, right? Even if you can walk it, there will be many dangers and it won't be smooth. Perhaps other paths will be smoother for you." Meng Wan thought to herself, behind the splendor of this era, there is an inseparable darkness. Although she was thinking a lot, she didn't show it on her face. She smiled and changed the topic, no longer talking about this matter. As they chatted, Feng Yunqing's expression suddenly changed.
Huh.
Zhaoga has come out. While it was not as shocking as when Yan Zhaoga's 5-cheese unification had ascended to Grand Void that year, Meng Wan and Guan Yulua had not sensed it at all. Still, they naturally believed in Feng Yunqing's judgment. Both of them smiled as they stood up to bid farewell to Feng Yunqing. There was no need for pleasantries between Feng Yunqing and them. After agreeing to chat again next time, she sent them off before heading to the back mountains of Broad Creed Mountain. When she arrived in front of the cave, where Yan Zhaoga was in seclusion, the cave manor's door automatically opened. The cave manor's furnishings were simple, with only a few prayer mats. After Feng Yunqing entered, she saw Yan Zhaoga sitting in the meditative position on a prayer mat. Radiance flickered above his head, forming a bright radiance of divinity. 5-cheese unification, 3 flowers converged crown. Yan Zhaoga had successfully taken the first step. As the radiance circulated above his head, it seemed to contain boundless profundities, connecting the heavens and the earth. However, it didn't cause any ripples or attract anyone's attention, as if it was illusory. The ethereal radiance bloomed, resembling formless flower petals scattered all over the ground, continuously drifting towards the outside world. Leaving the cave manor, leaving the Broad Creed Mountain, leaving the sky beyond skies, even leaving the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven, it extended all the way into the boundless void. The elephant is formless, the loudest sound is silent. Seeing this, Feng Yunqing praised, "Zhaoga, you've deeply grasped the profundities of the great Tao." Yan Zhaoga smiled, retracted the radiance above his head, and returned to his Naiwan palace. He stood up, held Feng Yunqing's hand, and walked out of the cave manor together. "I've tried many new ideas, which is why I spent some time. However, the results are pretty good." As Yan Zhaoga spoke, he asked, "Do you have any information on the whereabouts of the soul-shattering jade? Out of the 3 treasures required to treat Yu Yi, the blood cord stone pith, the soul-shattering jade, and the spirit ocean essence." Yan Zhaoga wasn't in seclusion. Every once in a while, the Broad Creed Mountain would gather important information and send it to his cave manor. As such, although Yan Zhaoga had been focusing on cultivation for the past few years, he had never lost contact with the outside world. Out of the 3 treasures, only the soul-shattering jade remained unheard of. As such, the first thing Yan Zhaoga asked after coming out of seclusion was this. Currently, there's no news about it. Senior Gao intends to wait for a few more days. If there's still no news about it, then we might as well stop waiting, answered Feng Yunqing. Yan Zhaoga nodded silently. After a while, he asked again, "How's the news about the Wuji apricot yellow flag?" Previously, the information regarding the Wuji apricot yellow flag was already mentioned. As such, Yan Zhaoga was aware of it. "We still don't have any concrete clues." Feng Yunqing shook her head. Daoist Yang and Daoist Southern Extremity Longevity are both doing their best to search for it. Yang Jian and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor were of the Jade Clear lineage. Naturally, They were the most concerned about the Wuji apricot yellow flag. Unfortunately, most of the clues they could find were like trying to fish for the moon in the water. Their value was limited. The two chatted about all sorts of things. They weren't limited to the matters of the outside world, nor were they limited to discussing the Tao. Instead, Feng Yinsheng talked about the various trivial matters that Yan Zhaoge had seen during his seclusion. In the end, Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, "Our remaining sea calming pearl can be put to use now."
Oh?
You have a plan in mind? Feng Yinsheng raised her brows. Yan Zhaoge said, "I have a preliminary plan. We'll act according to the situation." Then, the two exited the sky beyond skies and the vermilion royal reed heaven. Yan Zhaoge repeated the same trick. Just like how he established the vermilion royal reed heaven, he used the sea calming pearl to establish another universe, which was on par with the vermilion royal reed heaven and the other Taoism heavens within the boundless void. Such a commotion couldn't be hidden from others. The Taoism experts in the nearby Taoism heavens were the first to notice it. In the faraway void, the other forces who were scouting for information were also attracted by it. Yan Zhaoge didn't plan on hiding it. He continued doing his own thing. No one else came to disturb him. Everyone silently watched another universe being established. "Should we ask junior apprentice Brother Lon to arrange for some people to migrate over?" asked Feng Yinsheng. "Just migrate the mortals over to a different world to live." Yan Zhaoge answered, "The various martial sects shouldn't interfere. I have my own arrangements for this universe." Chapter 1632. Feng Yunxing looked at the new universe in front of her with great interest. "Is it only convenient for you to wantonly splash ink on a piece of white paper? You don't have to go that far, right?" While Yan Zhaoge had yet to ascend to the grand heavenly realm, his prestige within the Taoism heavenly realms wasn't any inferior to the Taoism heavenly lords. Moreover, this new universe was personally created by him in the first place. It's indeed not to that extent. It's just that this way, the results of my early experiments will be more accurate, which will also be more beneficial for the adjustments and arrangements afterwards. Yan Zhaoge chuckled as he stroked his lower chin. "I'll leave it to you." Feng Yunxing didn't object. As the two were chatting, they suddenly received a message from Zhu Luo's Royal Reed Heaven. Zhu Luo's message from Royal Reed Heaven was also conveyed. The source came from Crimson Light and Yang Tian. That was a new universe that the incongruence Divine Mother had established with a sea calming pearl. Like the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, it bore the names of Crimson Light and Yang Heaven of Taoism's 36 heavens of pre-Great Calamity times. After the roving Jade Heavens moved from the Awakened Sky Cosmos to the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, they moved to the Crimson Light Cosmos and the Yang Sky Cosmos as one of their foundations. Crimson Light and Yang Tian didn't forbid the descendants of the Jade Clear and Grand Clear lineages from interacting with each other. However, comparatively speaking, the descendants of the Prime Clear lineage were definitely in the majority. Back then, the incongruence Divine Mother had been gravely injured. After recovering from her injuries, she had established this cosmos. Not only was it her new Tao arena and cave manor, it was also the paradise of the Prime Clear lineage's descendants. She had continuously spread her wings and flourished within it. Currently, the incongruence Divine Mother had replaced the Cloud Sky Fairy and was controlling the Immortal Extermination Formation, merging with the Void. Gao Qingxian was overseeing Crimson Right and Yang Tian. The news from there to the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven was related to Broad Creed Mountain. It was the Broad Creed Mountain's disciple, Yan Zhaoge, and Feng Yunxing's junior apprentice brother, Yinglong too. While out adventuring, he met with the Prime Clear successors of the Crimson Radiant sect and the Yang Heaven sect. Together, they helped to search for the final treasure needed to treat Yu Yi, the soul instantaneous jade. In the process of searching, the whereabouts of the soul-killing jade were still unclear, but they temporarily lost contact with Yinglong too. Yinglong too was one of Yan Zhaoge's closest disciples. His disappearance was naturally no small matter. Those descendants of the Prime Clear lineage couldn't find him, so they didn't dare to be careless. They hurriedly contacted Crimson Bright and Yang Tian, as well as the roving Jade Heavens. After receiving the news, The dragon-spring heavenly monarch, Long Xingqiuan, personally set off to look for Yinglongtu. The roving jade heavens didn't conceal the truth. They immediately informed the sky beyond skies of Zhu Luo's royal reed heaven, as well as the broad Creed Mountain. Han Long has lost contact with us. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng exchanged looks. While they were still used to calling Yinglongtu by his nickname in private, the two naturally knew that the current Yinglongtu was no longer the immature child of the past. Perhaps his temperament was still somewhat honest and sincere, but at most, he could be said to be somewhat honest. The current Yinglongtu was definitely not an idiot. He also had a lot of experience and often went out alone. For him to suddenly lose contact, it must mean that he really ran into some trouble that was hard to deal with. The two returned to the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven and entered the sky beyond skies, returning to the Broad Creed Mountain. The first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's assignment hall, Lan Wenyan, was waiting there, his expression rather solemn. After meeting him, he said, "Over at our clan's side, junior apprentice brothering has also not sent a letter back for some time. In the endless void of outer space, communication was difficult to begin with. A temporary loss of connection wouldn't draw much attention. This was a limitation of objective conditions. Generally speaking, people who went out for a long time would contact each other regularly. However, Yinglongtu's current situation was clearly worth paying attention to." Yan Zhaoge stood there, not understanding. Jade green luster flickered within his pupils, with numerous threads of light flickering within. Under the circulation of the origin heavenly scripture, the past and the future appeared in front of Yan Zhaoge's eyes. It was just that other than the jade green luster, Yan Zhaoge's pupils seemed to be filled with layers of bewilderment. No wonder we lost contact. Han Long-er's current location should be somewhat special, similar to the original nebula or the Starry River tributary. After a while, Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes. However, his life should not be in danger. After hearing this, Feng Yunsheng and Lan Wenyan instantly let out a slight sigh of relief. Also, there seems to be some Buddhist bigwigs active there. They are also deducing the clues of karma, causing a disturbance. Currently, the things that we can see are very limited. Yan Zhaoge opened his eyes and shook his head. Feng Yunsheng instantly frowned. Western Pure Lands. Looks like I have to personally make a trip there and find more substantial clues before I can make further deductions. Yan Zhaoge lightly tapped on his temple. Currently, Yan Di wasn't in the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven, while Su Fei was in seclusion. If Yan Zhaoge didn't exit seclusion this time, Feng Yunsheng might have to make a trip there. Now that Yan Zhaoge had exited seclusion, he intended to go out and exercise his muscles, while Feng Yunsheng remained in the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven. "Be careful of being targeted by others," reminded Feng Yunsheng. Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Things are different now. I'm very safe as long as I can't track your movements. Others would be even more afraid of being targeted by you." Feng Yunsheng was used to keeping her aura concealed. While she resided in the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven, her movements were always unpredictable to the outside world. "You should still be careful," Feng Yunsheng said. "The other party might first probe the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven. If I don't show myself, the other party will take advantage of me. If I show myself, I'll be held back by the other party's grand heavenly immortal and won't be able to assist you." Yan Zhaoge said, "Don't worry. The North Ocean clone and Pan Pan will follow me there. I'll pay attention to your side. If there's an emergency, I'll head over." Feng Yunsheng said decisively, "If anything happens in the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven, Daoist Suwa and Daoist Cloudy Sky can take care of it." Yan Zhaoge laughed. "You're hurting my pride by saying that. You're thick-skinned." "You're not afraid," said Feng Yunsheng as a matter of fact. "You're making me feel even sadder." Yan Zhaoge smiled and said with a serious expression, "Don't worry, it'll be fine. I don't have any ominous premonitions. Instead, it might be an auspicious premonition." An auspicious premonition, Feng Yunsheng pondered. After Yan Zhaoge bade farewell to her and Lan Wenyan, he brought the North Ocean clone and Pan Pan out of the sky beyond skies. They left the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven and entered the void's boundless outskirts. Xue Fei was in seclusion. While the three golden bodies of the great sage could be manifested separately, it would still take some time before they could combine to manifest the great sage equaling heaven's true body. After all, the battle to seize the immortal extermination formation had consumed a lot of energy. As such, Yan Zhaoge didn't disturb Xue Fei this time and continued on his way. He first paid a visit to Crimson Rite and Yang Tian before entering the roving Jade Heavens to pay a visit to Gao Xuebua. Afterwards, he obtained directions from Gao Xuebua before entering the Boundless Void's outskirts to meet with the prime clear successor who had met Yinglong Tu. While walking, Yan Zhaoge's origin heavenly scripture was also circulating. The closer he got to the region where Yinglong Tu had lost contact with him, the more things he could see and the more clues he could find. Yan Zhaoge gradually understood what was going on. However, he wasn't in a rush. Instead, he went to meet up with Long Xingqiuan, who had arrived earlier than him. Chapter 1633. Zhaoge, you came in person? After Long Xingqiuan met Yi he immediately said, I'm sorry. Because of Yi Er's matter, I lost contact with young friend Ding. Martial granduncle, you're being too serious. Yan Zhaoge said, while we still cannot be certain of the exact situation, Long Tu's life should currently be in no danger. Long Xingqiuan nodded. That's good. After pausing for a moment, he continued, however, according to the information I received, although I'm not sure if it's the Western Pure Lands or the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus, there's no doubt that Buddhists have appeared in this area. Yan Zhaoge nodded, not speaking. That was why he had specially made this trip. It was because Yinglong Tu's disappearance might not be a simple natural disaster, but also a man-made disaster. This was also the reason why Long Xingqiuan had rushed over from the roving Jade Heavens. 100 years had passed, and the Han Long of the past had already pushed open the immortal door. Zhu Luo of the Royal Reed Heaven, one of the 4 heroes of Broad Creed Mountain, Yu Mountain, and the Heavenly Dipper Emperor Yinglong Tu. His name had spread far and wide in the Taoism myriad heavens. Just his emperor title alone was extremely revered among true immortals, not something an ordinary person could bear. Among the various Taoist sects, there were already several tens of true immortals, and there was no lack of seniors among them. However, in terms of strength, Yinglong Tu was still ranked at the top. What attracted the most attention was the fact that he had successfully cultivated the fallen deity sword after pushing open the immortal door, becoming the second person after Yan Zhaoge. It might be hard to say for the Orthodox Buddhism, the demon race, and the 9 underworlds experts, but for the heretics, even the tranquil, profound immortal would not be able to do anything to Yinglong Tu. It was still uncertain who would be the one to kill who. Now that Yinglong Tu is missing, the worst-case scenario was that a grand virtual immortal might be involved. As such, after the roving Jade Heavens received the news, Long Xingqiuan personally rushed over. Yan Zhaoge also did not let down his guard. Who knew if the other party had set up an ambush, besieged them to attack the reinforcements, and used Yinglong Tu to lure and kill more Dao sect martial artists? In the current situation, the Orthodox Taoism's living environment had improved greatly. It was not as bad as before the immortal extermination formation appeared. However, they were only starting at the same starting line as the other factions. They were far from the ancient epoch, where no one dared to provoke them apart from internal strife. Although the few Dao ancestors had a tacit understanding with the immortal extermination formation and would not make a move again, the competition below the Dao realm was unavoidable. Everyone relied on their own abilities. Now that the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were at war once again, they should avoid provoking the Taoism lineage. However, the most important thing in the future would be the few grand heavenly realm experts fighting for the opportunity to ascend to the Dao realm, and it was very difficult to say if there would be a surprise attack. Even if the possibility was not high, Yan Zhaoge and the others still had to be cautious. As the two walked, Yan Zhaoge told Long Xingqiuan about his gains from the origin heavenly scripture. Although the outer domain is vast and boundless, existences like the original nebula where Daoist Shao perished are getting rarer and rarer, said Long Xingqiuan with a sigh. Yan Zhaoge nodded, that's right. Even now, A secluded location that's still unknown to the public is either incomparably well hidden, or it's like the awakened sky cosmos back then, where its location is constantly changing, making it hard to locate. After all, such locations are extremely rare. As they chatted, Long Xingjuan's expression changed slightly, and he slowed down. Upon seeing this, Yan Zhaoge stopped in his tracks and looked at Long Xingjuan writing something within the void. After a short while, balls of light mist appeared, and from within the mist, several sword marks appeared. Upon seeing the sword marks, Long Xingjuan nodded. His gaze transformed into a sword, which sliced through the void and flew far away. This was a unique communication technique developed by the roving Jade Heavens in recent years, and it had its own uniqueness. As expected, after a short while, a mark was reflected within Yan Zhaoge's mind. Someone was approaching. Yan Zhaoge's consciousness spread throughout the entire universe, and a sword light naturally appeared within his mind. Under the sword light's envelopment, a man dressed in a green Taoist robe appeared. Yan Zhaoge recognized this person as well. His name was Taoist Miao Chen. In the past 100 years, he was a prime clear lineage disciple who had just ascended to the true immortal realm. Now that Taoism had been revived, not only in the sky beyond skies, but also in the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, the Crimson Light Heaven, and the Yang Heaven. Although Taoist Miao Chen wasn't of Gao Qingshuan's lineage, their relationship had always been amicable. He had received plenty of pointers from Gao Qingxian, Long Xueji, and the others. As such, during this trip, he had been keeping an eye out for the soul-shattering jade that could heal Yu Yi. Although he wasn't familiar with Yinglong too, there wasn't any conflict between them. Since they were of the same path, they should travel together. After arriving in the vicinity, the two agreed on a time and place to meet up. Then, they went their separate ways. At that time, he didn't notice anything amiss. Yet, when the time came, Yinglong too didn't appear. Initially, Taoist Miao Chen didn't think much of it. After all, the two didn't have any specific goal in mind. Without any specific clues, the soul-shattering jade could only act according to its nature. If Yinglong too really had something he was interested in, it would be normal for him to continue pursuing it. However, Taoist Miao Chen quickly discovered that other than them, there were also Buddhists active in this universe. Moreover, there were quite a number of them. Taoist Miao Chen carefully concealed his tracks and didn't come into contact with them. However, after observing for a while, he felt that there were many experts among them. Moreover, they seemed to have a target in mind. After noticing this, he contacted Yinglong too about how he had lost contact with him. Taoist Miao Chen felt that something was amiss and immediately contacted the roving Jade Heavens. After receiving Long Xingjuan's message, Taoist Miao Chen rushed over to meet up with them. Although strictly speaking, Long Xingjuan was of the Jade Clear lineage. After so many years in the roving Jade Heavens, he naturally had an awe-inspiring presence. When Taoist Miao Chen saw him, his expression didn't change in the slightest as he greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, Elder Long. Greetings, young Empyrean." Taoist Miao Chen greeted Yan Zhaoge and Long Xingjuan respectively. Compared to Long Xingjuan, his gaze lingered slightly longer on Yan Zhaoge. He had pushed open the door of immortality and ascended to the true immortal realm after Zhu Luo, Huang Jiatian, Qi Ming, and Yang Tian had opened the door of immortality. Compared to his realm, he wasn't that old. In terms of age, Taoist Miao Chen was about the same age as Bai Tao, the disciple of the Sword Sovereign of the Sky Beyond Heavens. He was also one of the youngest supreme martial saints in the roving Jade Heavens. Now, one step at a time, he was steadily pushing open the immortal door. In the eyes of the roving Jade Heavens, he was a true rising star. However, if compared to the Yan Zhaoge before him, his age was much, much, much higher. Although he was surpassed by Long Xueji and Yu Yi in the past, the amount of time required to improve after reaching the immortal realm had greatly increased. Now that Taoist Miao Chen was slowly catching up, his state of mind remained calm. However, looking at Yan Zhaoge, who was younger than him, Taoist Miao Chen couldn't hold back his anger at all. He had no choice but to accept Yan Zhaoge. In front of the Jade Clear Heavenly Monarch who was much younger than him, Even without considering Di Qinglian's seniority, Daoist Miao Chen was still a junior. After calming himself down, Daoist Miao Chen said with a solemn expression, "The Buddhist Bantis here seem to be from the Western Pure Lands Orthodox Buddhism. They aren't of the White Lotus Pseudo-Buddhism." Chapter 1634. After hearing Daoist Miao Chen's words, Yan Zhaoge and Long Xingquan both nodded. The other party was also deducing the karmic clues. With such an intense disturbance, the possibility of him being a Buddhist Banti of orthodox cultivation was much higher. "Fellow Daoist Miao Chen, since you're traveling with my junior apprentice brother, please explain everything that happened along the way," said Yan Zhaoge. "All right." Daoist Miao Chen immediately explained everything in detail. He knew that Yan Zhaoge possessed the Jade Clear Origin Heavenly Scripture and wanted to deduce Long Tu's whereabouts with more clues. As such, he tried his best to explain everything in detail. Yan Zhaoge didn't show any signs of impatience. He quietly listened to Daoist Miao Chen's narration and occasionally asked a question. Jade green rays of light continuously sketched within Yan Zhaoge's pupils. After Daoist Miao Chen finished his narration, Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes and reopened them after a long while. "Although we still don't have any clear clues, we already know a lot of things. Follow me." Then, Yan Zhaoge took the lead, with Long Xingquan and Daoist Miao Chen following behind him. The group continued traversing through the void in the direction that Long Tu had gone before disappearing. Jade radiances continuously flickered within Yan Zhaoge's pupils. A shapeless path that Long Xingquan and Daoist Miao Chen couldn't see seemed to have appeared within the void. However, Yan Zhaoge didn't hesitate and continued walking. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yan Zhaoge's pace gradually slowed down. Long Xingquan and Daoist Miao Chen looked towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's expression became a little excited. He should be nearby. He looked at the surrounding dark void. "It seems like you're right." Little friend Ing entered a place similar to the original nebula or the Starry River tributary. Long Xingquan immediately understood. Due to the uniqueness of that place, Yan Zhaoge's deductions became increasingly difficult. However, on the other hand, it meant that they were already very close to that place. The closer they were, the more obvious the effects of that miraculous place on the surrounding environment, and the greater the obstruction Yan Zhaoge faced. "That miraculous place is fading away." Yan Zhaoge suddenly frowned. "It's similar to the awakened sky cosmos." Currently, it was distancing itself from them, which was why the miraculous place was gradually weakening. The other party's position was erratic and unpredictable. If Yan Zhaoge wanted to search for him, the difficulty instantly became immense. The strength of the miraculous force that obstructed his deduction only revealed the distance between the two sides. Still, there was no distinction of up, down, left, or right amidst the boundless space of extra-dimensional space. Yan Zhaoge was unable to determine his direction based on this. It was just a very vague feeling. However, Yan Zhaoge vaguely felt that the movement of that location wasn't as agile as the awakened sky cosmos. His movements were slow and sluggish. If they're moving using the same method as the awakened sky cosmos, it would be difficult for us to find this place. After Yan Zhaoge made some calculations, he said to the two, "Let's split up and search for them." Long Xingquan said, "Pay attention to the people of the Buddhist sect. They might be able to guide us." "That's what I was thinking." After Yan Zhaoge bade farewell to Long Xingquan and Daoist Miao Chen, he traversed through the void. He flicked his sleeve lightly, the Northern Ocean clone and Pan Pan leaping out from within. "Oh, you should still come with me." Yan Zhaoge glanced at Pan Pan, beckoning him over. Pan Pan blinked his eyes and obediently came to Yan Zhaoge's side. The Northern Ocean clone transformed into a stream of light and headed in another direction, expanding his search area. Yan Zhaoge brought Pan Pan along and continued on his journey. After traveling for a while, Yan Zhaoge's mind suddenly jolted. Green lotuses seemed to have appeared within his mind. They were faintly discernible, and they were about to bloom. "Found it." The corner of Yan Zhaoge's mouth curled up slightly. He concealed his aura and quietly approached. Far away, within the pitch-black void, a glass-like radiance could be vaguely seen. The radiance was pure and possessed its own intelligence. Evidently, it originated from the Orthodox Buddhism and not the blessed lands of the White Lotus heretics. Yen Zhaoge stopped and didn't continue approaching. Instead, he quietly sensed the fluctuations from afar. One of them seems rather familiar. I've interacted with him before. Yen Zhaoge focused his attention and thought for a while. Oh, right. Traveling monk Huiyan. He's really someone I know. Currently, within the void far away from Yen Zhaoge, a few Buddhist Bantis were gathered. The one leading them was traveling monk Hui and Mu Jia, whom Yen Zhaoge had interacted with in the past. Within this great wilderness origin palace, there must be a bigwig of the three clear lineage. He might be a grand heavenly immortal. However, he should have been isolated from the world for many years and wouldn't know anything about the outside world. A Buddhist bodhisattva said, however, since he saved that Yinglong too, he should know about the current situation. Mu Jia pondered and said, it doesn't matter. He might be injured, or he might be held back by something. In short, he can't leave the great wilderness origin palace for now. He looked at his companions. It's true that he knows about the outside world. However, the outside world might not know about the great wilderness origin palace's location. There are many Taoism experts. However, my father and the others will arrive soon. We still have a chance. If Bodhisattva and your father arrive first, we might be able to do it. The Buddhist Bantis present nodded. The great wilderness origin palace would be drifting within the void. Let's follow closely and not lose track of it. Just as Mu Jia was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. Then, a voice resounded by everyone's ears. So it's the great wilderness origin palace. Such a place still exists in this era? It's truly an anomaly. Yen Zhaoge's figure slowly strode out from the darkness of the void. He turned his head and looked at the void in front of him. It seems like no one set up an ambush. It's not a trap. Mu Jia looked at Yen Zhaoge, and his expression became extremely solemn. A ray of radiance shot out from his head. However, it was quickly obstructed as if it had hit a wall. Within the surrounding cosmos, the light of thunder flickered and disappeared in an instant. However, there seemed to be a formless barrier that enveloped the sky and sealed off the surrounding area. The Buddhist Bantis present all frowned. Grand illusory spatial thunder. Not only did the formless thunder seal off the surrounding space, a layer of darkness seemed to permeate this place, devouring all light, sound, qi, and intent. Yen Zhaoge's expression remained the same. He first cupped his hands towards Mu Jia, traveling monk Hui and long time no see. How have you been? I was originally fine. However, I can't get better now. Mu Jia stared at Yen Zhaoge for a while and smiled helplessly. Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, I was too far away just now, so I couldn't hear it clearly. However, I seem to have heard that other than this Yan's junior apprentice brother, there's also a senior of my Taoism within the great wilderness origin palace. I wonder who it is. We're not sure either. Mu Jia shook his head and said. Yen Zhaoge was neither anxious nor impatient. It's fine. We'll know once we find it. He glanced at the Buddhist Bantis. If that's the case, which Taoist among you can lead the way for me? Chapter 1635. While Yen Zhaoge's tone was relaxed, the Buddhist Bantis before him were not relaxed at all. Fellow Taoist Yen, forgive us for not being able to comply. Having said thus, Mu Jia did not speak further as he directly patted the scabbard behind him, the curved twin swords of Wu flying out of their sheaths, transforming into two streaks of swordlight as they hacked towards Yen Zhaoge. The other Buddhist venerables also took action. Those who were below the grand virtual realm did not step forward and humiliate themselves. They scattered in all directions, trying to think of ways to break through the barrier created by the grand virtual spatial thunder. The other two bodhisattvas of the grand virtual realm, like Yen Zhaoge and Mu Jia, also attacked Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge did not move from where he was as he said mildly, "Why must you do this?" As he spoke, the graceful and unfathomable sonorous voice of the great Tao naturally sounded. His voice wasn't very loud, but his ordinary words gave people a profound feeling and were difficult to understand. As soon as the voice sounded, the Buddhist Bantis below the grand virtual realm felt their thoughts slowing down. Those at the leakless level immediately fell into a state of confusion. Nothing to think about, nothing to think about, nothing to remember. It was as if he had been assimilated by the sound of the great Tao. Although people at the tranquil level wouldn't feel this way, they still felt their reactions slow down and drowsy. Namo Amitabha. Muza and the other two bodhisattvas of the grand virtual realm chanted. Although it was different from Taoism's sonorous voice of the great Tao, the Buddhist Sanskrit voice was still miraculous. It neutralized Yanjiaoga's sonorous voice of the great Tao, allowing the Buddhist Bantis below the grand virtual realm to return to normal. However, just at this time, light suddenly congregated above Yanjiaoga's head. It's only been 100 years, and he's already achieved single-flower gathering one's prominence. Mu Jia and the other's heart sank. He's too fast. But then, something even more shocking happened in front of them. Divine splendor appeared above Yanjiaoga's head. The sonorous voice of the great Tao that he released took effect once again. The Buddhist Bantis below the level of grand virtual realm showed signs of emptying their minds again. Their gazes and movements became dull. Their chanting was actually unable to neutralize Yanjiaoga's sonorous voice of the great Tao. In a fight between grand virtual immortals, even if one of them was weaker than the other, or even if he was being suppressed by his opponent, he could still neutralize the sonorous voice of the great Tao. For Mu Jia and the others, Yanjiaoga's sonorous voice of the great Tao completely ignored that majestic Buddhist chanting like this was unheard of. Moreover, Mu Jia's current cultivation base was equivalent to that of Taoism's heavenly monarch duo flowers converged crown. His cultivation base should be even higher than Yanjiaoga's. However, Yanjiaoga's sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded throughout the entire universe, continuously reverberating within the grand illusory spatial thunder. The Buddhist Bantis whose cultivation bases were below the grand virtual realm all froze as if they had been hit by the body-freezing spell. Even the Buddhist Bantis at the tranquil level seemed to have fallen into a state of thoughtlessness. While their minds were blank, their movements became sluggish. It was not just the leakless. Even those at the tranquil stage were actually suppressed by Yanjiaoga's sonorous voice of the great Tao. This once again overturned everyone's understanding. The sturdy and shiny Buddhist golden body was currently akin to a clay doll. Its glazed luster seemed to have faded away, and it was showing signs of deterioration. Why do you have to do this? Yanjiaoga's voice wasn't that deafening towards the end. However, as the sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded, the sound of thunder followed. As the majestic thunder rumbled, the bodies of the Buddhist Bantis that were suppressed by his sonorous voice trembled slightly. The bodies of those at the leakless level instantly shattered, like porcelain. Their entire bodies turned into dregs, and they shattered within the cosmic void. Those at the tranquil level were temporarily freed from the state of thoughtlessness. However, blood seeped out from the corner of their mouths, and cracks appeared on their golden bodies. Without waiting for them to struggle, Yanjiaoga's sonorous voice of the great Tao continued to take effect, continuing to suppress their minds. As such, these Buddhist Bantis could only alternate between being muddle-headed and suffering. They couldn't break free from the sufferings. Mu Jia and the other two grand virtual bodhisattvas' expressions were extremely solemn. Round after round of attacks flooded towards Yanjiaoga, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth. While Yanjiaoga's voice didn't stop, he casually extended his hand and flicked his finger. Clang! Clang! Two crisp sounds rang out. His fingers accurately flicked the two sword rays and sent Muza's curved swords of Wu flying. Then, instead of retreating, Yanjiaoga advanced. With a stride, he instantly arrived in front of the other two bodhisattvas. One wielded a devil-subduing pestle, while the other used the flower-pinching finger, both Buddhist supreme martial arts as they attacked towards Yanjiaoga. Yen Zhaoge broke the devil-descending pestle with a cyclic heavenly seal with his left hand while the heaven-splitting halberd with his right hand sliced off the other party's fingers. Then he reached out with both hands, his fingers forming claws, and directly grabbed the heads of the two Buddhist Bantis. Then he slammed hard into the middle. The two Buddhist venerables couldn't take it anymore. Their golden bodies shattered, and their heads bled. At the same time, Yen Zhaoge stood unmoving as he simultaneously circulated the grand plainness immeasurable body and the grand beginning bright emptiness form. Bolstered by the two grand cosmos manifestations, his shocking defensive power allowed him to forcibly receive Mu Jia's palm head-on without evading or evading. His body did not even sway as he continued to exert more strength in his hands. After completely crushing the two Buddhist supremacies to death, he threw them away. Then, Yen Zhaoge formed a sword with his index and middle fingers. A dense green sword light flickered within the void, which sent the curved twin swords of Wu flying. At the same time, he extended his other hand and grabbed towards Mu Jia. Mu Jia inhaled deeply and didn't evade. Instead, he resolutely strode forward and jabbed his finger towards Yen Zhaoge's chest. This finger of his wasn't filled with the concept of enlightenment like the flower-pinching finger. Instead, it contained a huge amount of power within an extremely small one. A golden swastika appeared on his fingertip. As it rotated, it grew larger and larger. Under the influence of the swastika's rotation, Yen Zhaoge's grand plainness, qi actually showed signs of dissipating. Yen Zhaoge smiled upon seeing this and still didn't evade. Yin and yang, time, space, life, matter, and spirit, the six concepts simultaneously appeared on his body. Powerful life force radiated. Time that resembled water circulated. Intertwining space fluctuated. Vast myriad phenomena manifested. Balanced yin and yang circulated. Ever-changing mental fluctuations. As the profundities of the jade clear lineage's later heaven six scriptures intertwined, they transformed into the foundation of the world that bore the power of creation, which blocked that golden swastika. As for Yen Zhaoge's right hand, he grabbed onto Mu Jia's shoulder. Majestic and profound immortal essence surged downwards and continuously vibrated, dispersing the strands of Buddhist power within Mu Jia's body. Mu Jia, who had already staked everything on his counterattack, was powerless to defend himself. Now that he was shaken by Yen Zhaoge, his strength instantly dissipated. He was grabbed by Yen Zhaoge and couldn't move at all. I've thought about it. Rather than using someone raw, I'll use someone cooked. Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, as such, I'll have to trouble you. Traveling monk Huiyan. Chapter 1636. Musa looked at Yen Zhaoge helplessly. You're truly an anomaly. Some people in your three clear lineage refer to you as the young heavenly lord. From the looks of it, it wasn't an exaggeration. I think so too. However, I prefer a two-word title. It's straightforward and forceful. Yen Zhaoge chuckled. Musa didn't think that he was shameless. Instead, he shook his head. With your strength, no amount of praises can be exaggerated. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's ask traveling monk Huiyan to bring me to that great wilderness natal palace. As Yen Zhaoge spoke, he waved his hand. As the sword light flickered, it slashed through the bodies of the Buddhist Bantis below the grand virtual realm, giving them a quick death. Seeing this, Musa's eyelids twitched. Why do you have to do this, young heavenly lord? Young heavenly lord's prowess is unfathomable. Why do you have to kill so many of us? Yen Zhaoge said mildly, looking at the bigger picture. During the Great Calamity, the hands of your Western Pure Lands were also stained with the blood of my Taoism's people. Looking at the smaller picture, you made things difficult for my junior apprentice brother. If not for that person from the Great Wilderness Origin Palace, my junior apprentice brother would probably have perished. Moreover, Yen Zhaoge suddenly smiled. Even if these things didn't happen, wouldn't I still be able to kill you? Musa shook his head. I'm the meat on the chopping block. There's nothing to complain about. Only, young heavenly lord, don't forget that while you possess the immortal extermination formation, it can only protect you from the Buddha's attacks. Young Heavenly Lord, you're not invincible. If I'm inferior to you, you kill me. If you're inferior to me, I kill you. This logic is simple. There's no need for traveling monk Hui-en to remind me. Yan Zhaoge smiled. The reason why I let you lead the way is because you were a Taoism's member in the past. I'm giving you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Otherwise, since you've already crossed the line by making things difficult for my junior apprentice brother, the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, and the Bodhisattva wouldn't be able to say anything if I kill you. Mu Jia sighed, wanting to say something. Yet, he was interrupted by Yan Zhaoge. Don't think of wasting time by talking nonsense. While I am anxious to find my junior apprentice brother, since I already know that he has entered a great wilderness origin palace and there are seniors of my Taoism within, he should not be in any danger for the time being. Without you leading the way, I'll only be able to find my junior brother later. Yan Zhaoge said plainly, without you guys, your Western Pure Lands reinforcements wouldn't be able to locate that place, right? Musa was silent for a while before he smiled bitterly. Young Heavenly Master is really merciless. Never mind, follow me. I also want to know who is in the Great Wilderness Yuan Palace. Oh? From your words, you seem to know who it is inside. As Yan Zhaoge said this, he watched as Mu Jia took out a black alms bowl. Musa knocked on the alms bowl, and clear water emerged from it. The reflection of the water guided the way. We wanted to chase into the Great Wilderness natal residence, but we were stopped by the people inside and had to retreat in the end. Musa said, that feeling was a little familiar. Yan Zhaoge's expression turned a little strange. Musa was of the Jade Clear direct lineage during the ancient era. After that, he entered Buddhism together with his master, the Samantabhadra cultivated deity. He listened to the teachings of the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the Guanyin Bodhisattva. His deduction that the other party was of Taoism's direct lineage was most likely correct. However, if he didn't come into contact with the other party and still felt a sense of familiarity, the other party would be rather limited. I say, could it be the three altars sea meeting divinity inside? Asked Yan Zhaoge, with a strange expression. The so-called three altars sea meeting divinity was also commonly known as the third Prince Neza. He was also a famous figure in Taoism's history. He was one of the peak figures of the Jade Clear direct lineage besides Yang Jian. During the ancient era, he was already famous when he was still a grand virtual immortal. After that, he entered the Heavenly Court's divine palace and ascended to the grand heavenly realm during the Middle Era. He was also a famous guardian god of the Heavenly Court's divine palace, surpassing countless seniors. In terms of individual strength, he was considered one of the top experts in the entire Heavenly Court's divine palace. Of course, comparatively speaking, his temper was also very famous. He was a famous arrogant figure in Taoism's history. Currently, Yan Zhaoge's information regarding this Taoism's direct lineage heavenly immortal's whereabouts were still unclear. However, most of the rumors said that he had already perished during the Great Calamity. However, there was no concrete evidence. As such, after hearing Musa's words, Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but have some guesses. Unexpectedly, Musa gave another answer. I'm not sure. However, compared to third brother, I think he's more like his master, senior apprentice Uncle Tai. Tai cultivated deity. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. He was also a Taoism bigwig expert who was personally taught by the Jade Clear founder, the Lord of Primordial Beginning. In the past, he was known as the Jade Illusory 12 Immortals along with the Lord of Broad Accomplishment, Master Red Essence, Samantabhadra Cultivated Deity, Lord of Taoism, and others. He was Neza's master. After the Great Calamity, he was also one of the people whose whereabouts were unknown. There were even fewer rumors about him than Neza. After obtaining Musa's Black Alms Bowl, it would be much easier for Yan Zhaoge to locate the drifting Great Wilderness Origin Palace. Although Musa and the others were chased out of the Great Wilderness Origin Palace, they still managed to enter it. The owner of the Great Wilderness Origin Palace seemed to be distracted by other matters. As a result, Musa and the others used a secret art to secretly locate the Great Wilderness Origin Palace. Initially, They wanted to wait for reinforcements from the Western Pure Lands. In the end, Yan Zhaoge took advantage of them. Yan Zhaoge carefully observed the surroundings and realized that there weren't any grand heavenly realm Buddhas around. He was secretly relieved. Logically speaking, once the grand heavenly realm experts received the news, they would quickly meet up with Musa and the others. Previously, they didn't arrive. From the looks of it, the Western Pure Lands seemed to be busy with other matters. They weren't able to coordinate with the appropriate manpower, which resulted in them being delayed. Yan Zhaoge arrived first and isolated Musa and the others from the outside world. The Western Pure Lands wouldn't be able to locate them in such a short time. However, while Yan Zhaoge was glad, he was also secretly on guard. What are the Western Pure Lands gathering their manpower for? While pondering, Yan Zhaoge traversed through the void's boundless outskirts. This time, he found his target in no time. It was a foggy existence that resembled a sea of clouds. It hovered within the pitch-black void. A desolate, primitive, and desolate aura faintly emanated from within. It was the great wilderness origin palace that Yan Zhaoge was looking for. In essence, it was a fragment that separated from the Great Thousand Worlds during the ancient Desolation era. That was why it was named the Great Wilderness. Due to the profundities contained within, many bigwigs collected such fragments and created them as their own heavenly abode. After the ancient era, such fragments became extremely rare. Now they only existed in legends. Yan Zhaoge didn't expect to witness it with his own eyes. However, such a unique existence could indeed become a place for someone to live in seclusion. Chapter 1637. Looking at the universe that resembled a sea of clouds, Yan Zhaoge didn't hesitate and stepped into it. Although this sea of clouds seemed vast and boundless, it was actually illusory. It would collapse a little in an instant and flow between different spaces. If he wasn't careful, he would lose track of it. By then, he would have to spend more effort to find it. Even if he captured Musa and obtained concrete clues, Yan Zhaoge didn't want to waste any more time. Although most of the people in the Great Wilderness Natal Palace were bigwigs of Taoism, it was hard to guarantee that Yinglong would be safe inside. To put it bluntly, it wasn't rare for Taoism to have internal strife in ancient times. After the Great Calamity, the survivors united and went through the crisis together. His and Musa's guess about Neza and the Tai cultivated deity couldn't be confirmed. Who knew who was in the Great Wilderness Natal Palace? After entering the misty sea of clouds, with Yan Zhaoge's strong spiritual sense, the distance of his perception was greatly shortened. The chaotic aura of desolation permeated the surroundings, severely affecting one's perception and judgment. In terms of the profundities of space, this place wasn't like the original nebula where vortexes were everywhere. However, the desolation aura here had a better concealment effect for the person hiding within. As Yan Zhaoge was searching, he vaguely felt that someone was spying on him within the clouds. Taoism's disciple Yan Zhaoge has come here to find my junior apprentice brother Yinglong. I wonder which senior expert of Taoism is opening a palace here. I hope you can find time to meet me. His voice was calm and unperturbed as it spread far and wide. The other party didn't reply, but he didn't do anything either. From what Yan Zhaoge knew, when Musa and the others barged in, they were immediately expelled by the owner of this place with the desolation aura of clouds. In comparison, his current treatment seemed to be much better. However, Yan Zhaoge was a little disappointed. If the other party attacked, he could instead use this chance to locate him. Now, he could only slowly search for him. Is he secretly observing me? Yan Zhaoge pondered. Or is it really inconvenient for him? Chasing Musa and the others away was already a huge burden, and he doesn't have the strength to continue? As he pondered, Yan Zhaoge searched within. Although the concealment ability of the Great Wilderness Natal Palace was very strong, Yan Zhaoge had already activated the profundities of the origin heavenly scripture and focused on searching for Yinglong. According to what Musa and the others had said, it was very likely that Yinglong was with the owner of this place.
Got it.
A jade green light flickered within Yan Zhaoge's pupils as he strode forward. He gradually felt as if the clouds in front of him were dispelling, and he could see the sun. Although his field of vision was still foggy, the fog began to change between hot and cold. A blazing hot air, accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's advance, grew more and more obvious. When Yan Zhaoge had taken a few more steps, he saw light gradually appear amidst the fog before him, that surging heat also growing stronger. "Greetings, senior. Yan Zhaoge greets you." Saying thus, he strode forward. The misty, desolate qi immediately dispersed, and the view before them suddenly became clear. The first thing that came into view was a huge, transparent cover that hung upside down in the void. 9 fire dragons coiled around it, continuously spewing flames from their mouths. Although the cover was transparent, it was filled with milky white flames burning fiercely. A figure could be faintly seen in the flames. 9 dragons, divine fire barrier. Yan Zhaoge and Mu Jia exclaimed simultaneously. The bottom of the cover was sealed by the milky, white blazing fire. Looking upwards, an old Taoist could be seen seated on the top of the transparent cover. Beside the old Taoist stood a youth whom Yan Zhaoge could not be more familiar with. It was precisely Yinglongtu, senior apprentice brother Yan. Yinglongtu was overjoyed upon seeing Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge appraised Yinglongtu all over. Seeing that he was fine, also not looking like he was under someone's control, his heart that had been hanging in the air all along finally relaxed. He nodded towards Yinglongtu before looking at that old Taoist. The old Taoist smiled slightly, not speaking. Yan Zhaoge noticed that it was not that this old Taoist was intentionally putting on airs. Instead, his attention was mainly focused on the 9 dragons' divine fire barrier down below. Within the white sea of flames within the cover, a figure was rampaging about, causing a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning disturbance. The massive 9 dragons' divine fire barrier shook, as though it might topple over at any time. The blazing fire sealing it down below also rose and fell, not being stable as it was highly possible for it to be broken through. Only with the 9 fire dragons unceasingly spewing blazing fire did it barely manage to keep it sealed. "Is it Grand Master Tai?" Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands towards that old Taoist. The old Taoist nodded towards him in acknowledgement. However, he could not be distracted by talking as he continued stabilizing the 9 dragons' divine fire barrier down below. However, other than nodding towards Yan Zhaoge in return, the old Taoist's gaze also paused on the captured Mu Jia for a moment. Mu Jia, who was being held by Yan Zhaoge, had a rather complex expression on his face. Senior apprentice Uncle Tai, beside the old Taoist, Yinglongtu hurriedly said, "Senior apprentice brother Yan, this is precisely Grand Master Tai. He was the one who saved me." "I know," Yan Zhaoge nodded. He had already learnt of the general situation from Mu Jia. As Yinglongtu was traveling, he had encountered the drifting Great Wilderness Origin Palace in extra-dimensional space. However, at the same time, he had also encountered a few Buddhist Bantis of the Western Pure Lands. The leakless Buddhist Bantis couldn't do anything to Yinglongtu at all. Instead, they were beaten up badly by him. However, the Western Pure Lands had other experts nearby. Very quickly, more than one tranquil-level Buddhist Arhat came to reinforce them. Yinglongtu fought as he retreated. From the other party's words, not only the opponent in front of him, there were also grand virtual realm Buddhist bodhisattvas nearby. Although Han Long was a little straightforward when dealing with matters, he was extremely quick-witted when it came to battles like this. Before Mu Jia and the others arrived, he hid within the Great Wilderness Origin Palace. His choice was correct. If he had been a little late, Mu Jia and the others would have arrived. When the grand virtual realm Buddhist bodhisattvas made their move, just the chanting of the Buddha was already hard for the leakless, true, immortal Yinglongtu to withstand. As Broad Creed Mountain's rising star and having a close relationship with Yan Zhaoge, Yinglongtu's fame wasn't limited to the orthodox Taoism. Other powers had heard of him as well. Mu Jia and the other Buddhist Bantis weren't willing to give up. Naturally, they decisively chased after him into the Great Wilderness Origin Palace. In the end, they met with a setback and were chased away by the Tai spiritual master who ruled over the Great Wilderness Origin Palace. Just as they were tracking the drifting Great Wilderness Origin Palace and were trying to contact more Western Pure Lands Buddhist experts for reinforcements, Yan Zhaoge, who had arrived before them, happened to be unlucky. As such, Mu Jia and the others all met with tragedy. However, when Mu Jia saw the Tai spiritual master, he felt a little emotional. After greeting him, he placed most of his attention on the 9 Dragons God Fire Shroud. To be precise, he was more concerned about the person trapped within the 9 Dragons God Fire Shroud. As he looked, Mu Jia's face revealed a bewildered expression. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes and focused on the 9 Dragons God Fire Shroud. Chapter 1638. From the looks of it, Mu Jia and the other Buddhist supremacies had barged in previously. Although Perfected Tai had chased them out, it still had a negative impact. Perfected Tai should have been controlling the 9 Dragons' divine fire shield previously. With Muza and the others' interference, the situation immediately became disadvantageous. The person trapped in the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire shield kept thrashing as if he could break out at any time. Enlightened Master Tai Yi was a veteran grand heavenly immortal of the Jade Clear lineage. His strength was naturally extraordinary. However, even with the help of his treasure, the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire shield, he could no longer suppress his opponent. Yan Zhaoge looked at the true deity Tai and then at Mu Jia. Noticing their expressions, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. However, the situation in front of him didn't allow him to think too much. An angry roar came from below the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire shield. Then, the milky white raging fire inside began to be suppressed by the majestic power and began to disperse. The flames receded, and the silhouette within it gradually became clear. He wore the heaven and earth ring on his head, held the fire-tipped spear in his hand, stepped on the wind-fire wheels, and wrapped his arms with the heavenly silk ribbon. How could Yan Zhaoge and Mu Jia not recognize each other? He was none other than Neza, one of the few powerhouses who had risen to prominence in the Tao sect. He was known as the great god of the 3 altars, the grand preceptor of the heavens, and the marshal of the middle altar. What the? Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. It's really you? While Yan Zhaoge had somewhat expected this earlier, truly seeing the other party, Yan Zhaoge still sighed endlessly within his heart. However, Neza seemed a little unusual at the moment. He had the appearance of a young man, but his eyes were ferocious and his brows were filled with hostility. He exerted all his divine powers, and the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire shield was about to collapse. The raging flames that sealed the bottom of the cover were constantly dissipating. The 9 fire dragons desperately tried to replenish the flames, but to no avail. Instead, their eyes were dripping with blood, and the scales on their bodies were actually leaking blood. It was clear that they couldn't bear the burden. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but feel surprised. Looking at the Tai deity who was suppressing the 9 Dragons' divine fire shroud again, he couldn't figure out what was going on. Although Neza was Perfected Tai's disciple, he was the same as Yang Jian. They were both outstanding talents of the Tao sect. After he ascended to the grand heavenly realm and attained the body of a heavenly immortal, his cultivation base gradually surpassed Perfected Tai. Perfected Tai was one of the people who understood Neza the best. He had many arrangements, so he could suppress him for a while. However, he had been disturbed earlier, and now all his efforts had been for naught. Yan Zhaoge was momentarily unable to determine who was in the right and who was in the wrong. However, Neza's eyes were crimson, and he had a ruthless expression on his face. He seemed to be a little unusual. Therefore, after a short consideration, Yan Zhaoge decided to help the Tai cultivated deity first. It was not only because Perfected Tai had helped Ting Lung Tu just now, but also because Perfected Tai was clearly weaker between Neza and Perfected Tai. Allying with the weak to resist the strong was relatively simple, and if there was a mistake in judgment afterwards, it was obviously easier to salvage the situation and make up for it. Pan Pan flew out, and the ape on his back flickered with light. As the golden light shone, it instantly transformed into a heaven-supporting violent ape, incomparably huge, its demonic chi billowing to the heavens. Under perfected Tai's surprised gaze, the huge demon monkey tilted its head and took out the Rui Jingu Bang from its ear. The Rui Jingu Bang expanded in the wind, instantly turning into a divine metal treasure that could hold up the sky and the sea. The monkey pressed the metal onto the Nine Dragons' heavenly fire barrier, and the barrier became much more stable. Although the Rui Jingu Bang was currently a peerless weapon, its original purpose was to measure and suppress the heavenly river. Instead of harming others, it had a miraculous effect when used to suppress others. Neza, who was within the barrier, let out an unwilling roar. However, the milky white flames surrounding him became even more intense and gradually engulfed his figure. The flames sealed beneath the Nine Dragons' heavenly fire barrier became more vigorous, and the seal became stable again. Upon seeing this, Yan Zhaoge let out a sigh of relief. Even if the young master inside wasn't as strong as Yang Jian, he definitely couldn't be underestimated. An ordinary Grand Heavenly Realm expert couldn't contend against him. In the past, Yan Zhaoge was the pavilion spirit of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository. Although his status was slightly inferior, Neza, who had ascended to the Grand Heavenly Realm, was definitely one of the top few in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace in terms of strength. Yang Jian didn't listen to orders, and he wasn't in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace all year round. Neza was the vanguard of the Heavenly Court's external war. If the Great Sage equaling heavens was here, Neza naturally wouldn't be able to withstand the Rui Jingu Bang. However, even with the Rui Jingu Bang, a grand virtual level golden body of the Great Sage wouldn't stand a chance against the three altars of the Sea Meeting Deity. Right now, he was using the Nine Dragons' heavenly fire barrier as the core to suppress the seal that was already formed. If he were to face the enemy head-on, the situation would be completely different. The Tai cultivated deity let out a sigh of relief as well. However, he still sat on the Nine Dragons' heavenly fire barrier, not daring to relax. He looked at the monkey curiously. What's going on? I'll explain it to the Tai cultivated deity later. For now, please tell me what happened to the three altars of the Sea Meeting Deity? Asked Yan Zhaoge. The Tai cultivated deity sighed. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. He glanced at Moza again. Moza's expression was a little startled. After feeling the Tai cultivated deity's gaze, his expression became even more complicated. During the Great Calamity, my disciple was gravely injured. I saved him. However, his injuries were too severe, and I couldn't do anything about it. I could only bring my disciple along to hide first, and slowly plan on how to deal with it, said the Tai cultivated deity. Yan Zhaoge nodded without saying anything. Neza's situation was unique. He was the embodiment of the treasured lotus. Many methods couldn't harm him. Although he couldn't compare to the Great Sage equaling Heaven's undying demon physique and Yang Jian's 8-9 mysteries art, his defense was still one of the top experts in Taoism. However, the Great Calamity had affected too many people. Many bigwigs took action, and the war became a mess. Although Neza was strong, he was still doomed. Fortunately, the Tai cultivated deity made a move in time and saved his life. However, the situation was extremely dangerous. At that time, his advancement was just to save his life. After saving Neza, the Tai cultivated deity brought him to the void's boundless outskirts to avoid the threats of others. In the end, he accidentally found the great wilderness origin palace, occupied it, and hid within it. The Tai cultivated deity treated Neza's injuries and tried to reconstruct the treasured lotus immortal's body. After a long period of hard work, there was finally some progress. Listening to the Tai cultivated deity's narration, Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but point at the Nine Dragons' divine fire shroud. Sigh. The Tai cultivated deity let out a long sigh. At the same time, he smiled bitterly. During the Great Calamity, my disciple nearly died in battle. His heart was filled with unwillingness, and his malevolent intent had reached its peak. After he awakened, his body and mind were tainted by the malevolent intent, causing other changes to occur. Yen Zhaoge's gaze focused. Fall into the devil's side.
No.
The Tai cultivated deity shook his head. My disciple's situation is unique. He was the embodiment of the treasured lotus and didn't fall into the 9 underworld's devilish Tao. Yen Zhaoge thought for a while. That's right. If someone falls to the devil's side, the primordial heart devil would sense it. He wouldn't be unable to discover it just because of the great wilderness origin palace's concealment. Previously, he didn't reveal anything. However, what's happening now? Chapter 1639. The primordial heart devil was the origin of all living beings' devils. As such, as long as the living beings remained, the heart devil wouldn't die. As long as sentient beings existed in this world, a heart devil could be birthed. Even if the primordial heart devil perished, it could still be reborn. Theoretically speaking, no matter who or how high their cultivation was, as long as a heart devil was birthed within their heart, the primordial heart devil of the 9 underworld's 6 supreme devils would be able to sense it. The stronger the devilish intent, the more convenient it would be for the primordial heart devil to descend. Of course, this was only the most ideal situation in theory. In reality, due to the interference of other bigwig experts, the primordial heart devil couldn't be that domineering. In the past, traveling monk Sun's inner devil manifested and transformed into the 6-eared macaque, which involved many parties. For bigwig experts like traveling monk Sun, or even Neza, even if a heart devil birthed within their heart, they or their peers would be able to conceal it, preventing the primordial heart devil from doing anything. Most of the time, it would be hard for the primordial heart devil to notice it. However, if the obsession transformed into a devilish intent that was strong enough to cause one to fall, it would be impossible to hide it from the primordial heart devil. Yen Zhaoge had interacted with the primordial heart devil more than once or twice. He knew that this old devil was hiding his strength. Otherwise, the orthodox Taoism wouldn't have suffered such a loss due to the devil of aged metal. However, that was only under the cover of the water devil and the earth devil's incident. It was a feint to divert the enemy's attention. As for Neza or the other Taoism bigwigs, the 9 underworld's devilish Tao didn't reveal any information. Although the 3 altars sea deity didn't seem to be in a bad state, he didn't seem like a fallen devil. Yen Zhaoge felt that it wasn't impossible for the Tai cultivated deity to mention Neza's treasured lotus, celestial body not falling to the devilish Tao. According to the rumors regarding Neza, the treasured lotus celestial body's most prominent defensive trait was its immunity against various evil arts. To a certain extent, avoiding the invasion of the demonic Tao could also be considered a wondrous inheritance. However, it was precisely because of this that my disciple underwent other transformations. The Tai cultivated deity smiled bitterly and said, as the saying goes, it's better to let it go. My disciple's treasured lotus, celestial body isn't something innate. Yen Zhaoge nodded in understanding. This means that there's a formless gap. Misfortune and fortune depend on each other, and fortune lurks in misfortune. He looked down at the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield thoughtfully and said, the gods of the 3 altars of the sea meeting have long reached the realm of zenith heaven, so it is not difficult for them to control their own minds. However, the lotus fairy body is neither righteous nor evil. After being contaminated by evil thoughts, it turned into an evil body and affected the gods of the 3 altars of the sea meeting. Because of the lotus immortal body, Neza gained a lot of benefits. But now, it was precisely because of this reason that he had to suffer such a calamity. Perfected Tai sighed. It's also because I had a narrow escape from death that I had to reforge my soul again and return to Yang from the realm of death. At that moment, my thoughts were the purest. Once I made a mistake, it would be difficult to return. Neza was reborn and did not fall into the devil's path. His pure and blazing murderous intent did not turn into devil's will and did not dissipate. Just like that, he became an existence like a god of slaughter. Rather than saying that he was still a Taoism grand heavenly realm, It was more appropriate to say that he had transformed into a bloodthirsty and violent lotus great demon because of the lotus immortal body. Moreover, he was even more ferocious and violent than the golden-winged roc, the nine-headed bug, and the other demons. He was not as evil as the violent demons in the 9 underworlds, but his killing intent was purer. It was like the sword King Buddha's 6 paths of reincarnation had transformed into the Hell Tao. And his strength was much stronger than the sword King Buddha's. During the process of treating him, Perfected Tai vaguely felt that something was amiss. He could not bear to see his disciple lose his life. He was careful and tried his best to solve the problem of Neza. However, he did not succeed in the end. Neza woke up. After being confused at first, he regained his senses like a god of slaughter. Perfected Tai, who was in front of him, was the first person to suffer. Perfected Tai had no choice but to use a backup method to seal Neza there. He was Neza's master. Previously, he had treated Neza, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Under the condition that he was prepared, he used the layers of arrangements to form a huge seal. He did not give Neza a chance to unleash his strength and suppressed Neza in the 9 dragons' divine fire barrier. However, the great god of the 3 altars was ferocious after all. He surpassed his master and was stronger than his master, Perfected Tai. It was difficult for Perfected Tai to suppress him. Previously, he helped Yinglong to get rid of Mu Jia and the others. After being distracted, he could not continue suppressing Neza. Thanks to Yen Zhaoge's arrival, the seal was temporarily stabilized. However, even so, isn't it a little too exaggerated to be tainted by a grand heavenly immortal's malevolent intent? Yen Zhaoge looked at the 9 dragons' divine fire barrier and muttered, "If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have imagined it. After a person died, an ordinary soul might turn into a malicious spirit due to the malevolent intent." However, the great god of the 3 altars was not ordinary at all. According to the legends, this bigwig's temperament had always been unstable. He always maintained his youthful spirit and arrogance. No matter what, he was a famous Taoism expert during the ancient era. When he entered the Middle Era, he even ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm. Yen Zhaoge found it hard to believe that he could become like this without any external forces. During the Great Calamity, he almost died in battle. It's normal for the 3 altars to be filled with resentment. However, it's actually this intense? Yen Zhaoge looked at Perfected Tai with a puzzled expression. Perfected Tai remained silent. Then he glanced at Mu Jia. Mu Jia remained silent. His originally complicated expression slowly calmed down. Ugh. Yen Zhaoge's gaze froze upon seeing this. He had never been afraid of making assumptions about others. Now, some bad guesses started forming in his heart. From what I know, during the Great Calamity, even the Buddhist traveling monk Hui and didn't participate in making things difficult for my Taoism successors. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the Bodhisattva Guanyin Bodhisattva didn't do anything either? Said Yen Zhaoge slowly. Mu Jia remained silent. Perfected Tai nodded, Samantabhadra, and the Bodhisattva didn't participate in it. Yen Zhaoge continued, I heard that not only traveling monk Huiyan, but even Heavenly King Li had entered the Western Pure Lands. The so-called Heavenly King, Li was naturally the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, Li Jing. He was Mu Jia and Neza's father. After the ancient era, he had entered the Heavenly Court's divine palace along with Neza. Although Heavenly King Li is a member of the Heavenly Court's divine palace, as a disciple of the ancient Dipankara Buddha, it's not surprising for him to make such a choice. However, Yen Zhaoge's gaze shifted between Perfected Tai and Mu Jia with a strange expression. During the Great Calamity, Heavenly King Li wouldn't go against us, right? Chapter 1640. The Great Calamity had originated from the internal strife of the Heavenly Court's divine palace. It was very likely that it had revolved around the birth of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. After that, the chaos affected the entire Heavenly Court's divine palace and even the universe. Some of them decided to act together, and some of them took advantage of the situation because of personal grudges. In short, more and more people joined in, and in the end, it became a huge catastrophe that swept through the entire creation. On the other hand, the heavenly court's divine palace and the three clear lineage, as well as the various Taoist sects and branches that were spread throughout the world, had undoubtedly suffered the greatest losses. Countless powerhouses perished, and the flourishing era of martial arts also declined. Among them, the future Buddha was not the only one who made the first move. The figures of the other Tao realm experts were also faintly discernible. The Western Pure Lands, the demon race, and even the 9 underworlds had no lack of participants. However, as far as Yen Zhaoge knew, the compassionate cultivated deity and the Samantabhadra cultivated deity who had betrayed Taoism in the past, namely the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara and the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, had not acted against the direct lineage of Taoism. The same went for traveling monk Hui and Mu Jia, who was currently captured by Yen Zhaoge. As such, when Yen Zhaoge, Gao Han, and the other descendants of Taoism faced them, they still retained the last bit of their relationship. Even if they were to fight, they would still leave some leeway and not completely fall out with them. Fairy Yun Zhao's elder brother, Zhao Gongming, and her sisters, Qiong Shao and Fairy Bai Shao, had all died because of the Great Calamity. Yang Jian's master, perfected Yu Ding, had also perished. The incongruence Divine Mother had lost her personal disciple before. To them, the impact of what happened in the past was probably even more painful than others. However, over the years, they might have felt resentment, but they didn't lose their rationality, become deranged, or undergo a great change in temperament. Compared to them, Neza's state of mind might not be as peaceful, but it was still surprising that his resentment and evil thoughts were so strong. Yen Zhaoge could not help but suspect that there was some special reason behind this. He looked at the Tai spiritual master, then at Mu Jia, and asked straightforwardly. Heavenly King Li was one of the top figures in the Heavenly Court's divine palace back then. He didn't suffer any calamity during the Great Calamity and joined the Western Pure Lands. But apart from that, did he do anything else? It was not that Yen Zhaoge was always speculating about other people's ill intentions. Instead, it was because the father of the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, Li Jing, had a criminal record. Like Sun Wukong and Yang Jian, Yen Zhaoge had also heard of the legend of Neza wreaking havoc in the seas quite a bit. Some of the versions are different. In some stories, Neza wreaked havoc in the sea because he was a naughty child. In some stories, he saw injustice on the road and helped to save people. Let's not talk about that first. After Neza injured the Dragon King, the Fang family's elder Dragon King came looking for trouble. In some versions of the story, in order not to implicate his family and the local people in the secular world, Neza sacrificed himself and severed ties with his family. He cut off his flesh to return to his mother and bones to return to his father. At the same time, he said that he would take responsibility for what he had done, and at the same time, he gave the dragon race an explanation. In some versions of the story, his father, Li Jing, wanted to kill him in order to avoid trouble. Therefore, Neza cut his flesh and bones to show that the two of them had severed their blood ties. Whether it should be said to be fortunate or unfortunate, as Yen Zhaoge knew, in this world, the relationship between the Li father and son was the latter. This was the first time Neza had been killed. Later on, he used the treasure lotus immortal body to resurrect and obtained a great opportunity. However, during the revival process, he was obstructed by Li Jing many times. After Neza resurrected, he wanted to take revenge on Li Jing, causing Li Jing to flee everywhere. Even his eldest son, Jinjia, and his son, Moza, couldn't stop him. Later on, Li Jing became a disciple of the Dipankara ancient Buddha, who was still a Dipankara Taoist. He obtained the Ru-Yi Golden Pagoda that specifically countered the Treasure Lotus Immortal Body, which allowed him to fight against Neza. Under many people's mediation, the two sides reluctantly stopped fighting and made peace. After the ancient investitures of the gods' era ended, the two even entered the Heavenly Court's divine palace together. However, from what Yen Zhaoge knew, the relationship between the two had always been bumpy. Even if they worked together, it was only because of their errands. With this in mind, Yan Zhaoge wasn't afraid of using the worst of intentions to analyze the situation of the Heavenly Court's divine palace collapsing and Taoism collapsing during the Great Calamity. That Heavenly King Li probably didn't just leave and join the Western Pure Lands. According to his previous conversation with Yang Jian and the others, Yan Zhaoge already knew that the Western Pure Lands played a significant role during the Great Calamity. This made Yan Zhaoge's imagination run wild about Li Jing and Neza's matters. Moreover, from Yan Zhaoge's current knowledge, Neza's fortuitous encounter with the Lotus Incarnation and Li Jing becoming a disciple of the Dipankara ancient Buddha and obtaining the Ru-Yi Golden Pagoda weren't as simple as they seemed. After all, there were rumors that Neza's roots were actually in the Nviwa Palace. The Li family he was born into was already special. When he was just born, he was almost killed by Li Jing. Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but think about the intricacies within. However, to the youthful and straightforward Neza, what was more important was what Li Jing did. To a certain extent, he's similar to the great sage. Yan Zhaoge sighed in his heart. My disciple's tribulation was all thanks to Taoist Li, said the Tai cultivated deity slowly after glancing at Musa. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips and didn't say anything. To Li Jing, Neza was the #1 dangerous person. Without an expert stopping him and the Ru-Yi Golden Pagoda, he wouldn't even dare to show his face in front of Neza. There was no longer any meaning in arguing about who was right or wrong. In Li Jing's heart, the father-son relationship between him and Neza was long gone.
It was hard for him to let it go.
He was constantly on guard, as if there was a thorn on his back. Of course, it didn't feel good to be on guard against such a dangerous opponent. If there was a chance to remove the thorn on his back, the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King would be more than happy to do so. During the Great Calamity, Taoism had almost been annihilated. The three altars sea-meeting gods fought against the enemies and protected Taoism. In the end, a Ru-Yi Golden Pagoda flew over from afar and restrained his treasure lotus, celestial body. As a result, he was surrounded by enemies and almost died on the spot. If the Tai cultivated deity hadn't helped him break out of the encirclement, he would have died for sure. Regardless of whether Neza's dissatisfaction towards Li Jing had faded after so many years, his old hatred was even more unforgettable now that he had a new enemy. Under the intertwining of old and new hatred, the resentment and hatred within the three altars sea-meeting gods had really broken through the horizon. Moses' expression had already calmed down completely. He said mildly, "There's no lack of parents in the world. Third brother has always been disobedient and offended father's dignity. It's fate that he met with a calamity. The father is just cleaning up the family." The Tai cultivated deity said mildly, "Don't argue with me." "Why would I argue with you? I'm suppressing my disciple now for his sake, lest he sinks into the sea of blood and can't turn back. If he can retract it freely, I'll let him go now. You'll be the first to suffer. You can escape this calamity, because you're not the key person." The Tai cultivated deity suddenly smiled. "However, you're a pretty good catalyst." Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted when he heard this. He recalled some rumors regarding the Tai cultivated deity. Chapter 1641. Yan Zhaoge looked at the Tai cultivated deity with an air of sage-like Taoism and thought of something else. In the Taoism's jade, clear, direct lineage, there were actually many vicious and merciless people. After entering Buddhism, the wise and compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva was one of the best when she was still the Zihong Jinren. Heavenly Lord Guangqing was not inferior either. However, the most outstanding person was perfected Tai. Apart from being ruthless, this senior mighty figure of the Tao sect could probably be described as thick-skinned and black-bellied. Sometimes, Yan Zhaoge felt that this bigwig of Taoism was truly a role model for his generation. Hearing Taoist Tai's words, Yan Zhaoge's heart jumped. He looked at immortal Tai. "Are you going to sacrifice the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King to the three altars so that the great god of the sea will be reborn?" Mu Zha's expression changed drastically when he heard that. Perfected Tai smiled. "The one who tied the bell has to solve it." The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly. Neza was infected by the resentment and hatred of Bao Lianxian. Although he was revived, his mind was still affected. If he went on a killing spree, it might be completely out of control, and his vicious nature would become thicker and thicker. At that time, it would truly be the birth of a new god of slaughter. He would not recognize his own kin. He would not be a monster nor a demon. He would only be a bloodthirsty killer. However, there might be an exception. It was none other than Heavenly King Li, who had caused all of this back then. He would first transform into a bloodthirsty killing god, and then kill Li Jing to take revenge. The hostility would become stronger and stronger, and it might even reach a new peak. On the other hand, if the first target that Neza encountered before he sank into the sea of blood was Li Jing, the source of his resentment and hatred back then, it might be a different scene after killing him. Although it was also a slaughter that triggered the bloodthirst and ferocity, Neza might fall into a state of blankness for a short period of time. At this moment, he actually had a chance to regain his clarity. However, he had to be careful not to continue to be stained with blood before he returned to normal. The above was merely Yan Zhaoga's conjecture. He did not have complete confidence in whether or not this method would definitely work. However, based on the methods that could be thought of so far, this was the most feasible one. Yan Zhaoga believed that with the Tai cultivated deity style, he would also make the same deduction and definitely intend to put it into practice. Of course, that was only from the perspective of solving Neza's problem. There were many difficulties. For example, how to ensure that Li Jing was Neza's first target after he escaped. Buddha once said, "If he doesn't go to hell, who will?" Indeed, Perfected Tai smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Li Jing, you have been in the Buddhist sect for so many years. You must know this principle very well. I think you will be willing to sacrifice yourself." Mu Zha's expression was ugly. "Don't even think about it. I've already said that I'm not interested in arguing with you. I don't need your permission to do whatever I want to do," Perfected Tai said calmly. Yan Zhaoga crossed his arms in front of his chest. He looked at the Taoist deities speechlessly. Perfected Tai had used a trick to seal Neza. However, after a long time, Neza would eventually break out of the seal. At that time, the great god of the three altars of the sea, who was filled with murderous thoughts and murderous aura, would be unconscious. Perfected Tai might be the first to suffer. He was in a stalemate with Neza, but he was unable to get away to contact the others. At that moment, Muza and the rest chased after Yinglong Tu into the Great Wilderness Origin Residence. To Perfected Tai, it was undoubtedly a blessing from the heavens. Separated by the Great Wilderness Origin Residence, Muza didn't dare to confirm who was inside. However, Perfected Tai could easily confirm Muza's identity. Although he wasn't sure if Muza would summon the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, he was much more reliable than the others. Taking 10,000 steps back, the ones who came were other Buddhist bigwigs, and not the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing. After the seal was broken, Neza went on a killing spree. The Western Pure Lands would suffer the most. Although Perfected Tai was also in danger, the situation was better than him wasting his time here with Neza. No matter how bad the situation was, it couldn't be any worse. Although Perfected Tai's sealing of Neza had almost failed because he helped Yinglong Tu and chased Muza and the others away, the situation couldn't be any worse than before. Muza looked at Perfected Tai and the 9 dragons' divine fire shroud before looking at Yan Zhaoga. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This time, he had contacted his father, Li Jing, and a few other Buddhist bigwigs to provide reinforcements. Only, the Western Pure Lands were delayed due to some matters. In the end, Yan Zhaoga was one step ahead of them. Yan Zhaoga had either captured or killed Muza and the others. Without anyone to lead the way for Li Jing and the others, Li Jing and the others wouldn't be able to find the Great Wilderness Origin Residence. Some of the Perfected Tai's plans had failed. However, without Yan Zhaoga's arrival, the Perfected Tai wouldn't be able to continue suppressing Neza in the Great Wilderness Origin Residence due to their interference. When Neza escaped, the Perfected Tai would definitely suffer. Those who were chasing after the great wilderness origin residents would also have to face Neza, who had already transformed into a killing god. Now, with Yen Zhaoga's help, the perfected Tai could continue sealing Neza for a long period of time. They could even think of a way to leave this place and carefully plan their plan of using the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King to attack Neza. They wouldn't have to gamble like the perfected Tai previously. Muza also knew what the perfected Tai meant when he said that he was the bait. However, he didn't intend to cooperate with them to lure his father, Li Jing, here. Muza was very grateful to Yen Zhaoga for capturing him. This way, Li Jing and the others wouldn't be able to find this place. You don't intend to listen to me? Don't worry. The perfected Tai saw Muza's expression and guessed his thoughts. He immediately said plainly, with little friend Yan's help, I can bring my disciple away from the great wilderness origin residence. Let's just wait at the place where little friend Yan captured you guys. That place could also be considered as the place where Muza and the other Buddhist bandies stopped before losing contact with the Western Pure Lands. When Li Jing and the others arrived, they would most likely find that universe. I'll let Senior Apprentice Uncle Tai know that my father and master wouldn't be so careless. Muza replied, Senior Apprentice Uncle Tai must have learned about the immortal extermination formation and the current situation outside from little friending. The three clear lineage isn't the same as before. Of course, my father and the others would be extremely careful. How would they step into the trap so easily? Speaking of this, Muza didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was truly unpredictable when it came to fortune and misfortune. If they can't find me, then don't even think about finding my father. Muza snorted. The perfected Tai didn't argue with him. Instead, he looked at Yen Zhaoga. Little friend Yen, I heard from little friending that he came here with another fellow Taoist. I wonder if you can contact him? I received a message from that fellow Taoist. Only then did I know that junior apprentice brother Ing had gone missing. That's why I came here. Yen Zhaoga smiled. The other fellow Taoists will split up with me and search for junior apprentice brother Ying's whereabouts. If we spend some time, we'll be able to contact him. The perfected Tai nodded. That's for the best. Muza's heart sank as he watched the two of them conversing. Chapter 1642. After hearing the conversation between Yen Zhaoga and the Tai cultivated deity, how could Mu Jia not understand their intentions? He contacted the Dao sect cultivator who had traveled with Yinglongtu previously and used him as bait to lure Li Jing and the others. From the words of Yen Zhaoga and the others, it could be seen that the cultivation base of that Taoist martial practitioner was most likely similar to Yinglongtu's. Even if he had already pushed open the gate of immortality, he wouldn't exceed the tranquil, profound immortal realm at most. It was very likely that he would be a leakless, true immortal. Li Jing and the others could not find Mu Jia and the others. They were naturally wary of the top mighty figures of the Dao sect. However, in order to figure out what had happened, they had to spread out and investigate. A perfected immortal or a mysterious immortal was undoubtedly much less threatening to Li Jing and the others. After all, not everyone was like Yen Zhaoga. Before arresting him, they might not have been sure if the Taoist martial artist knew anything about it, but since he appeared in the vicinity, he was a potential source of information, and there was a possibility of following the clues. Even if they tried their luck and did not let go of the wrong person, Li Jing and the others would not ignore it. This gave Yen Zhaoga and the Tai cultivated deity a chance. Mu Jia sighed helplessly. He was really a catalyst. It didn't mean that he would be fine as long as he didn't give in and cooperate. As long as he lost contact, he would be able to play the role of a primer. The helpless traveling monk Huiyin could only hope that the people on his side would be as careful as possible, as cautious as possible, and as attentive as possible. He hoped that they would be able to see through Yen Zhaoga and the Tai cultivated deity's arrangements and not step into this trap. Looking at the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield that was filled with milky white flames, Muza felt gloomy. Yen Zhaoga nodded towards the demon monkey that Pan Pan had transformed into. The demon monkey's figure shrunk slightly, still holding onto the divine metal treasure and suppressing the 9 dragons' divine fire shroud. The demon monkey himself also stood on the 9 dragons' divine fire shroud, standing beside the Tai cultivated deity. Perfected Tai formed a seal with one hand and pointed in the air. The great wilderness Yuan residence that everyone was in changed. Streams of desolate chi circulated and gathered toward immortal Tai and the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield. Perfected Tai had used the power of the great wilderness origin palace to seal Neza. At this moment, talisman inscriptions appeared and transformed into chains that wrapped around the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield. As Perfected Tai moved, the chains formed by the desolate chi broke one after another. The 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield seemed to be unstable again. However, Perfected Tai and Monkey were already prepared. With the help of the divine treasure iron, they suppressed the transparent cover again. Rise! Immortal Tai called out softly, and the 9 dragons' divine fire shield flew out of the great wilderness Yuan residence under his guidance. Yan Zhaoge exhaled lightly. Around his body, streaks of transparent, thin thunder light surged, resembling the shadow of a bubble. However, although every bubble of lightning seemed to be feeble and weightless, they were in fact extremely heavy, as if they were stacked on top of each other. The thunder light expanded outwards and gradually formed an independent world, containing Yan Zhaoge, the Tai cultivated deity, the monkey, and the 9 dragons' divine fire shroud within. Let's go. We'll talk about the great wilderness Yuan residence later. Let's focus on the present first, said Perfected Tai. Yan Zhaoge continued grabbing Mu Jia as he made a pleased gesture. Grand Unity Grand Master, please follow me. Although you're of the Jade Clear lineage, you can skip the title of Grand Master. I'm not worthy of it. Perfected Tai turned his head and looked at the world created by Yan Zhaoge's grand illusory spatial thunder. He felt the profundities contained within and praised Yan Zhaoge's age. With such a great talent like you, it's no wonder that my Taoism would rise again. You're being too polite, Perfected Tai. Yan Zhaoge exited the great wilderness Yuan residence with Perfected Tai and re-entered the void's boundless outskirts. As he walked, he searched for Long Xingquan and Daoist Miao Chen. It wasn't easy to contact them within the void's outskirts. However, they were here to look for Yinglong too. If they were to get separated from Long Xingquan and the others, wouldn't they become a joke if more and more people went missing? As such, Yan Zhaoge, Long Xingquan, and Daoist Miao Chen had specifically agreed on a location to reunite before splitting up. Moreover, the interval between their meetings was rather short. After Yan Zhaoge arrived, he saw Long Xingquan and Daoist Miao Chen appearing. Yan Zhaoge let out a sigh of relief upon seeing them unharmed. When Long Xingquan and Long Xingquan saw that Yinglong was fine, they were delighted. When they saw Perfected Tai, they were extremely surprised. However, they quickly became happy. The more Taoism bigwigs and experts that were still alive, the better it would be for the 3 clear lineage. After listening to Yan Zhaoge's brief explanation and arrangements, Long Xingquan nodded. Indeed, there's an unusual commotion nearby. For the sake of caution, we tried our best to avoid it. From the looks of it, the Western Pure Lands reinforcements have arrived, and they're currently searching for traveling monk Huiyin and the others. I have no objections to young Heavenly Venerate's plan. We can begin at any time, Daoist Miao Chen said. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Since that is so, I will have to trouble you, fellow Daoist Miao Chen. You can rest easy, fellow Daoist. We will be nearby, and we will definitely not let you truly suffer a loss. You're too kind, young Heavenly Venerate. Daoist Miao Chen cupped his hands at him and Perfected Tai, then turned around and left. Yan Zhaoge and the others waited for a moment before following suit. The great god of the 3 altars of the sea is still alive. Congratulations! Long Xingquan looked towards the 9 dragons' divine fire shroud. It's a pity that such a calamity befell upon us. I only hope that we'll be able to turn this calamity into a blessing. As long as that heavenly kingly arrives, it wouldn't be hard to resolve this calamity. Yan Zhaoga said. If we can't wait for Heavenly King Li's arrival, we'll have to continue troubling the great god of the three altars of the sea for a few more days. We'll slowly make our plans. Rage appeared on Muza's face. Unfortunately, he was captured by Yan Zhaoga and couldn't struggle at all. Oh, plotting to kill someone's father right in front of them? Are we going overboard? Yan Zhaoga smacked his li only. Despite saying that, Yan Zhaoga didn't feel any psychological burden in killing the Western Pure Land's Heavenly King Li and saving Neza, one of the few experts of the Taoism lineage. Even if he wanted to reflect, he would reflect on how to achieve the best results. After a short while, Yan Zhaoga and the perfected Tai's expressions changed slightly. They could feel that something had happened on Daoist Miao Chen's side. The fish has taken the bait. Yan Zhaoga and the perfected Tai looked at each other and nodded. Then, they immediately stopped in their tracks and started making their own preparations. The boundless darkness was filled with the grand illusory spatial thunder's interior. The entire world's aura instantly became gloomy. Yan Zhaoga and the perfected Tai didn't even release their spiritual senses. Instead, they quietly waited there. Only Long Xingquan didn't conceal his tracks and continued advancing forward calmly. Very quickly, Long Xingquan sensed the activity of a Buddhist expert from afar. He didn't immediately stop. Instead, after getting closer, he turned around and retreated. However, the other party's speed suddenly increased. Buddha lights flickered. In an instant, a few green lotuses appeared in front of Long Xingquan, as if they had always been there. Chapter 1643. A green lotus appeared, with lights faintly flickering on the lotus platform. A powerful and lofty aura permeated the surroundings, suppressing Long Xingquan's will. A group of Buddhist Bantis appeared. Moreover, there were many grand heavenly realm experts among them. A majestic Buddhist chant resounded, and a fragrance permeated the void. Within the glass-like Buddha light, the pagoda and the Bodhi forest were faintly discernible, as if a Buddhist country had descended upon the world. However, in the next instant, the scene of the blessed land of joy was destroyed. Two powerful auras approached from afar. Under their attacks, the glass-like Buddha light was no longer pure, and the pagoda and the Bodhi tree collapsed. Yan Zhaoga and the Tai cultivated deity appeared and calmly looked towards the green lotuses. Under the influence of their auras, the Buddha silhouettes on the green lotuses became clearer and no longer ethereal. The person in the lead was none other than the renowned great Bodhisattva, Samantabhadra. During the ancient era, the Samantabhadra cultivated deity of the Taoism's jade-clear lineage, and the Tai cultivated deity was a veteran grand heavenly immortal. After the ancient era, he abandoned the Taoism and entered Buddhism. After attaining enlightenment, he transformed into the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. Before the Tathagata Buddha had transcended, the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the Manjushri Bodhisattva served as the Tathagata Buddha's attendants and guarded the central blessed lands of Saha. After that, Sakyamuni Tathagata transcended, and the future Buddha Maitreya was born. The central blessed lands of Saha underwent a huge change. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva left and entered the Western Pure Lands. Ever since then, he lived in seclusion and rarely appeared. During this era, during the Great Calamity, the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva was still rarely seen. Only in the recent few hundred years, when the entire Western Pure Lands returned to the world, did the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva reappear. After receiving Muza's report and the Western Pure Lands mediator, Muza's master, the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, led the team over. Beside the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva stood other Buddhist Bantis. Among them, there was the Luo Yen Buddha, who had also attained enlightenment. However, the first person that attracted Yan Zhaoga, the Tai cultivated deity, and Long Xingquan's attention was a middle-aged man. Although the man's body was also surrounded by a pure Buddhist aura, he was not dressed like a monk. Instead, he was wearing armor and a golden-winged crow crown on his head. He was holding a pagoda in his left hand and a sword in his right. He had a dignified demeanor. It was the pagoda-bearing heavenly king of the heavenly court's divine palace, Li Jing. When Yan Zhaoge and the Tai cultivated deity saw him, joy appeared on their faces, and they both let out a sigh of relief. This action confused Samantabhadra, Narayan Buddha, and Li Jing. However, there was something else that attracted their attention. Perfected Tai sat on his 9 dragons' divine fire shield. The 9 dragons' divine fire shield was clearly extremely restless as it swayed. There seemed to be something suppressed beneath it. On top of the transparent cover, Yan Zhaoge's golden body of the great sage was even supporting it with the Ru-Yi golden cudgel. He was very curious about what was under the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield. Suspicion appeared on the faces of the Buddhist experts as if they had thought of something. Back then, Perfected Tai seemed to have helped that evil creature break out of the encirclement. Heavenly King, Li felt his heart skip a beat. Although that evil creature is seriously injured and cannot be treated, so many years have passed. There might be other possibilities. The bewildered Heavenly King Li looked at Mu Jia, who was captured by Yan Zhaoge, and became even more anxious. Taoist Tai. Just as Samantabhadra spoke, Perfected Tai smiled. Don't be in a hurry, Taoist Samantabhadra. Let's catch up later. Let's settle another matter first. As he spoke, he released the suppression of the 9 dragons' divine fire shield. The demon monkey that Pan transformed into also lifted the Ru-Yi golden cudgel and leaped away. The 9 dragons' divine fire shield was almost instantly overturned. As the flowing fire spread everywhere, a silhouette rushed out from within. He seemed like an Asura that had returned from hell. His malevolent intent permeated the air, making it hard for others to look at him. Samantabhadra focused his gaze and saw that the silhouette belonged to the 3 altars sea meeting's great divinity, Neza. However, compared to before, Neza was different now. The surface of his skin that was originally as white as a lotus root was now blood red. Even his face looked mournful, filled with resentment and malevolence. The 3 altars sea meeting's great divinity stood on the wind fire wheels. After he appeared, his gaze immediately locked onto the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing. Seeing that, Li Jing felt that something was amiss. Without waiting for him to speak, Neza let out a furious roar. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of him. He held the fire-tipped spear horizontally and stabbed it towards his chest. Samantabhadra sighed and did not directly help. That was because after Perfected Tai retracted the 9 dragons' divine fire shield, he had already rushed towards him. Fellow Taoist Samantabhadra, we can catch up now, said Perfected Tai with a faint smile. On the other side, the monkey also held the Ru-Yi golden cudgel and attacked the Buddhas of the Western Paradise, not giving them a chance to help Li Jing. Yan Zhaoge made a move and saved Taoist Miao Chen, who was captured by a bodhisattva. On the other side, Neza was like a mad tiger. His fire-tipped spear was deadly as he pointed it at Li Jing. Li Jing hurriedly took out the Ru-Yi golden pagoda. Although this treasure was sharp and specialized in restraining Neza's treasure lotus immortal body, Neza, who had ascended to the grand heavenly realm, was different from him when he was at the grand virtual realm in ancient times. Although the Ru-Yi golden pagoda was good, it could only play a decisive role when others were fighting against Neza. When facing Neza alone in Li Jing's hands, he couldn't suppress him.
He could only resist for a while.
Just like how Neza was reborn in the form of a lotus after his first death tribulation, he chased after Li Jing until there was no way out. Today seemed to be another reincarnation. Samantabhadra glanced at Muza, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. However, he could only try his best to shake off Yan Zhaoge, Perfected Tai, and the others along with the other Buddhist bandies to chase after Neza. At the same time, someone chanted the Buddha's name in the faraway void. A green lotus appeared within the dark universe, and a Buddha sat on the lotus. His body was blue, and his right hand held a treasured pennant on his left shoulder, while his left hand held the Dhyana Mudra. He was the red Inferno Dvajra Lord that Yan Zhaoge had interacted with before. After he appeared, he attempted to receive Samantabhadra and the others. The Western Pure Lands Buddhist Bhantes were extremely careful when they came over. They specifically made many arrangements to prevent anyone from ambushing them. Although they were still affected by Yen Zhaoge and the others, they had their own backup plans. However, their efforts were futile. Amidst the deafening roar, a golden violent ape leaped out from another void and disrupted the Samantabhadra Bodhisattvas and the Red Inferno Dvajra Lord's arrangements. After Yen Zhaoge exited the Great Wilderness Origin Palace, other than contacting Long Xingqiuan and Daoist Miao Chen, how could he forget about his North Ocean clone? His North Ocean clone manifested another golden body of the Great Sage. Demonic chi surged into the skies, and he attacked together with Yen Zhaoge and the others, instantly dragging the group of Buddhist Bhantes into a chaotic battle. Chapter 1644. Killing one's father is unethical. You all are simply committing a sin by allowing this to happen, Moses said furiously. Yen Zhaoge curled his lips. It would have been fine if I had said this in the past. Now that the three seas gathering divinities have suffered their first death tribulation, I think it's better to forget about it. Moreover, he nearly suffered his second death tribulation because of pagoda-bearing Li. Moses took a deep breath. I won't beg you to let me go. I just hope that you will allow me to face this calamity with my father. Don't be hasty. We still have to wait for Pagoda, Li, to become the first soul of the three altars of the sea's great divine sphere. Yen Zhaoge smiled. Hearing this, Muzha felt rather anxious. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva scanned the surroundings and let out a long sigh. There will be this tribulation in Li Jing's life. It can't be resolved. Yen Zhaoge smiled. Bodhisattva, please do not misunderstand karma. During the great calamity that year, the three altars of the sea-meeting divinity suffered a tribulation. Now, Heavenly King Li is merely repaying his debt. There are many disturbances in it. It has been going on since the ancient era until now. How can it be explained in a few words? Samantabhadra Bodhisattva shook his head. Yen Zhaoge nodded. These words are indeed true. However, the three altars of the sea-gathering divinities do not think so.
Sigh.
Samantabhadra Bodhisattva sighed, but his expression quickly returned to normal. Being held back by perfected Tai and the others, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva simply stopped and ignored Li Jing. You've contributed greatly to the three clear lineages' current achievements. However, it's hard to imagine that you were nurtured by the sect you were born in. His gaze now fell upon Yen Zhaoge. Although the sect is called the Broad Creed Mountain, we all know that it's just a fake name of the East Peak of Taoism before the Great Calamity. Instead, with your rise, the new generation of the East Peak of Taoism has gradually become worthy of the name of a legend, said the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. Yen Zhaoge pointed at the unstoppable Neza, who resembled a mad tiger. You should worry about yourself first, Bodhisattva. If you don't leave now, not to mention the others, once the three altars of the sea's gathering divinities are free, it would be hard for you to leave even if you want to. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's finger emitted a white light that looked like a thin thread. Gradually, a cloud appeared from the light. It was several zhang high, with octagonal corners. On the corners were golden lanterns and hanging pearls. The cloud protected his head and first blocked Perfected Tai's attack. Then it covered Perfected Tai. At the same time, he released a golden lotus of the three laws. Wondrous truths overflowed and confronted the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield, isolating it from the milky white flames. After blocking Perfected Tai's attack, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva said, helpless, helpless. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, he slowly shook his head. Divergent, the tide rises and falls. Fellow Taoist Samantabhadra, why sigh? Perfected Tai pointed in the air. As streams of light intersected, space-time seemed to have become unfathomable. The octagonal cloud formed by the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva could not land on Perfected Tai's head. You're right, fellow Taoist. As Bodhisattva spoke, the golden Buddha body suddenly changed. He manifested his Dharma form, which was specialized for battle. Its face was purple, and its mouth was huge with fangs, looking extremely ferocious. In a split second, the clouds turned red, the golden body was covered with auspicious colors, pearls hung all over the body, and the lotus flowers supported the auspicious clouds. At the same time, the 3 heads and 6 arms wielded a sharp weapon and a demon-subduing pestle. At this moment, the wisdom was restrained, and the fierce and violent Vajra-subduing demon technique was displayed. The huge demon-subduing pestle was strong and indestructible, but it also seemed to be nimble and untraceable. Even perfected Tai found it difficult to defend against it. He knew that after his fellow disciple of the same sect entered Buddhism, he possessed the strengths of both sects, and his techniques grew even more powerful. Compared to him, he was already inferior. Moreover, he had been suppressing Neza with all his might previously, which consumed a lot of his energy. Now that he had just unsealed himself, he had to fight against the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, which made him feel even more powerless. However, perfected Tai was very experienced. He wasn't in a hurry to fight against the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. He was only fighting against the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. He only hoped to delay the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's footsteps, preventing him from interfering with Neza's pursuit of Li Jing. Although the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva had the upper hand, he felt like he had stepped into a swamp. By the side, the Luo Yen Buddha and the other Buddhist experts were all obstructed by Yen Zhaoge's golden body of the great sage, which rendered them unable to do anything. Yen Zhaoge grabbed Mu Jia, and suddenly, a rain of fire descended from above. It was the treasured banner of the Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha. It was hovering above, and countless crimson flames were raining down. The Buddhism's red lotus cleansing fire seemed illusory. Although Yen Zhaoge was enveloped by the rain of fire, he didn't feel any burning sensation from his body. Instead, he felt anxious, and his soul was trembling. If I can keep you here, then everything wouldn't be in vain. The Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha put his palms together and chanted. Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, "The Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha had already said the same thing the last time we met." As he spoke, Yen Zhaoge swung his hand, and Mu Jia was tossed out like a paper plane, landing in the monkey's hand that was holding the Ru-Yi golden cudgel. Within his eyes, a jade-green radiance flickered. At the same time, Yen Zhaoge straightened his back. As he stood on the void, his figure seemed to be swaying slightly. The splendor of divinity condensed above his head, and the 5 Chi's unifications appeared. Strands of immortal essence transformed into blurry streams of Qi, which circled around his body and gradually condensed into a form. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge's entire body seemed to have transformed into an object that resembled an axe, yet wasn't an axe, and a banner. He raised his right hand upwards, as if he was holding up a piece of creation. As he flipped his palm, the entire world of creation seemed to be overturned, and the heavens and the earth seemed to be flipping. Facing the Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha's all-encompassing red lotus cleansing fire, Yen Zhaoge didn't evade it. Instead, he raised his palm and struck it head-on. Within this palm, the jade-clear primordial heavenly scriptures Origin Heavenly Scripture, Heaven Opening Scripture, and Cyclic Heavenly Scriptures Profundities were contained within. The primordial early Heaven 3 scriptures combined into one, displaying the profundities of the primordial chaos from the very beginning of the world. Boundless profundities and peerless power were manifested at the same time. The void beneath Yen Zhaoge's palm seemed to have returned to its original state of chaos. There was no front, no back, no cold, no heat, no beginning, and no end. Then, it was split apart by the bigwig's divine ability. The chaos shattered, and the earth, water, fire, and wind surged in chaos. Then, everything stabilized once again. The 2 polarities circulated, and the principles of all existences manifested at the same time. The world of creation had its initial appearance, and it had the principles to deduce its trajectory. From then on, it continued forward, and the sea changed. The jade-clear primordial early Heaven 3 scriptures combined into one, primordial chaos. The red lotus cleansing fire wasn't an actual fire. Instead, it was an illusory fire that targeted one's heart. However, at this moment, Yanjiaoge's palm seemed to be reenacting the opening of chaos and the concept of creation's beginning. The flames had already lost their definition of illusory and actual. A grand heavenly realm jade, clear lineage's comprehension of the earlier Heaven 3 scriptures is only this much. The red Inferno Yamada Buddha was shocked. Where Yanjiaoge's palm reached, crimson-red fiery rain filled the entire sky. As if it was real rainwater, even though it landed on his palm, it couldn't harm him in the slightest. The flowing fire overflowed and scattered to the side. Yanjiaoge's palm continued moving upwards, slowly approaching the Yamada itself. Chapter 1645. The red Inferno Dvajra Buddha took in a deep breath as he saw Yanjiaoge's palm seemingly opening the heavens. He was already mentally prepared for Yanjiaoge's counterattack. Initially, he planned on suppressing Yanjiaoge with Buddhism's profound profundities and subduing him. However, upon seeing Yanjiaoge's chaos origin opening strike, the red Inferno Dvajra Buddha stopped his previous thoughts and switched to attacking Yanjiaoge with Buddhism's profound profundities. He no longer had any hopes of subduing or capturing Yanjiaoge alive. Defeating Yanjiaoge was already enough. The profundities of Buddhism's profundities merged and transformed into a profoundness that was neither pre-heaven nor post-heaven, clashing against Yanjiaoge's chaos origin opening strike. The red Inferno Dvajra Buddha didn't hold back at all. The golden lamp and sarira on top of his head shone brightly. Green lotuses accompanied by fragrance filled the void, filling up the space opened up by Yanjiaoge's palm intent. The Buddha arrived beneath the Dvajra and extended his palm towards Yanjiaoge. When the crimson flames touched the green lotuses, they instantly started burning. No ashes could be seen as the flames burned. Instead, they transformed into true red lotuses that descended from the heavens, forming an ocean of lotuses. The blessed lands of the Red Blaze Dhamma Lord manifested as the Red Blaze Dhamma Lord Buddha descended here, wanting to bury Yanjiaoge within. Upon seeing this, a smile appeared on the corner of Yanjiaoge's mouth. His right hand continued moving upwards, and a treasured hammer suddenly appeared in his left hand. Chaos Origin Hammer. The red Inferno Dvajra Buddha's eyelids twitched, and he knew that something was amiss. That treasured hammer was the Black Cloud's Immortal's personal treasure, the Chaos Origin Hammer. The Black Cloud's Immortal had gained fame with it, and its sharpness in killing wasn't inferior to the Lord of Broad Accomplishments, Cyclic Heavenly Seal. After the Black Cloud's Immortal's death, the Chaos Origin Hammer fell into Yanjiaoge's hands. All these years, he had been carefully refining it. When the red Inferno Dvajra Buddha approached, Yanjiaoge took out the hammer and smashed it towards the red Inferno Dvajra Buddha. The red Inferno Dvajra Buddha was caught off guard and was instantly knocked down by the hammer. Yanjiaoge didn't show any mercy and continued smashing the Chaos Origin Hammer towards the red Inferno Dvajra Buddha. Namo Amitabha. Cracks appeared on the chest of the red Inferno Dhamma Vajrayana golden body. He endured the pain and chanted the name of Buddha. The sarira above his head shone brightly. Numerous red lotuses gathered and surrounded the red Inferno Dvajra Buddha Lord. The red lotuses bloomed one after another, blocking the primeval hammer. However, the primeval hammer still managed to break through the encirclement and continued to strike at the Buddha. The red Inferno Dvajra Buddha Lord had no choice but to dodge to the side. Even so, he could not prevent the golden lamp on his head from being knocked over by the treasured hammer. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yanjiaoge's figure rose higher and higher, his palm flipping upwards as he instantly overturned that treasured banner. With the collapse of the treasured banner, the rain of fire was immediately extinguished. The Pure Land of the red Inferno Dvajra Buddha Lord's Buddhist kingdom also began to collapse. Yanjiaoge grabbed the treasured banner with his right hand, wielding the chaotic origin hammer with his left as he continued smashing down towards the red Inferno Dhamma Buddha monarch, causing that Buddha to only be able to flee, evading in all directions. Not only was it difficult for immortal essence to break through immortal splendors, but it was also difficult for grand virtual immortals to injure grand heavenly immortals. Grand heavenly immortals often found it difficult to even touch grand heavenly immortals. However, even if Yan Zhaoge only had a condensed flower above his head, most virtual immortals couldn't compare to him. Now that he had the primeval chaos hammer in hand, even the red Inferno Dhamma Buddha Lord would find it hard to block his sharpness. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, Narayan Buddha, and the other Buddhist bigwigs frowned when they saw this. However, they each had their own difficult opponents and had no time to deal with them. Moreover, compared to Yan Zhaoge's red Inferno Dhamma Buddha Lord, Li Jing, who was on the other side, was clearly much more dangerous. Although the wishful golden pagoda restrained Neza's treasure lotus immortal body, Li Jing's strength was still much inferior to Neza's. Without anyone's help, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king could not escape misfortune. A universe ring descended from the sky and smashed the wishful golden pagoda down, freeing it from Li Jing's hand. The terrifying spear pierced through the universe and came out of nothingness. It pierced through the heart-protecting mirror in the center of the armor's chest and then pierced out from his back. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing, lowered his head and looked at the spear that was exposed outside his chest. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he only said one sentence. "Master, you've misled me." As his voice echoed, Li Jing's eyes widened and his aura disappeared. The wound on his chest that had been pierced by the fire-tipped spear began to split open continuously and spread to the surroundings. His entire body was gradually turning into ashes. Neza looked at Li Jing in a daze and subconsciously let go of the spear in his hand. The hostility between his eyebrows became even more solemn, but his expression was a little blank. The sanguine color in his eyes became even stronger, but his eyes were empty and lifeless. Neza, who had been filled with killing intent and looked like a god of death, stood in the void like a statue. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva waved his demon-subduing pestle and finally forced perfected Tai to retreat. However, it was already a step too late. When he saw Li Jing and Neza, he sighed and continued to walk towards Neza. Perfected Tai pestered him from behind. My disciple was just momentarily distracted. Fellow Taoist, you don't have a chance to take advantage of him. If you go forward now, you will immediately wake him up. Although you have defeated me, you are not my disciple's match. I naturally know that your disciple is better than you, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva said calmly. However, I can also tell that your disciple has sunk into the sea of blood and will not be able to extricate himself. At that time, he will definitely become everyone's public enemy. Not to mention the direct disciples of the three pure ones, even the Astro Mountain Starry Sea and the 9 netherworlds might not be able to tolerate him, right? Of course, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva didn't intend to fight Neza to the death. He was aware of Yan Zhaoge and Perfected Tai's arrangements. He knew that they intended to use Li Jing as a backing to resolve Neza's killing intent and hostility. If he was disturbed, and his plan failed, Neza would turn into a bloody god of death. By then, no force would be willing to see such an existence being active everywhere. In the end, he would definitely be annihilated together. Even the Taoism's 3 clear lineage might not protect him. Fellow Taoist, you've become a Buddha, and you're being compassionate. However, are you going to obstruct my disciple's path and personally create a blood caesura? Naturally, Perfected Tai wasn't willing to let Samantabhadra Bodhisattva ruin his plan. He hurriedly chased after him to stop him. Bodhisattva, please wait. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge wielded the chaos hammer from afar and slammed it down. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva was helpless. He could only stop and wave the demon-subduing pestle to deflect the chaos hammer. After pausing for a moment, Perfected Tai immediately chased after him. The other Buddhist bandits had their own thoughts. However, they were all obstructed by the 2 golden bodies of the great sage, Long Xingqiuan and the others. Predestined fate, predestined fate. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva suddenly stopped and no longer approached Neza. Instead, he changed his direction and pounced towards the golden body of the great sage transformed by Pan. He finally gave up and changed his target to saving his disciple Muza. The demon monkey transformed by Pan was fearless. With the Ru-E golden cudgel in his hand, he swept it in all directions. Even Samantabhadra Bodhisattva felt a headache coming on. Perfected Tai ignored Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and flew towards Neza. When he was near Neza, he carefully stopped after some distance and took out a lotus seed pod. Chapter 1646. After Perfected Tai took out the lotus pod, he carefully shook it at Neza. Neza turned around in confusion, but there was still no focus in his gaze when he looked at Perfected Tai and the lotus pod. Perfected Tai heaved a sigh of relief. His other hand drew a talisman in the void. The talisman flew into the void and turned into specks of white light that sprinkled down like rain. Neza didn't react to the white light. However, the red light in his eyes became even more obvious and dazzling. At the same time, rays of red light faintly seeped out from his lotus-like skin. The red light merged with the white light drizzle on his body. The two did not fade, but instead appeared to be intertwining. Just as the red and white lights intersected, Neza's body trembled, and blood oozed out of his mouth, nose, ears, and mouth. The blood was black and green. Neza did not show any pain on his face, but his originally blank eyes suddenly revealed irritation and resistance. The jet-black blood water exuded a thick, baleful aura. It wasn't real pus and blood, but the manifestation of the vicious aura. Perfected Tai did not panic when he saw that. However, his expression became more cautious and he attacked even more carefully. He kept scattering white light that enveloped Neza's entire body. At the same time, he gently shook the lotus in his hand. The lotus shone with 7-colored light and landed on Neza's body. On the other side, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, Narayan Buddha, and the other Buddhist mighty figures all looked solemn. They wanted to step forward, yet were obstructed by Yen Zhaoge and the others. Due to a moment of carelessness, the Luo Yen Buddha was knocked over by Yen Zhaoge's chaotic origin hammer. Then, the monkey waved the Ru-E golden cudgel and attacked him. If not for the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the others trying their best to save him, he would have died on the spot. Unfortunately, he could attend to one but not the other. When Samantabhadra Bodhisattva was saving that Luo Yen Buddha, another golden body of the great sage pounced forward and knocked down the red Inferno Dhyana Buddha. After attracting the primordial chaos hammer, Yen Zhaoge immediately changed his target, striking right at the top of the red Inferno Dhamma King's head. The poor Buddha's head was instantly smashed by the primeval chaos hammer. The Buddhist bandis had a sturdy golden body and strong vitality. The top of the red Inferno Dhamma Buddha's head caved inwards and shattered. Its eyes were still wide open as it stared fixedly at Yen Zhaoge, just that it was already unable to speak. "It seems like you're going to be trapped here forever," said Yen Zhaoge plainly. Letting out a long sigh, the red Inferno Dvajra Buddha Lord finally let out a breath. Placing his palms together, he passed away just like that. His body gradually burned with red flames. In the flames, the golden body turned into ashes and the Buddhist kingdom was destroyed. Everything burned and returned to the red flames. In the end, the scarlet flames were all absorbed into a relic above his head. A Buddha who had attained enlightenment during the Middle Era didn't perish during this era's start, nor did he perish during the Great Calamity. Instead, he perished by Yen Zhaoge's hands today. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the other Buddhist venerables saw this. Although there was no sadness on their faces, they all chanted at the same time, Namo Amitba. Looking at the situation before him, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva shook his head. Although they noticed that Neza was temporarily unable to participate in the battle, the Buddhists had suffered casualties as well. With their strength decreasing, it was hard for them to continue. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva confirmed that his Western Pure Lands wouldn't be able to provide reinforcements within a short period of time. He could only helplessly bring Luoyen Buddha and the others to retreat. He tried to save his disciple, Muza, but to no avail. In the end, he could only sigh and leave this universe. Yen Zhaoge and the others didn't pursue further. Guarding the Tai cultivated deity and Neza was their top priority, lest something unexpected happened to Neza. Order. The Tai cultivated deity yelled softly, and his hand seals changed again. The universe ring returned to Neza's neck, and the red heavenly sash wrapped around his arm fluttered without any wind. The wind-fire wheels beneath his feet were spinning continuously, and even the fire-tipped spear in his hand was trembling. The treasures around him seemed to be alive, and they were constantly advising Neza to help the Tai cultivated deity. Most of these treasures were bestowed to Neza by the Tai cultivated deity. Yen Zhaoge nodded in his heart upon seeing this. Neza's gaze was still unfocused, and he seemed to be confused. However, his anxious and resistant expression had faded a lot, and even the hostility between his brows seemed to have dissipated. The filthy blood that seeped out of his mouth, nose, and orifices became heavier and heavier. Without the disturbance of the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's 3 laws golden lotus, the Tai cultivated deity's 9 dragons' divine fire barrier immediately came into use again. The 9 fire dragons that surrounded the barrier spewed out milky white flames at the same time. The blazing flames landed on Neza's body, but they didn't hurt him. Instead, they burned the ferocious, filthy blood. The filthy blood flowed as it burned, as if it could not be removed completely. However, the Tai cultivated deity's face was filled with joy, and his expression finally relaxed. After removing some filthy blood, he shook the lotus pod in his hand at Neza again. Neza's dazed eyes finally closed, as if he had fallen asleep. His body involuntarily floated towards the Tai cultivated deity. The lotus pod in the Tai cultivated deity's hand became bigger, and it carried Neza's body, letting Neza fall asleep on it. The 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield floated above the lotus. Flames were still falling down, slowly but surely purifying the dark blood oozing out of Neza's eyes, nose, and mouth. Congratulations, Taoist. Yen Zhaoge, Long Xingquan, and Taoist Miao Chun, whom he had saved previously, came forward to congratulate him. This is just the beginning. I don't know how long it will take, Perfected Tai said. However, his expression was relatively relaxed, and he smiled slightly. Yen Zhaoge similarly smiled. A good start is half the battle. Thank you for your blessings. Perfected Tai smiled and nodded. Then, he looked at Muzha, who was caught by the golden body of the great sage. Little friend Yen, how do you plan to deal with this person? I don't mind. I'll leave it to you, said Yen Zhaoge. Muzha had already calmed down. He looked expressionlessly at Yen Zhaoge and the true deity Tai, repeating his previous words, I only hope to face this tribulation together with my father. Perfected Tai sighed softly. Silly child, he didn't say anything else and slammed his palm down. There weren't any injuries on Muzha's body. However, his eyes closed and he instantly died. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoge didn't feel any sadness or joy. He recalled the scene when he first met Muzha. Back then, Muzha was also in high spirits. But now, everything had turned to dust. Yen Zhaoge's impression of Muza was not bad. Still, he had never been one to cherish talent when it came to those who stood on his opposing side. Regardless of Muzha's personality, his opinion of Li Jing was completely different from Neza's. Since Li Jing perished by Neza's hands, there was no room for reconciliation between Muzha and him. Perfected Tai acted on Neza's behalf. To a certain extent, he was being considerate towards his disciple. Of course, to Muzha, it was naturally cruel. Only, with the Perfected Tai's ruthlessness, his actions were like this. Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 1647. After killing Muza with a single palm, the Tai cultivated deity's expression remained the same. His attention returned to Neza. He waved his hand, and the lotus pod carried Neza up. The 9 dragons' divine fire barrier became even larger, enveloping Neza and the lotus pod. The 9 fire dragons circled around, and the milky white flames continued spewing out. However, this time it wasn't used to suppress Neza. Instead, it was used to slowly remove the malicious intent within Neza's body, helping him to recuperate and recover as soon as possible. The red radiance seeped out of his body and remained on the surface. This meant that the Tai cultivated deity's efforts were starting to bear fruit. He stopped Neza from sinking into the sea of blood. Now, he had to gradually eliminate his killing intent and disintegrate the sea of blood. Only then could he be safe. This was a long process, and he had to be careful at all times. If anything went wrong, all his previous efforts might go to waste. However, compared to when Neza went berserk and the Tai cultivated deity had to risk his life to suppress him, it was undoubtedly a world of difference. It was much easier and safer. If he couldn't suppress Neza previously, the first person to face Neza would be the Tai cultivated deity. By then, Li Jing would be the role model. Previously, I heard from little friend Ing that our orthodox Taoism has reopened the heavens, and we're starting to see it scale. Tai cultivated deity asked Yan Zhaoge and Long Xingquan. Yan Zhaoge nodded. That's right. Currently, a total of 6 heavens have been reopened. Tai cultivated deity said, "My disciple's current situation is still very unstable. I might need to enter seclusion with him for a few years. Can I borrow a cave manor?" There was a reason why he was being so polite. Although Neza seemed fine now, the problem wasn't completely resolved. If something went wrong, the consequences might be unimaginable. It might even bring a huge disaster to the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven and other places. By then, even if he could be stopped, there might be chaos and even more destruction. If they continued to stay in the Great Wilderness Origin Palace, they would be too far away from the Taoism's 6 heavens. It would be inconvenient for the 3 clear Taoists to protect them. However, this wasn't a problem for Yan Zhaoge. Although he couldn't do it in places like the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, he could lend it to the Tai cultivated deity for the time being. He could temporarily postpone the immigration plan. While the Taoist Tai cultivated deity was thick-skinned and black-bellied, given the current situation, he wouldn't do something like taking over a magpie's nest. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge wasn't worried. "You're too polite, Taoist. The return of you and the 3 altars' great divinity is a joyous occasion for our Taoism." Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands towards him. "In that case, thank you, little friend," Perfected Tai said politely. Yan Zhaoge looked at the 9 dragons' divine fire shroud by the side. He looked at Neza, who was sleeping soundly on the lotus, surrounded by blazing flames. "I've heard many legends about the 3 altars of the sea meeting, but I can't tell if they're true or false." He pondered and said, "Some rumors, combined with the attitude of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, seem to contradict each other." After a moment of silence, Immortal Tai said, "It's too long ago, and I can't remember it. If you have any questions, why don't you tell me first and see if I still remember it?" After the Great Calamity, Taoism had become more united, and Yan Zhaoge and the others had helped them greatly earlier. Otherwise, with the Taoist true deity's personality, he might only have said the first half of the sentence. In the past, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king was afraid of the dragon race. Wasn't he afraid of you and the seniors of Taoism? Yan Zhaoge already had an understanding of the Taoist true deity's personality. He didn't care about the Taoist true deity's hesitation and asked his own question. Jingli, although he joined the Dipankara sect late, he was already related to Buddhism. The Taoist true deity slowly answered, "Of course, there wasn't the central blessed lands of Saha and the western pure lands at that time.
There was only the Western sect."
Before the 3 altars of the sea meeting was born, Jingli was already a member of the Western sect? Yan Zhaoge frowned. "There's a rumor. It said that the 3 altars of the sea meeting originated from the Nviwa Palace." He couldn't help but look at the Taoist true deity. True deity, was it the demon race that mixed sand with our Taoism, or were you trying to poach under the guidance of the primordial heavenly lord? Hearing Yan Zhaoge's question, the Taoist true deity didn't feel offended. He only smiled and said nothing. After a long while, the old Taoist slowly said, during the ancient era, our Taoism was powerful. However, the secret games between us and the other sects never stopped. Everyone had their wins and losses. The three altars of the Sea Meeting's treasure lotus immortal body isn't unrelated to Buddhism. That's why there's the wishful golden pagoda that specifically restrains him. There's really me in you, and you in me. Yan Zhaoge patted his head. TSK, actually, I want to say that it's interesting. The smile on the Taoist true deity's face gradually disappeared and was replaced with a hint of melancholy. After the ancient era, it's another situation. Especially in this era, everything is completely different. Flowers are never red, and trees are never green. From his expression, he was clearly thinking about the great calamity. As for Neza, he had almost perished in that calamity because of Jing Li. However, this melancholy came and went quickly. The Taoist true deity looked at Yan Zhaoge with admiration. Fortunately, the tides rise and fall, and the flowers wither and bloom. Now the situation is going to change again. You're right, Taoist. Yan Zhaoge nodded. He said to Yinglong after a while, bring the Taoist and the three altars of the Sea Meeting back to our side. Tell Yunsheng and junior apprentice brother Lan about the situation, and they'll know what to do. Yes, senior apprentice brother. Yinglong nodded. Then, he asked curiously, senior apprentice brother Yan, aren't you returning to the Vermilion Bird Royal Reed Heaven with us? The Taoist true deity and Long Xingquan looked over as well. I won't be returning for now. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. I'm more interested in what the Western Pure Lands are busy with. Due to the orthodox Taoism, although the war between the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus had started, the Western Pure Lands and the demon race had restrained themselves in order to prevent the orthodox Taoism from benefiting from it. If the demon race wasn't holding them back, the Western Pure Lands' performance in dealing with the Great Wilderness Natal Palace and Neza's matter would be a little lacking. As if they were busy with other important matters, the coordinating manpower was a little tight. If not for that, Yan Zhaoge would not have arrived before the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the others. In the end, he would not have wiped out Mu Jia and the others and found the Great Wilderness Origin Palace, Yinglong, the Tai's spiritual master, and Neza first. After that, Neza broke out of the seal and chased after Li Jing. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the other Buddhist Bantis were helpless against Yan Zhaoge and the others' obstruction. Under such circumstances, the Western Pure Lands didn't send a second wave of reinforcements. This was probably not only because they were afraid that the orthodox Taoist sects might also send reinforcements. Yan Zhaoge felt that it was more like the other side was really short on manpower, unable to sustain for a time, thus retreating. Remember the mobile URL? M. Chapter 1648. During the fight for the Immortal Extermination Formation, the Orthodox Taoism had won the battle and reversed the perilous situation after the Great Calamity. No matter if it was Yan Zhaoge, Yang Jian, or the others, they knew that this wasn't the time to relax. They could only be said to be on the same starting line as their opponents, no longer lagging far behind like before. However, it was still unknown who would be the first to reach the finishing line. If anything went wrong, all of their previous efforts would go down the drain. Now that the environment was more relaxed, it wasn't time for them to put their weapons away. Instead, they had to make use of this rare opportunity to accumulate as much strength as possible in order to face the upcoming, even more intense competition. Everyone, you can return first, said Yan Zhaoge to Yinglong, Long Xingquan, and the Tai cultivated deity. Long Xingquan nodded. Zhaoge, do as you please. I'll quickly inform the others about the abnormal situation in the Western Pure Lands. By then, someone will reinforce you. My disciple's situation is worrying, and I can't afford to relax yet. I can't leave for now. The Tai cultivated deity said, the two of us have been trapped for many years, and our understanding of the current situation is limited. It wouldn't be good for us to interfere. Hence, we can only hide for now. Thank you, little friend Yen. You're too polite, cultivated deity. After saying that, Yen Zhaoge bade farewell to everyone and entered the void. As for Yinglong Tu, Long Xingqiuan, and the others, they returned to Zhu Luo's royal reed heaven, Crimson Brightness, and Yang Heaven's Taoism territories. After parting ways with the others, Yen Zhaoge walked alone within the void and pondered. Of course, he couldn't just walk straight to the Western Pure Lands and ask the various Buddhas, what's everyone busy with recently? Without mentioning whether they would tell him, if he dared to go, the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the other bigwigs of Buddhism would be more than happy to keep him in the Western Pure Lands forever. Currently, he hadn't heard any news of the Orthodox Buddhism plotting anything. The other party had concealed the news very well. If Yen Zhaoge wanted to find out more information, he would have to think about it. However, there were still clues to be found. The Western Pure Lands had invested a lot of manpower. With such a large-scale movement, it would be hard for them to not leave any traces behind. Perhaps it was because he hadn't noticed any clues earlier that he hadn't paid much attention to it. But now that he had discovered the problem, he had the heart to look for it. What he had been careless about previously was no longer ordinary. Yen Zhaoge first contacted the incongruent's Divine Mother. Previously, after she recovered from her injuries and established the Crimson Light and Yang Heaven, the goddess of Wudong replaced Fairy Yunxiao to control the immortal vanquishing array. She had been compatible with the void all year round and did not appear in the world. To a certain extent, she was also monitoring the movements of the other forces. With the immortal cultivation, the immortal divine immortal Tao, the spirit, the immortal Xing divine formation. Of course, she and the immortal execution formation were the people that the other sects paid the most attention to. After all, they weren't staring at each other face to face. It was hard for the incongruent's Divine Mother to come to a direct conclusion. However, Yen Zhaoge could obtain a lot of first-hand information from her, which was already very valuable. Yen Zhaoge continued forward and approached the universe domain, where the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were clashing. He did not continue to go closer. The fight over there had little to do with him. Tian Heaven. To the Yen to Tian Yen Yen sect. Yen to he. Only if he, to Tao he it he to he.
Tao the.
And Tao, and all. The immortal extermination formation posed the same threat to the other factions. However, the two heretics couldn't bear the consequences. As a result, the immortal extermination formation posed the greatest threat to them. After a long time, the void trembled slightly. Rays of clear sword lights formed a world and enveloped Yen Zhaoge. Within this world, the incongruent's Divine Mother's voice resounded. Zhaoge, why did you come here? I'm here to discuss something with you, Divine Mother, answered Yen Zhaoge. Where did the joy come from, and where did the sorrow come from? Asked the incongruent's Divine Mother. Yen Zhaoge told her about the good news. Our two Jade Clear senior bigwigs, the Tai cultivated deity and the Three Altars Oceanic Group divinity, have returned. Only, the Three Altars Oceanic Group divinity situation is still a little inconvenient. During the ancient era, the incongruent's Divine Mother wasn't on good terms with the Jade Clear lineage. She agreed with Yen Zhaoge. That's right. It's worth celebrating. Other than that, there's another matter. Yen Zhaoge told her about his suspicions regarding the Western Pure Lands. I wonder if Divine Mother has noticed any abnormal movements regarding the Orthodox Buddhism. The incongruent's Divine Mother didn't answer immediately. Instead, she pondered for a while before saying, perhaps there's something worth paying attention to. Shang Na and Xiao had entered the Western Pure Lands twice, and the time gap between them was extremely short. She said slowly, I heard you mentioning that the Western Pure Lands might be plotting something. Now that I think about it, this matter might not be normal. Yen Zhaoge raised his head slightly. Shang Na and the Exalt Xiao. Shang Na and the Exalt were one of the 500 arhats of the central blessed lands of Saha during the Middle Era. They were proficient in Buddhism and possessed extraordinary strength. However, in terms of cultivation, it wasn't enough for the incongruous Divine Mother to pay so much attention to them. The reason why she specifically mentioned them now was because of something else. Yen Zhaoge naturally thought of the other label on Shang Na and the Exalt, Ananda's disciple. During the Middle Era, the Gautama Buddha stood in the central blessed lands of Saha. Among his many personal disciples, two of them were extremely famous, Mahakasyapa and Ananda. From Shang Na and the Exalt, Yen Zhaoge naturally thought of Ananda. He believed that the incongruous Divine Mother had the same thought as well. No matter if it was Kasyapa or Ananda, both of them perished during the end of the Middle Era. During the beginning of the modern era, the Maitreya Buddha caused a huge change in the central blessed lands of Saha. However, just like how Yen Zhaoge easily thought of Ananda from Shang Na and the Exalt, Ananda could also easily think of the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha. Gautama Buddha, or should I say, Taoist ancestor Zhuanti, did he leave anything behind? Yen Zhaoge frowned. I didn't hear anything about it, except, he paused for a moment. Unlike the three clear grandmasters who left behind treasures like the six-soul banner, green duckweed sword, and triratna jade scepter, the similarly transcended Taoist Zhuanti didn't seem to have left behind any treasures. Not only did he not leave behind any treasures after transcending as the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha, none of the treasures that shook the world during the ancient era were left behind. If there were things like the 7 treasures wondrous tree or the 6 purified bamboo, Yen Zhaoge believed that the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the Guanyin Bodhisattva wouldn't have missed it. They wouldn't have waited so many years to search for it. If there were any exceptions, it would be the Buddha's Sariras that attracted Mahamayuri's attention. Yen Zhaoge's voice paused, and the incongruous Divine Mother's voice resounded again. Looks like you've thought of it as well. This is the most likely possibility. Chapter 1649. Similar to the incongruous Divine Mother, Yen Zhaoge had also thought of the Buddha's relic. The Western Pure Land's recent abnormal actions might be due to them searching for the relic. In reality, they had been searching for it all this while. To be precise, it wasn't just the Orthodox Buddhism. Even the Orthodox Taoism, the demon race, the blessed lands of the White Lotus, and the Immortal Court were doing their best to search for it. Even the 9 underworlds might not be an exception. Now, the Western Pure Lands seemed to have made a breakthrough, which was why they were gathering their manpower. This was something worthy of their manpower. Mahamayuri's pursuit of the Buddha's relic was no longer a secret. His opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm might very well lie in the Buddha's relic left behind by the Gautama Buddha. During the ancient era, he was defeated by Taoist Zhuanti and entered Buddhism. He cultivated the golden body with 24 heads and 18 arms, which was the standard Taoist Zhuanti's lineage. Now that he wanted to ascend to the Tao realm, it was reasonable for him to involve the relic left behind by Taoist Zhuanti. Although he didn't know if this was the only condition, or if there were any other requirements, it was undoubtedly what he desired the most. In Yen Zhaoge's words, this had created the strongest mercenary. No matter if he didn't care about the conflict or if he wanted to wait for the right price, Mahamayuri's actions during this era were all because of the Buddha's relic. On the other hand, the 2 attacks of this top-grade expert at the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm could be said to be world-shocking. During the first time, he single-handedly defeated the numerous demon race great sages and small saints, including the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. He single-handedly reversed the Immortal Court's perilous situation, directly changing the outcome of the war. During the second time, a huge change occurred in the Orthodox Taoism's battle for the Immortal Extermination Formation, which nearly caused them to fail. With the Jade Emperor's disappearance and the Great Sage equaling Heaven's unique situation, Mahamayuri was practically the strongest overarching heavenly immortal. Especially since his 5-color divine radiance was extremely tyrannical and there was nothing it couldn't destroy. Against opponents weaker than him, even if they were also grand heavenly immortals, he would be able to suppress them. As such, he posed a huge threat to others. For the current orthodox Taoism, Mahamayuri was extremely terrifying. 100 years ago, during the immortal extermination formation, Yanjiaoge relied on the great sage equaling heavens to manifest his true body and return to his peak state, to block Mahamayuri. However, that was not the real great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. The duration was limited. If he could not defeat Mahamayuri within a certain period of time, Mahamayuri would naturally emerge as the victor when the time was up. Furthermore, after that battle, the three golden bodies of the great sage were still unable to fuse together. They needed a long time to recuperate. Even if he could fuse them again, who knew how long it would be before he could refine the earthly essence stone again? It could be said that Mahamayuri would be a huge threat to the orthodox Taoism for a long time to come. During this period of time, if the old peacock wanted to make things difficult for Yanjiaoge and the others, the great sage equaling heavens wouldn't be able to stop him again. Of course, the immortal extermination array could be used, but the problem was that it was the capital of the orthodox Tao sects to balance the few Tao ancestors. The greatest significance of its existence was to a large extent, control the enemies that the Tao sect was facing at the moment to be below the Tao realm. Apart from that, before the great sage equaling heaven could return to his peak, Yang Jian would most likely have to face Mahamayuri head-on. If he couldn't withstand it, there was nothing more to say. However, even if he could, Taoism's current pinnacle figures would be distracted. By then, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others would inevitably unleash their might. Beneath the Tao realm, the old peacock was undoubtedly the orthodox Taoism's greatest threat. In fact, it was an actual threat. Fortunately, regardless of whether Kong Xian was someone with principles or someone with high status, he would make a move if there wasn't a sufficient price like the Sakya Saraira. No matter if it was the battle between the two heretics, the battle between the demon race and the Western Pure Lands, or even the battle between the orthodox Taoism and the 9 underworlds, he wouldn't interfere in any of them. Even during the battle for the immortal extermination array, where he was defeated by the great sage equaling heavens, he didn't have the intention to regain his reputation. A Sakya Saraira in exchange for him to make a move. He wouldn't go easy on his opponent, but he wouldn't be responsible for the outcome. As such, from a certain perspective, not only did he pose a threat to the orthodox Taoism, but he also posed a threat to the other forces, including the Western Pure Lands where Kong Xian had been residing. However, it was clear that he wanted something. While he was using his own strength as a bargaining chip to seek for gains, he was also easily restricted by others. Thus, he did not attract the Tao ancestors to attack him. As the number of Buddha's relics in his hands increased, Mahamayuri's situation gradually became more and more difficult, because everyone had to start considering how to restrain him. However, as the strongest person below the Tao realm, Mahamayuri had the capital to play games with the help of the disputes between the other forces. The final result would depend on the means of all parties. It's a pity that the Xuandu great Taoist isn't clear on how many Shakyamuni, Sarairas there are. At the same time, he isn't sure how many Mahamayuri needs or whether he must collect all of them. Yanjiaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Otherwise, we could have done more. The incongruence Divine Mother said, although I don't know who else has a Saraira in their hands, even if they do, they will start to be cautious when dealing with fellow Taoist Kong Xian. They won't easily give him a Saraira anymore. However, if we can find one, it'll be a huge bargaining chip, just like the immortal extermination formation in our hands. Yanjiaoge smiled. From a certain perspective, it wasn't too much to say that Kong Xian was a mini version of the immortal extermination formation. He couldn't go against a Tao ancestor. However, to existences beneath the Tao realm, his deterrence was already very close to a Tao realm bigwig. The fact that he was feared and fought over by the various Tao ancestors meant that he was equivalent to a pseudo-Tao ancestor in a situation where the Tao ancestors kept each other in check. The Western Pure Lands most likely have another Shakyamuni Saraira's clue, said Yanjiaoge. It might originate from Shang Na, the Exalt Xiao, and the Exalt Ananda. In the past, The central blessed lands of Saha underwent a huge change, and the Exalt Ananda perished. However, the situation back then was complicated and chaotic. Moreover, eras were changing, and some things might have been buried in the dust of history. The Buddhists never stopped searching for it. After so many years, it seemed like they had some new gains. If Mahamayuri learns of this, things will get interesting. Yen Zhaoga thought without any ill intentions. Regarding the Jade Clear's Wuji apricot yellow flag, do you have any information about it? Asked the incongruence Divine Mother. Yen Zhaoga shook his head. Taoist Yang Jian and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor have been searching for it for the past few years. However, there hasn't been any progress. Chapter 1650. The Wuji apricot yellow flag could block Mahamayuri's attack. However, it could only passively protect one side. Mahamayuri still had the upper hand. However, this treasure was still extremely important to the orthodox Taoism. After all, even without the great sage equaling heavens, they still had Yang Jian, Sua Mingzhang, Feng Yunsheng, and the others. All these years, Yang Jian, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the other Taoism bigwigs had been searching for this treasure. Feng Yunsheng, the North Star Emperor, and the other Taoism bigwigs had been searching for it. Unfortunately, they hadn't found anything yet. I'm in charge of the Immortal Extermination Formation and can't be distracted. I can only entrust the Western Pure Lands matters to you. The incongruence Divine Mother said, if the Amitabha Buddha makes a move, I'll try to deal with it. Yen Zhaoga nodded. This is the most important matter. Thank you, Divine Mother. Right. When you're trying to interfere with the Shakyamuni's matters, you have to be wary of the other party's ulterior motives, said the incongruence Divine Mother. I understand. Thank you, Divine Mother, for your reminder. Yen Zhaoga cupped his hands towards the fading green swordlight. During the battle 100 years ago, when they fought for the Immortal Extermination Formation, Yen Zhaoga and the Taoism's people acted as if they were lying. While they had already obtained the Sixth Soul Banner from the Tishita Palace, they still acted as if they were looking for the Sixth Soul Banner to conceal their intentions of seizing the Immortal Extermination Formation. In the end, Yun Shao Fairy sacrificed the Sixth Soul Banner and obstructed the Tao ancestors for an instant, allowing Yen Zhaoga and the others to escape after obtaining the Immortal Extermination Formation. In the end, the Immortal Extermination Formation fell under Taoism's control, allowing them to single-handedly turn the situation around since the Great Calamity. If the Orthodox Taoism could do such a thing, other forces like the Western Pure Lands could naturally do it too. Investigating the opponent's true intentions and concealing one's own was an important aspect of the game. Because of Shang Na and the Exalt Xiao, Yen Zhaoga and the others thought of Lord Ananda, the Shakyamuni, and the Mahamuni. However, this might be a smokescreen released by the Western Pure Lands to mislead Yen Zhaoga, Taoism, or the demon race and the 9 underworlds. Under the disguise the Orthodox Taoism, true intentions might be something else. Yen Zhaoga even suspected that this might be a trap laid down by the Western Pure Lands, waiting for someone to step into it. Should I think of a way to leak the news to Mahamayuri? Yen Zhaoga pondered. If the news was leaked to Mahamayuri, it would be convenient to verify the authenticity of this matter. At the same time, it would also give the Western Pure Lands a huge headache. However, it was not without its disadvantages. As long as the state of Tao did not appear, Mahamayuri's strength was undeniable. If there really was a Buddha's Saraira, it was very likely that it would fall into his hands. The number of Buddha's relics in Mahamayuri's hands gradually increased, which meant that he was getting closer to the Tao realm. They were still unsure of the specific conditions for Mahamayuri to break through to the Tao realm. However, not only were Dipankara Ancient Buddha and Tao Lord Luya unwilling to see such a competitor, the great Taoist Master Xiandu and the Orthodox Tao sect were also unwilling to see him. As Yen Zhaoga pondered, his sleeve suddenly moved. A small head with dark circles under its eyes popped out from the cuffs. Have you slept enough? Yen Zhaoga asked casually. The one lying within his sleeve was naturally Pan Pan. Previously, After manifesting the golden body of the great sage and wielding the Ru-E golden cudgel, he had been sleeping soundly, as usual. However, just like how Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone and Xue Fei were deeply affected by the golden body of the great sage, Pan Pan had also been affected by it. Now, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was a great demon that had ascended to the Great Void's small saint's position. After manifesting the golden body of the great sage, she was still sleeping soundly. In the past, it could be said that she had consumed too much energy and had no choice but to rest. Now, even if she had to rest, there was no need to do so. Instead, it was more of a habit of hers. "I've slept enough," answered Pan Pan softly. Then, she immediately said, "But I'm hungry." Yan Zhaoge pulled her out from his sleeve and placed her in front of him. He stared at her with an annoyed expression, as the saying goes, "Eat and sleep long. Eat and sleep long. If you continue to be so gluttonous, you'll grow fatter and fatter." Pan Pan blinked her eyes and raised her front paws to cover her face. "I don't want to get fatter. I won't be pretty if I get fatter." Yan Zhaoge nodded in satisfaction. "It's good that you know. But I'm still hungry." Pan Pan looked pitiful and asked a little mischievously, "Can I eat delicious food and not get fatter at the same time?" "You're dreaming." Yan Zhaoge felt annoyed and amused at the same time. How can there be such a good thing as taking all the benefits in the world? "Oh, you, stop teasing her." A voice resounded by the side. Within the dark void, the silhouette of a human figure silently appeared without any signs. After the silhouette became clear, Feng Yunqing's figure appeared. "Oh, you don't spoil her too much." Yan Zhaoge grinned. When Pan Pan saw Feng Yunqing, he immediately extended his front paws and hugged her. Then, his hind legs pushed against Yan Zhaoge's palms, and he flew towards Feng Yunqing. Feng Yunqing smiled and caught Pan Pan. Then, she looked at Yan Zhaoge. "Don't you think that the Pixiu would be cuter if he were fatter and rounder?" Of course, Yan Zhaoge felt the same way. He had only been joking with Pan Pan earlier. Now that he heard Feng Yunqing's words, he smiled. "You're going to spoil her rotten."
How could that be?
As Feng Yunqing hugged Pan Pan, she took out a small pouch. Seeing that small pouch, Pan Pan immediately cheered. He waved his paws and directly stuck his head inside. Feng Yunqing touched the black and white fur and turned to look at Yan Zhaoge. "I've heard about the situation from Han Long. How's the situation now?" "It might be related to the Buddha's Saraira," Yan Zhaoge answered. "However, I still need to confirm it." "What do you plan to do?" asked Feng Yunqing. Yan Zhaoge stroked his chin. "I think I should try to leak the news to Mahamayuri and see his reaction. Also, I'd like to see the Western Pure Land's reaction." "We don't have a direct channel to contact Mahamayuri," said Feng Yunqing. Mahamayuri resided in the Western Pure Lands and almost never interacted with the outside world. Of course, he had the freedom to travel freely. However, from a certain perspective, this was the result of him coming to an agreement with the Western Pure Lands. Or it could be said that he had a tacit agreement with the Amitabha Buddha. Although I'm not certain, various signs show that Mahamayuri has at least 2 Buddhas Saraira. Yan Zhaoge pondered and said, for the sake of obtaining more Buddhas Saraira, he should really be thinking of making a move. Let's not talk about others. His twin brother, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, should have a way to contact him. However, it's inconvenient for us to look for him. Yan Zhaoge snapped his fingers. However, I think that we might be able to think of a way through others. Chapter 1651. Who are you looking for? Feng Yunqing asked. Are you looking for Gao Han? Yan Zhaoge smiled and nodded. That's him. Although he wasn't sure if it was Gao Han's personal actions or the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperors, Gao Han had long been in contact with the Western Pure Lands. In the past, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing had both discovered this. He might not be of much use, but it shouldn't be difficult for him to send a message, said Yan Zhaoge. This is equivalent to giving trouble to the Western Pure Lands. If Gao Han really has some relations with the Western Pure Lands, It would be equivalent to destroying his previous efforts. He might not be willing to do so, said Feng Yunsheng. Yan Zhaoge spread his hands and smiled. If that's the case, we can test out which side this exalted solar luminary is leaning towards. During the battle for the Immortal Extermination Formation, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Gao Han, and the others had undoubtedly stood on the Taoism side, working together with the three clear Taoists. However, this didn't mean that Gao Han had no other plans. We have to inform Taoist Southern Extremity, said Feng Yunsheng. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Of course. It wasn't easy to communicate within the void's boundless outskirts. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng weren't in a hurry. They slowly arrived at the universe, near the Western Pure Lands. Of course, the two didn't get too close. In fact, they even wanted to separate themselves by a few more layers of void. Fortunately, the two were proficient in concealment. Otherwise, even if they wanted to control their distance, the Western Pure Lands Dipankara Ancient Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and other top-notch Buddhism bigwigs would definitely sense them. The two waited patiently, secretly paying attention to any unique individuals entering or leaving the Western Pure Lands. After waiting for a while, Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted. Gao Han sent a letter. He's nearby. Feng Yunsheng nodded and left with Yan Zhaoge. After walking for a while, the two of them stopped in another universe. Within the void, the darkness emitting faint blue radiance was squirming. Then, a white-clothed man gradually appeared. It was the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. He cultivated the supreme arts of the Great Sun and K2 reverse moon lineage at the same time, which allowed him to create the boundless gloomy darkness before the heavens were opened. His stealthiness and concealment skills weren't inferior to the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua of the same realm. Hidden luminary K2 was not as ferocious as the Rahu luminary, but it was more tranquil and hidden. In terms of martial intent, the Rahu luminary was better at attacking, while hidden luminary K2 was better at defending. Of course, Gao Han's attack was similarly sharp. The Great Sun technique was grand and majestic, firm and fierce. It was a top-level technique under the heavens. How have you been? Gao Han smiled and cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. You're too polite, exalted solar luminary. Yan Zhaoge smiled as well. I'm sure you already know what happened. Do you have any ideas? Gao Han's expression was as usual. If it really is the Buddha's relic, then this round is worth us interfering. I will do my best. Yan Zhaoge said, the Western Pure Lands would definitely prevent Mahamayuri from receiving any news. That's right. That's why we have to pay a hefty price. However, if we succeed, it's worth it. Gao Han said, let me think of something first. Why don't you head over there? The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor is here as well. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng raised their brows slightly. Oh. In the past, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had given up a sea-calming pearl because of the three treasures Jade Scepter. He didn't reopen his cave manor like Sua Mingzhang, the North Star Emperor, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and the Cloud Sky Fairy. However, according to what Yan Zhaoge knew, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had instructed Gao Han and Ling Qing to open up new lands and nurture new disciples. As for himself, he had been roaming the void's boundless outskirts in search of the three clear Taoists that might still be alive, as well as various treasures that had gone missing in the past. Recently, he had been searching for the yellow earth apricot flag with Yang Jian and the others. Now that he had rushed over after receiving the news, was it because of the Buddha's Saraira, or was it because Yan Zhaoge had brought the matter of Gao Han's relationship with Buddhism to the surface? Yan Zhaoge pondered in his heart. However, his expression didn't change. He nodded. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor is here as well? No matter what the Western Pure Lands are plotting, we're more prepared than them. My husband and I will go meet the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. We'll have to trouble the exalted solar luminary with regards to this matter. After saying that, Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands and bade farewell to Gao Han. Then, he and Feng Yunsheng walked towards the distance. After walking for a while, Feng Yunsheng's gaze shifted. Over there. There, the void seemed to be silent. However, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely feel the thunder radiance's vibrations. As expected, after getting closer, a formless curtain seemed to have appeared in front of him. As he stepped through, the thunder radiance revealed its true form. Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, it's been a long time. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands. Feng Yunxing nodded and said, Daoist Southern Extremity, how have you been? An old man wearing a crown and Daoist robes appeared on a lightning chariot. He was the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. He alighted from the lightning chariot and nodded to return the greeting. You look even more elegant than before. His voice was akin to the Nine Heavens thunder punishment, which was capable of cleansing the world's sins. At the same time, it was as gentle as the gentle breeze and drizzle. The two contradictory feelings intertwined, forming a unique charm. You're overpraising me, Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Yan Zhaoge asked. Based on the previous information, the Yellow Earth apricot flag's whereabouts are still unknown. How's the situation now? Currently, we still haven't found anything. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor said. Compared to that illusory place, this place is much more eye-catching. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing nodded silently. Little friend Yan, congratulations on condensing the essence of divinity. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor said, after the great calamity, after Daoist Suwa and Daoist Feng, you and your father are the closest to the grand heavenly realm. Yan Zhaoge said, you're being too polite, Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. The closer we get to the Tao realm, the harder it gets. We're only slowly searching for it. Due to luck and luck, I'm merely lucky. You're overpraising me, Daoist Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, said Feng Yunxing. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor shook his head. You're being too humble. He looked at Yan Zhaoge and asked, how's your father doing now? My father is currently cultivating in the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven, and he's trying to figure out his own martial Tao, answered Yan Zhaoge. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor nodded slightly. I'm glad that little friend Qingtang has such a descendant. Have you met Senior Tai before coming here, Your Majesty? Asked Yan Zhaoge. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was the personal disciple of the Jade-Clear Primordial Heavenly Lord's Grand Master. Like the Tai cultivated deity, they were of the same lineage. I haven't met him yet. After this matter is settled, I'll meet up with Junior Apprentice Brother Tai. I've already heard about Nez's matter. Junior Apprentice Brother Tai should be busy right now. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor said. However, the master and disciple are still alive. The few chatted while waiting for Gao Han's news. Gao Han's movements were swift. After a while, he returned to meet up with Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Chapter 1652. If nothing goes wrong, it should be a success, said Gao Han after meeting them. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor nodded. Let's wait for a while, then. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing naturally agreed. Even if they managed to leak the information to Mahamayuri, Mahamayuri might not do anything immediately. He would most likely keep an eye out for the Western Pure Lands to search for the Buddha's Saraira. When there were definite clues, the Orthodox Buddhists would search for the Saraira. Only then would Mahamayuri make his move. At the same time, it would also be time for Yan Zhaoge and the others to make their move. It was fine if they failed to leak the information to Mahamayuri. Only Yan Zhaoge and the others would have to take a greater risk. The group chatted with each other as they waited patiently. Compared to the Western Pure Lands, Yan Zhaoge was paying more attention to the two in front of him. Although he wasn't like the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, who could be considered half a disciple of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han had always been following the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor closely. How much did the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor know about his secret relationship with the Orthodox Buddhism? Or was all of this the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's intention? If it was the latter, it would be even more thought-provoking. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had a terrible relationship with the immortal court heretics. Long before the world beyond worlds was established, he had been in constant conflict with the immortal court. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost the Triratna scepter. The Western Pure Lands had always been supporting the immortal court in the dark, and both sides fought against the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race. Of course, it wasn't inconceivable for the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor to have a good relationship with the Western Pure Lands and become enemies with the immortal court. The Western Pure Lands helped the immortal court while contacting the Orthodox Taoism successors who were opposing the immortal court. There wasn't any conflict between them. The Orthodox Buddhism and the immortal court were allies, and they cooperated with each other on many matters. However, they belonged to two different factions, and each had their own plans. However, Yan Zhaoge was very interested in the various hidden schemes. Now that Taoism had been revived, its overall situation had improved greatly. The various experts who had survived the Great Calamity and lived in seclusion had all reappeared. Moreover, the rising stars after the Great Calamity had also risen. While the Orthodox Taoism's strength had greatly improved, the few heavenly immortals who supported Taoism seemed to have a lower profile. Because of the immortal extermination formation, the incongruence Divine Mother's situation was special. On the other hand, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor were no longer as eye-catching as before. When the outside world mentioned the figures of the Tao sect that were worth paying attention to, they mostly talked about Yang Jian, who was leading the group, the great Taoist master Xiandu, who was breaking through to the Tao realm, the goddess Wudong and fairy Yunxiao, who were taking turns to control the immortal vanquishing array, and Suo Mingzhong and Feng Yunsheng, who had surpassed their predecessors and improved by leaps and bounds. They even talked about Yan Zhaoge, who was already publicly acknowledged as the young heavenly lord. The return of perfected Tai and Neza also attracted a lot of attention. However, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor were not as eye-catching as before. It was naturally an exaggeration to say that the new waves of the Yangtze River would replace the old waves, and the old waves would die on the beach, but it did give people a faint feeling that they were past their prime. However, Yan Zhaoge had actually always been paying attention to them. In fact, compared to the North Star Emperor, who had a different ideology and a hostile relationship with him, Yan Zhaoge paid more attention to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, who seemed to be on the same side as him. There were all sorts of clues, as well as his own intuition. While Yan Zhaoge's expression remained the same, he was actually secretly paying attention to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Time quickly passed. Suddenly, the few who were conversing suddenly turned silent. The thunder radiance around the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor instantly dimmed, turning into darkness. His entire being seemed to be enveloped by the night sky. Yan Zhaoge and the others similarly concealed their aura and traces, as if they had vanished into thin air within the pitch-black void. Very quickly, in a faraway land, within the Western Pure Lands, green lotuses could be vaguely seen flying out and drifting far away. "Let's split up," suggested Yan Zhaoge. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and Gao Han nodded in agreement. This was to prevent any traps from occurring. Due to the Western Pure Lands' lack of manpower during their search for Neza and the Tai cultivated Tai, Yan Zhaoge and the others suspected that they had other plans. After the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the other Buddhist Bhantes returned to the Western Pure Lands and met up with the other Buddha bigwigs, they might have realized that their actions might attract the suspicion of Taoism. Moreover, Yan Zhaoge had even contacted Gao Han, which might have alerted the Buddhists as well. Even if they didn't notice Yan Zhaoge and the others spying on them, the Western Pure Lands would most likely create an illusion to conceal their true intentions. As such, Yan Zhaoge and the others split into two groups. He and Feng Yunsheng would take one group, while the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and Gao Han would take the other. On one side, they would follow the Buddhists who had left the Western Pure Lands. On the other side, they would continue to observe if the Buddhists had any other plans. "Since you're suspicious of them, why don't we split up and watch over both sides?" asked Feng Yunsheng after seeing the southern extremity longevity emperor and Gaohan leave with the green lotuses. Don't worry. Even if something happens, it won't happen today, said Yanzhaoge. After all, the Western Pure Lands are powerful, and Mahamayuri isn't someone to be trifled with. If we want to extract the teeth from the tiger's mouth, we'll need to cooperate with them. If we discover anything here, I'll immediately inform the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others. Let's wait until we have a chance to succeed. Upon hearing this, Feng Yunsheng nodded. Let's see what the Western Pure Lands are planning. At this moment, in the peaceful and joyful Pure Land of Buddhism, the ancient Dipankara Buddha lived in his own Buddhist kingdom and was sitting on a huge lotus platform. Other Buddhist bigwig experts sat around the lotus throne. Everyone's gazes converged at the center of the lotus, where a kasaya was floating in midair. The kasaya was burning, and only half of it was left. The flames were still slowly devouring the remaining pieces of cloth. Due to an accident in the Great Wilderness Origin Palace, not only did the red Inferno Dvajra Buddha perish, the three clear lineage might have seen through us. The Dipankara ancient Buddha said slowly, "Unfortunately, the arrow is already on the bowstring. It has to be released." In front of him, the indestructible Vajra Buddha said, "The Bodhisattva and the others have already set off. However, I wonder if they're able to divert their attention. As such, you guys have to be careful." While looking at the burning kasaya, the Dipankara ancient Buddha said, "My avatar can't leave this place. I have to stay here to maintain the ritual. I'll have to depend on you guys." Around him, a portion of the Buddhist bandis placed their palms together. "We'll have to depend on you guys." The indestructible Vajra Buddha and another portion of the Buddhist bandis returned the greeting. "It's all part of our responsibilities. Without you guys maintaining the ritual, how are we supposed to proceed?" Chapter 1653. Before the indestructible Vajra Buddha left, he looked at the Dipankara ancient Buddha. After a slight pause, he said, "You need to be wary of Mahamayuri. Fellow Taoist Kong Xian has more and more relics in his hands, and he's becoming more and more restless." The Dipankara ancient Buddha said, "When he has the intention, many actions might not be able to hide from him. We can only try our best." The ancient Buddha's expression was calm. "Everyone, please be careful. If fellow Taoist Kong really wants to participate, then we'll proceed with the second plan." "I understand." The Vajra indestructible Buddha nodded and left the pure land of the ancient Dipankara Buddha with the other Buddhist venerables. He transformed into a green lotus and went far away. On the other side of the Buddhist land, Mahamayuri, who was glowing with a five-colored brilliance, was expressionless, as if it had nothing to do with him. But his line of sight, intentionally or unintentionally, was looking at the departing figures of the invincible Vajra Buddha and the other Buddhist venerables who had transformed into green lotuses. "Looks like it's true." Although Mahamayuri's body did not move, he muttered to himself softly. His face revealed a contemplative look, and his gaze did not return for a long time. Yanzhaoge and Feng Yunsheng, who were quietly guarding from afar, noticed a few more green lotuses floating out from the Western Pure Lands. "There is indeed a trap." Feng Yunsheng's eyes flashed. Yanzhaoge nodded. They could also be aiming for some other target.
It is still hard to say for sure now.
From Gaohan's words, he should have already contacted Mahamayuri. However, Mahamayuri still hasn't made a move. Feng Yunsheng stared at the Western Pure Lands. Yanzhaoge said, "He's really patient. He's probably waiting for us to inform him of his exact location. If I move too much, I might be discovered by the Western Pure Lands." Feng Yunsheng looked at the gradually disappearing invincible Vajra Buddha and the other Buddhist venerables. "Should we continue to split up? It's hard to predict if the other party has a third batch of Tro. It's not impossible, but it's quite low." Yanzhaoge said, "The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the others have already returned for a period of time. Yet, the Western Pure Lands only made their move after such a long time. This meant that it wasn't easy for them to search for the Sakya Saraira. They would need a lot of manpower. Moreover, They might need to maintain that secret art, which would require a lot of manpower. It's also not easy to keep an eye on Mahamayuri, and we need to divert some of their attention. Yen Zhaoge glanced at the western Pure Lands and said, "Let's follow them." At the same time, inform the southern extremity Longevity Emperor, Gao Han, and the others. The two of them set off together, following the green lotuses from afar. Both of them were good at hiding their tracks, but they didn't dare to follow too closely in order to avoid the possibility of being discovered. After receiving Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing's message, the southern extremity Longevity Emperor and Gao Han didn't let their guard down. Instead, they continued observing the first batch of Buddhist bantis that left the western Pure Lands. This was to prevent the other party from turning the fake into the real, and the real into the fake, turning the fake into the real, and the real into the fake. Only when one side had concrete clues would it be the time for them to unite and truly exert their strength. After walking for a while, Feng Yunqing frowned slightly. Something doesn't seem right. It seems to be the aura of the demon race. Yen Zhaoge also noticed the problem. The opposite of being good at hiding themselves was that both of them had outstanding perception abilities. Mahamayuri couldn't possibly inform the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles about this, right? Asked Feng Yunqing. Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and Gao Han have no reason to do so. Yen Zhaoge stroked his chin. In the past, Ananda perished because of the Maitreya Buddha. Now that the Western Pure Lands, Shangna, and the Exalted Xiao are making their moves, the blessed lands of the White Lotus might be alerted as well. In fact, the blessed lands of the White Lotus might have made some gains before the Western Pure Lands managed to make such progress. After guessing for a while, Yen Zhaoge laughed. At this point, everyone is already paying attention to each other. It's getting harder and harder for them to make any secret moves. All sorts of harvests would have to be fought over. This seems to prove from another angle that the second batch of people from the Western Pure Lands is the correct target, said Feng Yunqing. Yeah, we can inform the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others now. Yen Zhaoge nodded. After receiving Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing's communication, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and Gao Han gave up on following their previous targets and came to meet up with them. At the same time, Gao Han also tried to contact Mahamayuri secretly. Within the Western Pure Lands, within Mahamayuri's Buddhist kingdom, tranquil glazed radiance shone, and 5-colored divine radiances circulated. He sat on a green lotus and finally made a move. The green lotus flew up and carried Mahamayuri out of the Western Pure Lands. His actions were open and above board. No one obstructed him. Only the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva appeared once again. "Are you trying to stop me, Taoist?" asked Mahamayuri plainly. "That's not the case. I'm on the same path as Mahamayuri." The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva shook his head and answered. Mahamayuri didn't mind. He only nodded. All right. The two Buddhas left. Within the Western Pure Lands, the Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at their departing silhouettes. His expression remained calm, and he remained silent. In the end, Mahamayuri was still alerted. Beside the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the white Xiong paragon let out a sigh. "It's fine. There are gains and losses." The Dipankara ancient Buddha said, "This is a price we have to pay for taking such a risk. Fortunately, we can make use of the situation to our advantage." The white Xiong paragon said, "This disciple will contact the Bodhisattva of Guanyin and the others.
Go."
The Dipankara ancient Buddha closed his eyes. While Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing were waiting for their comrades to arrive, the green lotuses in front of them gradually slowed down. Everyone was slowly approaching a concealed stellar vortex. After being illuminated by the radiance of the Buddhist bantis, the concealed stellar vortex was completely exposed. The stardust turned into countless streaks of light that scattered in all directions. At the center of the vortex, a wasteland slowly appeared. The barren yet thick land was currently hovering within the dark void. Ice had already formed on the surface of the soil, and it seemed to be dead silent. The indestructible Vajrabuddha and the other Buddhist Bhantes looked at the soil with different expressions. Some of the latecomers didn't feel anything. Most of them were curious and yearning. As for the indestructible Vajrabuddha and the other Buddhist bigwigs, their gazes were filled with complex emotions. "Master, is this the place where Ananda Bhante resided?" Someone beside the indestructible Vajrabuddha asked. "Yes and no." The indestructible Vajrabuddha said slowly, "This place used to be a part of the central blessed lands of Saha. At the beginning of the ancient era, during the Great Tribulation of Buddhism, this scene was created." For a moment, all the Buddhists present were silent. "I didn't expect this place to be preserved until now, even though it's already in a declining state." The indestructible Vajrabuddha shook his head. His expression returned to normal, and he walked into the ruins. Chapter 1654. The unbreakable Vajrabuddha and the others stepped into the ruins, and the ruins' scenery changed again. Rumbling stardust engulfed the surroundings once again, encircling the ruins once more. Moreover, compared to before, the stellar vortex that had reappeared in the void had expanded even further, becoming even vaster. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing looked at each other and frowned. From the looks of it, this place used to be a part of the central blessed lands of Saha. During the future Gautama's reformation of Buddhism, the blessed lands fell into chaos. However, it's still a fragment. After so many years, it's still so miraculous? Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered. Now, we can be sure that the Western Pure Lands Buddhas weren't making a wild guess. Instead, they were aiming for something. There might really be a Buddha's Sarira here. Even if it's not a Buddha's Sarira, it must be a Buddhist treasure. Otherwise, it wouldn't be here. "The current situation isn't beneficial to our surveillance," said Feng Yunxing, "unless we enter as well and get closer." "We're not the only ones affected," Yan Zhaoge said. "It's the same problem for those great demons." Feng Yunxing nodded and looked towards the faraway void. "They're moving." The two's gaze pierced through the void, as if they were traversing through a vast distance. They had already reached a place where their vision couldn't reach. However, a scene still surfaced within their minds. Streams of ferocious demonic qi transformed into dark demonic winds, approaching the stellar whirlpool from another direction and gradually entering it. The stellar whirlpool was akin to a boundless ocean. While absorbing the demonic winds, it was still expanding outwards like a tidal wave, submerging the void one after another. Specks of starlight continued surging forward. They were already approaching Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing, who were initially observing from afar. "Something's wrong." Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples and looked around. Starry specks of light filled his vision, and the area they covered was still expanding. With this, not only was it difficult to explore the stellar whirlpool's interior, but it was also much more difficult to monitor the stellar whirlpool's surroundings. The stellar whirlpool's area was too vast. Now that Feng Yunxing was a grand heavenly exalt, space was no longer an obstacle to her. However, the surrounding universe was affected by the stellar whirlpool, which would interfere with her miraculousness to a certain extent. Under such circumstances, if a grand heavenly realm expert like her purposely concealed their tracks and entered the stellar whirlpool from another direction, it would be hard for her to discover them. Of course, on the other hand, it was even harder for others to discover the two of them now. I wonder if the Buddhist venerables who have entered the star vortex can take advantage of this and turn this place into their territory. In that case, if someone from the outside enters, they might notice, Feng Yunxing said. "It's not impossible." Yan Zhaoge pondered and said, "This place might very well be a part of the central blessed lands of Saha in the past." After the central blessed lands of Saha underwent a huge change, a portion of Buddhism's experts left and joined the Western Pure Lands. We can't guarantee that they wouldn't make use of this place. As the two conversed, they retreated slightly and did not immediately enter the vortex. At this moment, the southern extremity Longevity Emperor had also arrived. Although Gao Han had yet to arrive, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had already received his report. Fellow Daoist Kong Xian should have received the news. However, we are unable to confirm if he has already left the Western Pure Lands. It's most likely coming. Yan Zhaoge gazed at the stellar vortex. However, the situation before us is constantly changing. I'm afraid that things might not go as we wish. Fellow Taoists of the demon race, if there are any changes, please take a look for us first. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor said calmly. Before he finished speaking, the stellar vortex in front of him started trembling intensely. Tiny and blurry light spots that resembled billions of millet grains suddenly condensed, forming a translucent screen of light. On the massive screen of light, many ruins seemed to have regained their vitality. Their illusory silhouettes gradually manifested their past appearances. Numerous pagodas were erected once again, appearing majestic. At the top of the pagodas, the Buddhist treasures and sariras shone brightly, enveloping the entire universe. At the center of the pagoda forest, a ray of golden radiance could be vaguely seen. Yan Zhaoge and the others' gazes turned cold. Feeling the concept contained within the golden and heavy Buddha light, they came to a realization. As expected, it's the Shakyamuni Sariras. Layers of darkness expanded beside Foam Yunxing, devouring the skies and devouring the sun. It extinguished all radiance and enveloped her body. The Southern Extremity Longevity Monarch was well-versed in all kinds of lightning arts in the world. At this moment, he had unleashed the Grand Void's spatial thunder and the thunder of eternal night together, creating a world of complete darkness. It was similar to Foam Yunxing's protective darkness. Yan Zhaoge was also proficient in the Grand Illusory Spatial Thunder and the Thunder of Eternal Night. However, his current cultivation had yet to reach the Grand Heavenly Realm. If he wanted to achieve the same effect as the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, he still needed to complement other arts. The profundities of the Origin Heavenly Scripture and the Tai Fist were manifested at this moment. In fact, the Immortal Exterminating Sword Manual even had its own aura. The various supreme martial arts didn't appear chaotic or conflicted. Instead, they fused together, displaying their profundities. However, as the jade-green radiance flickered within Yan Zhaoge's eyes, he suddenly froze. He looked at the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor beside him with a pensive look. His expression didn't change, and he concealed himself within the darkness as well. While the three of them retreated, they tried their best to conceal their presence, making it hard for the brightly illuminated stupa forest to detect them. However, the demon race cultivators who had already entered the pagoda forest had nowhere to hide. They were all exposed under the radiance of the sariras on top of the pagoda forest. The few greater demons didn't panic when they appeared, and they just roared in unison. Their roars transformed into material ripples that spread out in all directions, and they practically instantly swept down the numerous Buddhist pagodas in the surroundings like a typhoon. The indestructible Vajra Buddha and the other Buddhist Bantis also appeared and chanted Buddha's name softly. The golden radiance that was hidden beneath the pagoda forest slowly floated up. Among the group of demons, a green lion and a white bull. One roared, while the other let out a low cry. They broke through the glazed radiance and advanced forward. The former was the Qiu Shou Immortal, while the latter was the great sage who pacifies heavens, the Bull Demon King. The experience of bending to Buddhism allowed them to move faster than the other great demons in the pagoda forest. However, the indestructible Vajra Buddha didn't panic. He raised his hand and threw out a small flag. The flag protected him and the Buddha's sariras together. In an instant, white qi hovered in the air, and golden radiance shone brightly. The Qiu Shou Immortal and the Bull Demon King's footsteps were obstructed. They shouted in unison, "Green Lotus Flag!" Almost at the same time, the void trembled. 5 colors of scarlet, white, green, yellow, and black circulated, and a Buddha covered in glazed glass descended. It was the Mahamayuri. The Mahamayuri glanced at the Buddhas, Sarairas expressionlessly. Then, his gaze fell upon the indestructible Vajra Buddha and the green lotus flag. The group of great demons, as well as Yanjiaoge and the others who were at the periphery, focused their attention elsewhere. There was the figure of the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. He had obviously come with the Mahamayuri. Chapter 1655. Seeing Mahamayuri appearing as they had expected, Yanjiaoge and the others were naturally happy. But when he saw that Samantabhadra Bodhisattva had come with Mahamayuri, the situation was not so optimistic. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva would most likely stand on the side of the Western Pure Lands as a whole. He would not help Mahamayuri out of personal friendship. In that case, the two of them coming together was most likely because the Western Pure Lands didn't want to force the Buddha Saraira to stay after Mahamayuri found out about it. Instead, they reached a certain degree of compromise or trade with Mahamayuri. The two of them were still on the same side. The Dipankara ancient Buddha and the unbreakable Vajra Buddha are still very decisive. Yanjiaoge sighed. Looking at the green lotus flag, Yanjiaoge could even roughly guess the contents of their transaction. The Western Pure Lands decided to let Mahamayuri have this Sakya Saraira in exchange for Mahamayuri's assistance in dealing with the demon race experts that came looking for trouble, as well as Yanjiaoge and the others that might appear. Whoever dared to show themselves would have to face the joint attack of Mahamayuri and the Western Pure Lands. The Blue Lotus flag was the basis of their confidence in reaching this deal. With this treasure flag, even the Vajra Buddha would have to guard the Sakyamuni Saraira, and Mahamayuri would have to stop. However, Mahamayuri's strength could also trap indestructible Vajra Buddha and the others and the Saraira here, unable to leave. At that time, other than Amitabha Buddha intervening, the Buddhist venerables had no other way. After all, the green lotus flag could only defend. Neither side could do anything to the other and could only remain in a stalemate. Neither the Western Pure Lands nor Mahamayuri was happy to see such an outcome. Thus, they simply took a step back and reached a temporary deal, each taking what they needed. After Mahamayuri obtained the Buddha's Saraira, the Western Pure Lands took the opportunity to eliminate the experts of the demon race and Taoism, weakening their opponents. Now that Yanjiaoge and the others had concealed their tracks and didn't show themselves immediately, the group of great demons had suffered a calamity. They had to face Mahamayuri, the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, and the unbreakable Vajra Buddha. Yanjiaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and the southern extremity Longevity Emperor looked at each other. The current situation was equivalent to them tricking the demons. Regardless of whether it was the demon race or the Western Pure Lands themselves, they didn't intend to involve Mahamayuri in this matter. Now that Mahamayuri was lured over by Yanjiaoge, Gao Han, and the others, the Western Pure Lands made a prompt decision. While the outcome wasn't ideal, it was still acceptable. Taoism's Yanjiaoge and the others had yet to show themselves. They were still observing the situation, searching for a way to catch the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Only the demon race, whose original plan was to compete with the Vajra Buddha and the other Buddhist venerables, ran head-on into Kong Xian's five-color divine light. At this moment, Immortal Qiu, Bull Demon King, and the other demons looked at the invincible Vajra Buddha and Samantabhadra Bodhisattva with resentment and confusion.
They found it hard to understand.
Everyone was obviously looking for the Buddha's Saraira in private to drive Mahamayuri. So why did these bald thieves think of attracting Mahamayuri? Despite their resentment and confusion, in front of them, Mahamayuri calmly walked closer and closer. "Let's go, or else we won't be able to leave," Bull Demon King said, shaking his head. Immortal Qiu and the others could only retreat. However, Mahamayuri's deal with the Western Pure Lands wasn't just to defend against the enemies. Instead, it was to make all the great demons stay here. As such, even if the demons wanted to retreat, Mahamayuri continued moving forward. Of course, the corner of his eyes was also staring at the invincible Vajra Buddha and the Buddha's Saraira. Although the invincible Vajra Buddha and Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's integrity were much stronger than the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Kong Xian still had to be on his guard. Fortunately, the invincible Vajra Buddha's integrity was much stronger. He quietly waited on the spot and didn't plan on escaping. Meanwhile, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the other Buddhist venerables moved forward, wanting to assist Mahamayuri in making the Bull Demon King, Immortal Chiosho, and the other great demons stay. The demons were both shocked and furious. However, they couldn't withstand the might of Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light. They could only try their best to escape. The demon race didn't send too many people this time. Once Mahamayuri joined the battle, the situation became completely one-sided. Yen Zhaoge sent a sound transmission to Feng Yunsheng and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Even if the demon race didn't talk about Mahamayuri's arrival, they should have thought about the Green Lotus flag, right? Feng Yunsheng frowned and said, even without Mahamayuri, if they couldn't destroy the Green Lotus flag, how are they going to fight for the Buddha's Saraira against the Western Pure Lands? If they couldn't destroy the Green Lotus flag, the situation would most likely be in a stalemate. Yen Zhaoge and the others dared to come because Feng Yunsheng's shifting abyss chaotic extinguishing technique had improved in the past 100 years. Although they weren't confident in destroying the Green Lotus flag, they still had a chance to try. Among the great demons present, there were many experts. However, Yen Zhaoge couldn't tell who had the confidence to destroy the Green Lotus flag. The myriad of Taoists all have their own counter. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor said, the Green Lotus flag or the Yin-Yang Apricot Yellow flag isn't completely unbreakable. Yen Zhaoge's gaze flickered. You're talking about the 9 underworlds? Before he finished his sentence, a crack suddenly appeared in the void far away. From the crack, gloomy darkness overflowed and permeated the void. The originally pitch-black void was tainted by the darkness, causing it to lose all its luster. In fact, it even gave off the feeling of being greasy. A black fog appeared from the darkness and continuously expanded, devouring the surrounding void. Within the black fog, blood-colored lightning could be seen jumping around. It was obvious that the 9 underworld's great devils had descended. If not for the Buddhists and demon race's top-notch bigwigs gathering here, just the great devils alone would be sufficient to turn the entire universe into a devilish domain. The seawater of the 9 underworld's devilish sea's abyss can taint the Green Lotus flag, the Yin-Yang Apricot Yellow flag, the White Cloud Boundary flag, and the Floating Flame flag, resulting in a counter-effect, said the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. The demon race wasn't unprepared for this trip. Although the 9 underworlds was their public enemy, it didn't stop them from trading with others. This time, the demon race had contacted the 9 underworlds and borrowed the devilish sea's seawater to destroy the Western Pure Lands Green Lotus flag. Currently, Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng's attention wasn't on the Green Lotus flag, the Buddha's Saraira, or even Mahamayuri. Their gazes were all focused on the silhouette that first appeared from the boundless darkness. Unlike the other great devils, this silhouette wasn't emitting surging devilish qi. Instead, it was calm. Unlike the other great devils, whose pupils were flickering with blood-colored radiances, his eyes were flickering with dark golden radiances. Chapter 1656. Clad in black, he stood upright like a sword. To Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng, his figure was extremely familiar. Although his hair wasn't as straight as before and was scattered behind his shoulders, his face was still the same. It had been a long time since they last met Nie Jingshan. After not seeing him for 200 years, his demeanor remained the same. Unfortunately, he was no longer the same person. Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng remained silent. Now that they met again, Nie Jingshan was no longer the same as before. He had ascended to the grand heavenly realm, and his foundations were sturdy. Evidently, he didn't just break through recently. While he seemed calm, his sword intent that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth was hidden within. It was extremely vicious and ominous, and it didn't let the prime clear numinous treasure Four Swords take the lead. In the past, Yan Xintong was a genius. However, he died young and perished before the Five Qis unification. Now, a supreme sword intent that could rival the numinous treasure Four Swords had appeared before everyone's eyes. Currently, Nie Jingshan's ascension to the grand heavenly immortal realm allowed his sword Dao to gradually become complete, allowing it to release its full brilliance. Even without revealing its sharpness, it was already enough to cause others to be in awe. However, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng were filled with sorrow. Nie Jingshan's sword Dao was the result of his own comprehension. However, the increase in his cultivation wasn't the same. There was only one possibility for his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time: the Fiend God empowerment. Now, the one who appeared before everyone wasn't Taoism's successor, Nie Jingshan. Instead, it was one of the 9 underworld's 12 devilish gods, the devil of aged metal, Sword Devil Nie Jingshan. Nie Jingshan's expression remained calm as he appeared from the darkness. His gaze flickered with dark golden radiance as he scanned his surroundings. Finally, his gaze landed on the Buddha's Sarira, which was concealed by the unbreakable Vajra and the green lotus flag. Behind him, other ferocious devils walked out one after another and arrived by his side. Among them, there were many familiar figures like Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. In the past, when the Water Devil and the Earth Devil were rampaging, the 9 underworld's experts mobilized and fought against Taoism. Among the devils, there were many grand heavenly realm devil lord experts. Although they were inferior to top-notch devil experts like the Primordial Heart Devil and the Shadow Devil, they were still reputable devils. If it wasn't for the fact that the 9 underworlds was being suppressed as a whole, any one of these great demons would be able to cause a catastrophe in the human world. But now they were all standing beside Nie Jingshan and were slightly behind him. Without a doubt, Nie Jingshan was the leader. Nie Jingshan did not say much after he appeared. He only nodded slightly at Bull Demon King, Qiushou Immortal, and the other great demons, and then waved his hand gently. Beside him, a great demon emerged from the crowd and headed towards the invincible Vajra Buddha and the green lotus flag. This grand heavenly realm fiend lord had a peculiar appearance. He did not look like a human. He had no eyes on his head, but he had a huge mouth. The great demon opened his mouth, and a pitch-black wave surged out. It was like an ocean wave that rushed towards the unbreakable Vajra Buddha and the green lotus flag. The seawater wasn't smelly or dirty. Although it was as black as ink, it looked clear and clean, shining with light without any impurities. However, as soon as they were dyed by the pitch-black seawater, the golden light and white gas emitted by the azure lotus flag dimmed and dispersed, and they began to wither and fade away. Everything had its vanquisher. The green lotus flag, which could even resist the 5-colored divine light of Mahamayuri, was quickly disintegrated in the face of the pitch-black seawater. When the other Buddhist venerables saw this, they were unwilling to let it go. Some of them stepped forward to try and stop them, but the other great demons had already come forward to confront the Buddhist experts. After being dyed by the seawater of the 9 underworlds, the green lotus flag immediately lost its previous shielding function. The invincible Vajra Buddha and the Buddha's Sarira were directly exposed in front of the great demons and demons. The invincible Vajra Buddha was unfazed. As he chanted the name of Buddha, rays of Buddhist light flowed around his golden body, covering the void. Apart from himself, who was already prepared to face the enemy, there were others who would not allow the great demons of the 9 underworlds to act presumptuously. Mahamayuri, who had originally beaten the demons into retreat, turned his head and saw the movements of the demons of the 9 underworlds. He could not help but frown. He directly abandoned the Bull Demon King, Qiushou Immortal, and the other great demons and quickly turned back. The green lotus flag was stained. Not only could it not stop the demons of the 9 underworlds, it also could not stop the old peacock. Now that Kong Xian was the strongest expert here, the initiative had returned to him. He did not even need to abide by the agreement and deal with the Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands anymore. He could just take the Buddha's Saraira and leave, while the others could do whatever they wanted. I didn't expect Mahamayuri to be here as well. A great demon beside Nye Jingshan laughed weirdly and said, "Fortunately, I made some preparations." As he spoke, the great demon suddenly raised his hand, and a small flag appeared in his hand. The flag fluttered in the wind, causing mist to fill the entire area. In an instant, a strange fragrance enveloped the entire area, enveloping the gradually crumbling pagoda forest. Under the sweep of Mahamayuri's five-color divine light, the fragrance released by the flag couldn't be dispelled. Other than the group of 9 underworld's devils, even the great demons who could be considered as their allies were shocked. White cloud boundary flag. Yen Zhaoge and the others who were hiding their tracks and watching from afar were also greatly surprised. This treasure is actually in the 9 underworlds. The white cloud boundary flag, also known as the Immortal Assembling Flag, was the treasure of the Western Queen Mother's Jade Pool. It was known alongside the Earth Apricot Yellow Flag, the Green Lotus Flag, and the Floating Flame Flag. It was one of the few supreme, defensive treasures under the heavens. Even Mahamayuri's five-color divine light couldn't break through it. It was just that after the Great Calamity, the Western Queen Mother had disappeared, and the Jade Pool had fallen. There was no news of this treasure. No one would have thought that this treasure would actually reappear in the hands of the 9 underworlds. Previously, no news of it had leaked out. Everyone present was stunned when they saw it. If they had this treasure, why didn't they use it previously? Yen Zhaoge frowned. If they said that they had only obtained it recently, the news was really hidden too well. Feng Yunqing's expression was also solemn. When I entered the 9 underworlds previously, I also didn't hear any news regarding this white cloud boundary flag. The 9 underworlds mostly hibernates and rarely makes any movements. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor said slowly, "Previously, when they fought against us, they didn't know how to use it. Daoist Incongruence had a relationship with the Western Queen Mother in the past and has a way to deal with this treasure." No wonder. Yen Zhaoge took a deep breath and focused his gaze on that dense fragrance. Although the 9 underworlds couldn't use this treasure to fight against Orthodox Taoism due to the incongruence Divine Mother, it was naturally fine to use it against other enemies. At this moment, Mahamayuri, who had always been calm after cultivating for so many years, was suddenly enraged. Previously, he had been obstructed by the Green Lotus Flag. Now that the 9 underworlds had broken through the Green Lotus Flag, who would have thought that they would take out a white cloud boundary flag of their own? Kong Xian was still obstructed outside the door. Nye Jingshan's expression was indifferent as he walked towards the Vajra Indestructible Buddha and the Sakyu Saraira. Chapter 1657. The Buddhist bandies of the Western Pure Lands were also shocked that the white cloud-bound flag had fallen into the hands of the 9 underworlds. Their Green Lotus Flag was tainted by the seawater of the 9 underworlds, yet the other party took out the white cloud-bound flag that was on par with the Green Lotus Flag. None of the Buddhists present had any effective means to break the white cloud-bound flag. To the Buddhists, this was like a formless mockery. However, facing the oncoming demons, the indestructible Vajra Buddha, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, and the other Buddhists quickly calmed down and faced the enemies. In front of the indestructible Vajra Buddha, Nye Jingshan took the lead. The previously calm black-robed man suddenly erupted with a shocking sword intent that could destroy heaven and earth. Under the illumination of the terrifying aura, the Buddhist kingdom that the indestructible Vajra Buddha manifested showed signs of withering. The indestructible Vajra Buddha frowned. During the Middle Era, he was one of the 35 Buddhas of the central Pure Land of Saha, second only to Gautama Gautama. Back then, he was one of the top experts in the entire central Pure Land of Saha. Although he wasn't as ancient as the Dipankara ancient Buddha and other Buddhas, the indestructible Vajra Buddha had been famous for more than an era. In the past, he had personally fought against the previous devil of aged metal, the Blade Demon. However, the indestructible Vajrabuddha was absolutely sure that the new devil of aged metal, Nye was even stronger than the Blade Demon of the past. As far as the indestructible Vajrabuddha knew, only the first devil of aged metal, who was born with the heavens, could be mentioned in the same breath as him. What was even more terrifying was that the person before him seemed to have even greater potential and was ready to make a move. The God-fiend empowerment can't surpass the limits of the previous generations, but this person seems to be able to continue advancing. I'm afraid he will be the strongest devil of aged metal in history, unprecedented. The indestructible Vajrabuddha calmed his state of mind and faced the young opponent in front of him in his best state. Not only did the Buddha transform into a Vajra, but the Buddhist kingdom around him also changed from a glazed color to a pure gold color. A clear and transparent Buddhist light appeared. Although it seemed fragile, it was actually extremely firm. It displayed the indestructible power of the Buddhist sect, the concept of impermanence of life and death, to the peak of the current realm. Disregarding other magical powers and only considering the sturdiness of the golden body of Buddhism, the Vajra unbreakable Buddha had always had the reputation of being the #1 Buddha. It was even better than Mahamayuri, Dipankara ancient Buddha, and Guanyin Bodhisattva. Once the immeasurable golden body and Vajra Buddhist country appeared, even Nye Jingshan's murderous sword intent found it hard to penetrate them. The invincible Vajra Buddha had never been a person who would blindly defend himself. An extremely powerful defense actually meant a powerful frontal assault ability. Every punch and kick was like a divine mountain collapsing or a heavenly river flowing in reverse. It was forceful, heavy, and unstoppable. The Buddha raised his palm and attacked Nye Jingshan. Nye Jingshan looked coldly at the indestructible Vajra Buddha. Boundless hostility condensed in his hand, turning into a cold, dark gold long sword. As the sword light flickered, it actually seemed to be even faster than the prime clear bigwig incongruence, Divine Mother executing the immortal trapping sword manual. The indestructible Vajra Buddha had just raised his hand when Nye Jingshan's sword was already in front of him. The sharp sword light retracted and seemed to have instantly shrunk into a single point. The dark gold luster disappeared, and so did the dazzling radiance. At this moment, the concept of time, life, death, yin and yang seemed to have disappeared. Everything returned to the primordial chaos before the heavens were split open. There was no front, no back, no left, no right, no beginning, no end, no cold, no heat, no space-time had not been formed, and no living beings had appeared. There was only a single point left. It seemed so small that it was hard to describe, yet it also seemed so big that it could not be any bigger. As Nye Jingshan's sword stabbed onto the Vajra Buddhist country, the indestructible Vajra Buddha immediately felt as if everything he had learned had vanished into thin air. Fortunately, his strength was outstanding, and his foundation was deep. Facing Nye Jingshan's bizarre and domineering sword art, he was barely able to withstand it. The indestructible Vajra Buddha truly lived up to the reputation of being the #1 grand, heavenly realm golden body Buddha. However, the concept of power that seemed to place the entire creation on the tip of the sword also forced the indestructible Vajra Buddha to retreat. He was completely unable to take the initiative to attack as he had previously thought, nor was he able to exchange attacks with his opponent. Instead, his opponent's sword intent was pressuring him first, making it hard for him to resist. It was as if the indestructible Vajra Buddhist country was moving backwards in the void, crushing a piece of space-time. Even with the indestructible Vajra Buddhist country facing Nye Jingshan, he could only try his best to defend, with little ability to counterattack. Meanwhile, cracks had vaguely appeared on the Vajra Buddhist country itself, from which a withering aura leaked out. "My Buddha is merciful." The indestructible Vajra Buddha's expression was emotionless as he formed a Dharma seal with both hands. Seeing through the illusions of the morning dew, life and death were unpredictable. With great wisdom, The indestructible Vajra was unbreakable. The resolute came from within, and not from outside. Therefore, under the support of the indestructible Vajra Buddha, the cracks on the surface of the Vajra Buddhist country rapidly healed. However, under the threat of Nyejingshun's sword, the cracks on the surface of the Vajra Buddhist country rapidly healed. Then it healed and cracked again, repeating the cycle. The sword light kept advancing, while the Buddha kept retreating. Although Nyejingshun was temporarily unable to break through the indestructible Vajra Buddha's obstruction, he was still able to suppress this Buddhist bigwig. On the other side, the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva activated the three laws golden lotus, which shrouded Nyejingshun's head. As the golden lotus revolved, the profundities of time, space, and yin and yang were born. They originated from the Taoism's jade clear lineage, as well as the Buddhism's samsara, vacuum, and impermanence. Facing such a threat, Nyejingshun had no choice but to turn around and attack the three laws golden lotus. His sword light seemed to have shrunk into a single point, wanting to absorb the three laws golden lotus. The profundities of the three laws golden lotus manifested. As it revolved, rays of brilliance gushed out in all directions, blocking the changes in space-time, preventing Nyejingshun's sword light from continuing to shrink. However, the moment the sword light was released, it was grand and extraordinary. A power that could topple mountains and overturn seas exploded, directly sending the three laws golden lotus flying. Cracks even appeared on the petals of the golden lotus, and the cracks continued to expand. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva hurriedly retracted the three laws golden lotus. After Nyejingshun's attack, it was as if there was no obstruction at all, as he continued to suppress the indestructible Vajra Buddha. However, with the assistance of the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, the indestructible Vajra Buddha's Vajra Buddhist country instantly became sturdy again. The golden body of the Buddha became incomparably huge and counterattacked Nyejingshun. However, each of Nyejingshun's attacks was faster than the previous one. The dark golden sword light flew left and right, and the scenes of chaos appeared and disappeared. It seemed as if he was getting stronger as the battle went on. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva wanted to advance, but there were other bigwigs of the devil Tao obstructing him. Meanwhile, the other great devils of the 9 underworlds also attacked the remaining Buddhist Bantis. The devil lord who had defiled the green lotus flag took the opportunity to leap up, arrived beside the Buddha's saraira, and kept it. Seeing this, Nyejingshun did not continue fighting. With a sweep of his sword light, he forcefully repelled the indestructible Vajra Buddha. Then he commanded the group of devils to retreat while fighting. Chapter 1658. The great demon wielding the white cloud-bound flag unleashed layers of dense fragrance to protect Nyejingshun and the rest who had obtained the saraira and obstruct Mahamayuri. Nyejingshun led the way while the bull demon king, Chiosho Immortal, and the other great demons rushed out. The Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands and Mahamayuri naturally did not allow them to leave. Both sides were entangled in a chaotic battle. Mahamayuri and the Buddhist Bantis could not break through the obstruction of the white cloud-bound flag, but it was not easy for Nyejingshun and the rest to leave either. At this moment, green lotuses suddenly appeared in the void. Their leader was the wise and merciful Guan-yin Bodhisattva. The group of Buddhist Bantis behind him were the first batch to leave the Western Pure Lands. They were there to conceal the indestructible Vajra Buddha and the other Buddhist Bantis from the second batch. Although it was not as fruitful as expected, Guanyin Bodhisattva and the rest still managed to arrive in time as reinforcements for the Buddhist Bantis. The moment Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared, a pristine jade bottle appeared in her hand with a willow branch hanging from its mouth. The Bodhisattva took the willow branch and gently waved it. Instantly, sweet rain fell. Wherever the sweet rain passed, the others were revitalized. However, the demons felt as if they were splashed with oil. Smoke billowed from their bodies as they let out pained roars. Even Ye Jingxin let out a groan when the sweet rain fell on him. The sword light in his hand flickered and instantly turned into a chaotic point that affected the surrounding space. The sweet pouring raindrops were all absorbed by Nye Jingxin's sword light and gathered into a single point before vanishing. Guanyin Bodhisattva held the willow branch in one hand and the pristine jade bottle in the other. She tilted the bottle toward Nye Jingxin. A huge suction force came from the bottle's mouth, intending to suck Nye Jingxin within. Nye Jingxin's sword light retracted and released. It was as if chaos had exploded and the primordial world had opened up. The pristine jade bottle was instantly shaken away. Then, he wielded his sword as if it was flying and immediately slashed out. Once again, it clashed head-on with the indestructible Vajra Buddha's furious eyes and demon-subduing technique. The experts from both sides fought endlessly, neither giving way to the other. But at this moment, the void suddenly split open as a golden-winged rock flapped its wings and arrived in an instant. In the blink of an eye, thousands of golden lights shone of them. Of the Buddhist Bantis. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles had arrived. Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light slashed down without a trace of politeness. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles did not dare to take the attack head-on and hurriedly dodged. However, the demon sovereign who had obtained the Buddha's relic waved his hand and handed it over to the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. After the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles received the Buddha's sarira, he immediately flew away without looking back. Mahamayuri was expressionless. As the five-colored divine light rotated, he showed no mercy to his twin brother. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles suddenly felt like he couldn't fly anymore under the effects of the five-colored divine light. Mahamayuri ignored the other demons and strode towards the rock of 10,000 miles. Although the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' speed was affected, it still tried its best to fly away. The two great demons, who were both birds, chased each other and disappeared into the distance in an instant. Without Mahamayuri threatening them from the side, the demons of the netherworld and the great monsters immediately felt a lot more at ease. The Western Pure Lands didn't have the confidence to keep all of them here. But at this moment, there was a change in the universe. Yan Zhaoga and the others, who had been hiding by the side, finally made their move. They didn't interfere with the conflict between Mahamayuri and the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. Instead, they locked onto something else. The green lotus flag that was tainted by the 9 underworlds' devilish seas water. Looking at the southern extremity longevity emperor, who was surrounded by lightning and standing on the thunder chariot, the Bodhisattva Guanyin, and the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva side, brother southern extremity, you guys really came. Can you lend us some tranquil dew? The southern extremity longevity emperor's expression remained calm as he said to the Bodhisattva Guanyin, "Let's keep it for ourselves. Why do you have to snatch what others like?" As the Bodhisattva Guanyin spoke, she pointed towards the southern extremity longevity emperor. Their main target wasn't the tranquil dew, but the green lotus flag. The Bodhisattva Guanyin's tranquil dew could cleanse the world's filth, including the 9 underworlds' abyssal seas seawater. Only, the seawater originated from the 9 underworlds' core, the devilish sea's abyss. Even if it could be cleansed, it couldn't be done within a short period of time. Since the green lotus flag was tainted by the seawater, the Buddhists could only bring it back and slowly cleanse it. However, Yan Zhaoga and the others had their eyes on this treasure as well. The indestructible Vajra Buddha, who was the closest to the flag, couldn't care less about the pitch-black seawater on its surface. He hurriedly kept the flag. However, before he could make his next move, a saber suddenly slashed down from the dark void. The horrifying power of the submerging primordial chaos annihilation descended, destroying everything in its path. Even the indestructible Vajra Buddha, who possessed the Pure Land's golden body as one and possessed astonishing defensive prowess, was still unable to withstand Feng Yunqing's sneak attack. The Vajra Buddhist kingdom was instantly slashed apart. Fortunately, the indestructible Vajra Buddha's defensive prowess was extremely high. Moreover, he had been fighting against a powerful foe like Nie Jingshan, which allowed him to fight with his full strength. That was why he wasn't slain by Feng Yunqing's saber. The Buddhist kingdom's pure land was broken apart. However, his golden body seemed illusory and solid at the same time. As the Vajra radiance flickered, he barely evaded Feng Yunqing's saber. However, when the soul-absorbing bell in Feng Yunqing's hand rang, the indestructible Vajra Buddha's movements slowed down. The golden body of the great sage formed by Pan Pan swung the Ru-E golden cudgel and struck the green lotus flag away from the indestructible Vajra Buddha's hand. Yen Zhaoge grabbed the flag with his hand. The Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, and the other Buddhist Bantis wanted to stop him. However, Feng Yunqing, Pan Pan, and the southern extremity Longevity Emperor wouldn't let them have their way. The Bull Demon King, Qiu Shou Immortal, and the other great demons, as well as a few devil lords, surrounded them with hostile expressions. With the cooperation of several factions, the Buddhist Bantis should be worrying about whether they could safely leave this place. However, as radiances flickered from afar, Buddhist chants resounded. The Buddhist Bantis who stayed behind to search for the Buddha Saraira along with the Dipankara ancient Buddha had also rushed over, forming another batch of reinforcements. Looking at the green lotus flag that had already fallen into Yen Zhaoge's hands, the Buddhist bigwigs were all silent. They attempted to snatch the flag back. However, with Feng Yunqing and the others obstructing them, they couldn't do so. Although their own reinforcements had arrived, the demon race, Taoism, and the 9 underworlds might also have reinforcements. Mahamayuri chased after the Buddha's Saraira and left. If they continued fighting, it would be hard for them to gain the upper hand. As time passed, it would only become more and more difficult. As they sighed, the Buddhas of the Blessed Lands cut off their reluctance and stubbornness and started to retreat. Yen Zhaoge's gaze fell upon Nie Jingshan. After the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles obtained the Buddha's Saraira and fought with Mahamayuri, Nie Jingshan kept his sword and no longer had the intention to continue fighting. Amidst the chaotic battle, he turned around and left. Senior apprentice brother Nie. Yen Zhaoge called out, but Nie Jingshan didn't stop. Feng Yunqing looked at Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge shook his head and chased after Nie Jingshan. Feng Yunqing followed behind him. Chapter 1659. Nie Jingshan left, followed by Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing. The southern extremity Longevity Emperor didn't stay any longer. He immediately retreated from the battlefield. While the green lotus flag had been tainted by the seawater of the 9 underworld's devilish sea's abyss, this treasure still gripped everyone's hearts. Now that Yen Zhaoge had taken it away, whether it was the Buddhist Bantis or the demon race great sages, all of them felt unresigned. However, the current situation was too chaotic. The various forces were intertwined and eyeing each other covetously. With apprehension in their hearts, they could only disperse. The group of 9 underworld's devils also chased after Nie Jingshan, Yen Zhaoge, and the others. The first to leave was Nie Jingshan, who was speeding along, with Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing following closely behind. Senior apprentice brother Nie. Yen Zhaoge called out softly. Nie Jingshan ignored him and continued walking forward. Frowning, Yen Zhaoge could only sigh, "I've offended you." With that, he raised the immemorial hammer and smashed it down on Nie Jingshan's back. Nie Jingshan finally stopped in his tracks. He turned around and swung his sword. As the sword light shrank, it looked like the primeval hammer was about to be sucked away. Senior brother Nie, I'm sorry. Feng Yunqing also apologized and slashed down with her saber. The dark golden sword light was sliced apart by the pitch-black saber light. The Chaos Origin hammer regained its freedom, but it no longer had the momentum it had before. Fellow Taoists, there's no need to be so polite. Nie Jingshan's tone was indifferent. The dark golden sword light dispersed and reassembled, and he slashed at Feng Yunqing again. The demonic Tao destroyed all living beings and guided creation towards destruction. After Nie Jingshan entered the Devil's Way, the sword intent of the peerless true intent that he comprehended also started leaning towards destruction and destruction. The jade illusory peerless sword transformed into the peerless sword of destruction, which was very similar to the prime clear primordial chaos extinguishing and Feng Yunqing's grand abyss chaos extinguishing. However, the three great destruction techniques each had their own profundities. Nie Jingshan's swordlight clashed with Feng Yunqing's swordlight. However, Feng Yunqing's swordlight was still more powerful, and the swordlight broke the swordlight. However, Nie Jingshan's swordlight was even faster than Feng Yunqing's saberlight. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of Feng Yunqing. The chaotic abyss above Feng Yunqing's head fell, causing Nie Jingshan's swordlight to take the initiative to attack her. Nie Jingshan's swordlight was a step ahead and changed again. It was not trapped by the chaotic abyss and continued to attack Feng Yunqing. Both sides exchanged blows, and for a moment, neither side could do anything to the other. Yan Zhaoge kept the chaotic origin hammer, his expression grave as he looked at Nie Jingshan. Behind him, the other great demons had also arrived. At the same time, a crack appeared in the void of this part of the universe, and demonic qi surged out from it. More demonic path experts appeared. They did not seem to have come purely to receive Nie Jingshan and the others. Instead, they spread out, vaguely surrounding Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing. A figure that looked like an old man appeared last. It was the primordial heart devil. In fact, Nine Nether had never given up on the idea of bringing Feng Yunqing back. However, as the void on the other side shook, the southern extremity longevity emperor's figure could be vaguely seen. Apart from that, Fairy Yun Xiao seemed to be faintly discernible. Reinforcements from the orthodox Taoism were also rushing over. Experts from both sides appeared, and they had a large number of people. They stood in a stalemate, and for a moment, neither side could do anything to the other. Regardless of whether it was the demons of the netherworld or the people of the Daoist sects, none of them had the intention to start a war immediately. The Western Pure Lands and the demon race could interfere at any time. In the end, they could only let it go. Yan Zhaoge shook his head and said to Nie Jingshan, Senior Apprentice Sister's life isn't in danger, but she is yet to awaken. Feng Yunqing retracted her saber and retreated. Nie Jingshan's expression remained unchanged, and he dispersed the dark golden sword light in his hand. Everything will return to nothingness, no matter if it's you, me, or her. The devil's devilish qi was rampant, and it corroded the void, transforming into a devilish domain. The Daoist sects were automatically separated by the devilish qi. This part of the universe turned into two separate worlds, and they stood in a stalemate. The group of devils disappeared together with the devilish domain. Yan Zhaoge and the others watched as they left. They remained silent for a long time. Little friend Yan, calm down. After a long time, the southern extremity longevity emperor said. Fairy Yan Zhao's gaze also landed on Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing. Yan Zhaoge retracted his gaze and shook his head lightly. Southern extremity longevity emperor and Fairy Yun Xiao, don't worry. I'm fine. Today's situation was within my expectations. Only it really happened right in front of my eyes. I can't help but feel disappointed. However, it won't affect my judgment. Yan Zhaoge let out a soft sigh. The southern extremity longevity emperor said slowly, when junior apprentice brother Yellow Dragon made a mistake and entered the Devil's Tao, we were the ones who helped him end it. What he said was a legend before the great calamity. To Taoism's jade clear lineage, it was a scandal. After the Middle Era ended, and they entered the current era, one of Taoism's jade clear lineage's enlightened Yellow Dragon, one of the 12 illusory jade immortals, entered the Devil's Tao and entered the 9 underworlds, becoming the Yellow Dragon Devil Lord. After that, it caused a conflict between Taoism and the 9 underworlds, which caused many years of trouble. In the end, the Yellow Dragon Devil Lord was annihilated by the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the Lord of Broad Accomplishment, and the others of the Jade Clear lineage. Not only did the Yellow Dragon Devil Lord perish, but even the Jade Clear bigwig Yunzhongzi, who had the greatest cultivation of the origin heavenly scripture, perished in the hands of the primordial Heart Devil. Similarly, the primordial Heart Devil was gravely injured and had no choice but to hibernate in the 9 underworlds for many years. It was only during the Great Calamity that he started moving again. Even in the recent few hundred years, his injuries had yet to fully recover. Within the Jade Illusory Palace, the Jade Illusory Glazed Lamp's Fire Seed Devil Spirit was coincidentally obtained by the Jade Clear bigwigs after the Devil of Fire of that generation was annihilated. It was then stored within the lamp. Yan Zhaoge had heard about this part of history before. When the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor mentioned it, he let out a long sigh. "Don't worry, Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. I know what to do." "That's good." The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor said, "The current situation is different from back then. Although the 9 underworlds is still everyone's enemy, we still have to plot against them slowly. Putting aside the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court, they had to consider the Western Pure Lands and the Demon Race. Let's quickly leave as well. The Green Lotus flag can't be used for now. If we delay any longer, something might happen." Yan Zhaoge nodded silently. The others had the same opinion as well. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the Cloud Sky Fairy's silhouettes slowly disappeared and entered the void. Pan Pan, who had reverted to his original form, was currently lying in Feng Yunqing's embrace. Yan Zhaoge nodded towards Feng Yunqing, and the two left together.
Zhaoge.
Worry appeared in Feng Yunqing's eyes, and she looked towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge shook his head lightly. "Let's wait and see." He rubbed his temples and smiled, trying to find joy amidst the bitterness. With senior apprentice brother Nie's current strength, there's only a limited number of people who can send him to perish. Besides, he's the same as you and Senior Suwa. He still has plenty of room for improvement. Feng Yunqing's gaze towards him became even more worried.
"Don't worry about me.
I'm fine." Yan Zhaoge revealed a pondering expression. "I'm thinking about what senior apprentice brother Nie mentioned previously." Chapter 1660. Everything will return to nothingness, regardless of you, me, or her. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Feng Yunqing recalled Nie Jingshan's words. This sentence. Yan Zhaoge did not speak, just nodding soundlessly. Feng Yunqing also fell into deep thought. These words might not seem like much at first glance, but Yan Zhaoge could not help but think more about them. However, it was fine if he didn't think about it, but if he really diverged his thoughts and tried to decipher it, he could come up with many explanations. Everything returning to nothingness was one of the aspects of the demonic path. This might be an indication of what the 9 underworlds would do next. The top grand heavenly realm experts of Buddhism, Taoism, and the demon race were all plotting against the 9 underworlds, hoping to obtain an opportunity to break through the limits and ascend to the Tao realm. Nine Nether was well aware of this, so she naturally wouldn't sit and wait for death. Experts from all sides were competing, trading with the 9 Nether and suppressing them at the same time. The 9 Nether was also making use of this opportunity to complete their own arrangements. Who would be able to laugh in the end would depend on their own abilities. From Nie Jingshan's words, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely tell that something was wrong. If it really contained a hint and the Tao sect could see through it, then they would naturally have the upper hand. Apart from this line of thought, there were other interpretations. The you, me, and her mentioned by Nie Jingshan was undoubtedly referring to Yan Zhaoge, Nie Jingshan himself, and Yu Yi. Nie Jing called the three of them together not only because they were all involved, but also because they had something in common. What do they have in common? Combined with the phrase, all shall return to nothingness, Yan Zhaoge felt extremely terrified as he thought about it. If Nie Jingshan was referring to himself as the same as Yu Yi and Feng Yunqing, it would be perfectly normal. While Yu Yi had yet to awaken, she cultivated the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, the purest lineage of the prime clear numinous treasure, Heavenly Lord. She comprehended the profundities of the primordial chaos. Feng Yunsheng inherited a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority and created her own unique style, creating the Luoyuan Chaos Destruction Tao. Even though it was different from the Chaos Extinguishing Origin scripture, it achieved the same result through different means. Nie Jingshin was originally a direct descendant of the Jade Clear lineage. With the combination of his earlier Heaven Nascent form and supreme comprehension abilities, he had come into contact with the secrets of peerless infinity. After he succumbed to the devil, his original inclination towards the Jade Clear's interpretation of peerless, from nothingness to existence, had gradually shifted towards the Prime Clear's interpretation of from existence to nothingness, similar to Yu Yi and Feng Yunsheng. However, in Nie Jingshin's legends, he and Yu Yi were classified as the same species as Yan Zhaoge. This immediately touched Yan Zhaoge's sensitive nerves. He had no choice but to pay attention. Nie Jingshin was right if he didn't make such a strict distinction. He, Yan Zhaoge, had precisely started with the peerless heavenly scripture of the Jade Clear lineage. Due to many reasons, Yan Zhaoge had always kept this matter a secret and covered it up. Earlier on, he had used the dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia's dim Radiant 12 arts as a cover. However, this could only be used in the early stages. Due to the Jade Clear primordial heavenly lord of primordial beginnings transcendence, the path of those who came after him became simple to a certain extent. There would always be people of shocking talent among those who came later, touching upon the principles of peerless infinity. However, they had to continuously climb upwards, and in the end, they would all return to the same destination through different means, all belonging to the Jade Clear scripture, the peerless heavenly scripture. This was where the dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia's awkwardness lay. If he couldn't obtain the peerless heavenly scripture, it would be extremely difficult for him to continue climbing upwards by himself. In fact, he might even be unable to advance any further. Nie Jingshin's uniqueness originated from his earlier Heaven Nascent form, which Yin Tianxia didn't possess. Yan Zhaoge continued climbing upwards without stopping. It was fine for him to push open the immortal door, or even pass through the pure profound tribulation and become a tranquil profound immortal. However, if he continued climbing upwards step by step, from 3 Chi's fused aura to 4 Chi's fused aura to 5 Chi's unification, ascending to grand void, no matter what, this couldn't be explained with the dim Radiant 12 arts. Fortunately, Yan Zhaoge had long since obtained the grand clear lineage's Tai Fist. To a certain extent, the Tai Fist had also touched upon the secrets of peerless infinity. The 3 clear lineages as one was never an empty statement. Only, the Tai Fist's concept was different from the peerless heavenly scripture and the chaos extinguishing origin scripture. However, this was already another layer of concealment. On this basis, Yan Zhaoge had further gathered the last 9 scriptures of the Jade Clear primordial heavenly scriptures and cultivated them. Although he couldn't obtain the peerless heavenly scripture by reversing the 9 scriptures, the complete concept of the same lineage was another layer of concealment. In fact, many people were guessing whether Yan Zhaoge, who cultivated the 3 clear lineages and pushed open the immortal door, could use the last 9 scriptures to reverse engineer the peerless heavenly scripture of the 10 scriptures. This had even become the hope of many people. Of course, Nie Jingshin's words could also be understood from this aspect. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge wasn't worried that others would hear it and have other thoughts. However, he was extremely sensitive to the topic of the peerless heavenly scripture, so he couldn't help but think about it. Thinking of this, Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but think about it. If Nie Jingshin really meant something, where did he get the news from? Although Yan Zhaoge was very sure of Nie Jingshin's strength, it was obviously impossible for him to see through Yan Zhaoge's peerless heavenly scripture just by looking at it. If someone told him, who could it be? Yan Zhaoge was very concerned about this question. Although he had already come this far, Yan Zhaoge still had many doubts about the peerless heavenly scripture in his hands. If someone told Nie Jingshin, what did Nie Jingshin's words mean? A reminder or a warning? Yan Zhaoge couldn't tell for now. Moreover, he couldn't be sure how to interpret Nie Jingshen's words. Looking at it from another perspective, no matter which one it was, they were all built on the same premise. Nie Jingshen's words were out of good intentions. If Yan Zhaoge's guess in the past was correct, due to his earlier heaven nascent form, Nie Jingshen's transformation into the devil of aged metal was indeed different from others. However, Yan Zhaoge couldn't be sure if this was the case. On the surface, although Nie Jingshen's characteristics were different from other great devils, his attitude towards him and Feng Yunsheng made Yan Zhaoge's heart feel heavy. Nie Jingshen had always shown his warm side to those close to him. Towards enemies or strangers, he had always been cold and taciturn. Of course, in the previous environment, even if he had the intention, it wouldn't have been beneficial for them to have a deep conversation. This made Yan Zhaoge uncertain. Nie Jingshen's words were out of good intentions. There were so many interpretations that it was already hard to make a judgment. However, if it was out of evil intentions, it might be intentional misdirection, which would cause endless trouble. Yan Zhaoge's brows were tightly knit, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Zhaoge. Feng Yunsheng looked at Yan Zhaoge, and her brows were also slightly knit. There are many possibilities. Make more preparations. Now isn't the time for us to know. After thinking for a while, Yan Zhaoge's brows relaxed and he smiled. From my perspective, I'm still willing to believe in senior apprentice brother Nie. No, it's not a matter of believing. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, it's hope, faith. Chapter 1661. Yes, hope and faith. Feng Yunsheng also whispered softly. Yan Zhaoge roused his spirits. Focus on yourself first before we talk about anything else. As he spoke, he took out a flag. The flag was green and embroidered with a 12th rank lotus flower, fluttering in the wind. It was the defensive treasure that originally belonged to the Western Pure Lands, the green lotus flag. It had always been on par with the yellow earth apricot flag, the white cloud boundary flag, and the floating flame flag. Its defensive power was so strong that it could even block Mahamayuri's 5-colored divine radiance. However, all living things in the world were born and destroyed. As the saying goes, everything has its nemesis. Today, the green lotus flag had met its nemesis and met its doom. The flag didn't appear to be in any danger, but it had been contaminated by the seawater of the 9 underworld demonic seas, so it was like an ordinary flag, unable to unleash any of its powers. The original owner of this treasure was the treasure of Amitabha Buddha, right? The invincible Vajra Buddha, and the others are probably just borrowing it temporarily. Feng Yunsheng, who was at the side, asked, although it has been contaminated by the seawater of the 9 underworlds, if Amitabha Buddha wishes to take it back, it would probably only take a single thought, right? How could the items of a Tao ancestor be taken so easily? It used to be like this. Yan Zhaoge explained. Still, I once heard Taoist Yang Ke mention that this green lotus flag was previously bestowed to Bodhisattva Guanyin by the Amitabha Buddha rather than being temporarily borrowed. Guanyin Bodhisattva has refined this Buddhist treasure and is now the true owner of this treasure. Feng Yunsheng was enlightened. I see. No wonder. In the battle for the immortal execution formation, the ancient Dipankara Buddha borrowed the green lotus flag from Guanyin Bodhisattva. This time, it was Guanyin Bodhisattva who secretly left the flag to the invincible Vajra Buddha. He was the first to leave the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss in order to attract more attention. However, it did not achieve the desired effect. In the end, the green lotus flag was tainted by the seawater of the 9 underworlds abyss. The Bodhisattva couldn't retrieve it in time, and it ended up in the hands of Yan Zhaoge and the others. However, he did not have the ability of a Tao realm powerhouse like Amitabha to retrieve his treasures. However, now that Yan Zhaoge had obtained the green lotus flag, he also had to consider how he could get rid of the filth on it. Otherwise, the treasures that they snatched would be completely useless and worthless. Speaking of cleansing the filth of this flag, the one who is most proficient in it really has to be Bodhisattva Guanyin. Yan Zhaoge smiled. That sweet pouring raindrops, cleansing the filth of the world, can indeed be said to be unparalleled. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor wasn't just teasing Guanyin Bodhisattva. Of course, Guanyin Bodhisattva would definitely not agree, so in the end, the teasing was just a teasing. Yes, everything has its vanquisher. Even if the 9 underworld's demon sea's abyss polluted the green lotus flag, the goddess of mercy's raindrops will be able to cleanse it, Feng Yunxing said. However, we should still consider other methods. Not only did he snatch the treasure of the other party, he even wanted the other party to come up with something to clean it up. This was simply too arrogant. Thinking thus, Feng Yunxing suddenly glanced at Yan Zhaoge. She deeply felt that with Yan Zhaoge's lack of integrity, if he had the confidence, he might really be able to do something like that. Upon meeting her gaze, Yan Zhaoge immediately knew what Feng Yunxing was thinking about. He couldn't help but reveal a deeply hurt expression. "What are you thinking about?" Feng Yunxing looked up at the sky. "Didn't you already think of it?" "You have a deep misunderstanding of me," Yan Zhaoge said solemnly. "I feel that we should be frank and open with each other. We should go deeper, and continuously communicate with each other." Feng Yunxing glanced at him. "All right, come on. Don't be in such a hurry. Once I attain the Qi condensation splendor realm, it'll be fine. There's no need to wait for me to attain the grand heavenly realm." Yan Zhaoge chuckled. "Your method of motivating yourself is truly unique. If others were to hear it, your image would be ruined." Feng Yunxing rolled her eyes and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Others won't be able to see my current appearance." Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, "As for you, young lady, you'll soon understand what actions speak louder than words, you inexperienced brat." He purposely emphasized on the last 2 words. Feng Yunxing's expression remained unchanged. She calmly said, "It's true that I haven't used it before. However, how long has it been since the last time you used yours? Have you forgotten how to use it? It's all because of you." Upon mentioning this, Yan Zhaoge's expression was filled with grief and indignation. "If I knew this would happen, I would have done it with you long ago." "Thank you for your pity back then," said Feng Yunxing smilingly. "I'll get it all back sooner or later," Yan Zhaoge said hatefully. However, he quickly laughed. I suddenly thought of our names. When the time comes, it'll really be appropriate." Feng Yunxing was startled. "Why?" Yan Zhaoge glanced at her with a sneaky smile. "Every night, I'm having fun." Feng Yunxing looked at Yan Zhaoge speechlessly. "I feel like changing back to my original name." As the couple chatted and teased each other, they didn't forget about their proper business. The two brought along Pan and that tainted green lotus flag, and returned to the Taoism heavens. They didn't directly return to the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven. Instead, they went to the Grand Peace Royal Cliff Heaven. That was the universe created by the current Lord of Severing Heavenly, Sua Mingzhang, using the Sea Calming Pearl. The Lord of Severing Heavenly was Sua Mingzhang's current title. His full title was the Heaven Reversing Origin Zhurong Vast Universe High Heavenly Lord, also known as the Zhurong Heavenly Lord or the Anti-Heavenly Lord. Adding the word heaven in front of his title was the symbol of the Lord of Taoism stars. Just like the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Fighting Division's Golden Spirit Divine Mother, her full title was the Heaven Reigning Brahma Dimmu Origin Lady Purple Radiance, Je Benevolent Grand Plainness Queen Golden True Virtue Heavenly Lord. The Purple Tenuity Emperor, who took over her position, was the Heaven Reigning Purple Tenuity North Pole Grand Sovereign Emperor. After the Great Calamity, the Purple Tenuity Emperor disappeared, and his whereabouts were still unknown. According to the current information, the Purple Tenuity Emperor was either the Immeasurable Heavenly Lord, or he had already protected Taoism during the battle against the Immeasurable Heavenly Lord. As such, when someone mentioned Sua Mingzhang's title and added the word Heaven Reigning in front, the other Taoism bigwigs didn't object. With Sua Mingzhang's strength, he was undoubtedly worthy of this title. What he had learned was cultivating the power of the stars' heavenly fire, comprehending the changes of the stars, and the principles of the myriad of things. He cultivated the primordial heavenly scripture in reverse and mastered many supreme martial arts. In the end, he formed his own style and obtained the heaven-severing scripture. During the battle for the immortal extermination formation, Sua Mingzhang had also obtained a sea-calming pearl and established one of the Taoism's 6 great heavens, the Grand Peace Royal Cliff Heaven, as his Tao arena. Only, unlike the other bigwigs of Taoism, Sua Mingzhang was used to living in seclusion in the Grand Peace Royal Cliff Heaven and rarely appeared in the world. Yan Zhaoge and the others were currently looking for Sua Mingzhang's help. To cleanse the evil, water was one method, and so was fire. Chapter 1662. Although Sua Mingzhang had established the Great Peace Royal Cliff as a cave abode Dao venue, he was not like the Emperor of Gaochen, Fairy Yunxiao, and the goddess of Wudong who had opened the door to accept disciples and spread out their branches. There were also no mortals from the mortal world. In the vast universe, other than the many stars, there was only one world that was opened up. In this world, although there were mountains, rivers, plants, and flowers, there were no signs of human habitation. In a valley, the tall Songhua divine tree stood tall. Its blue branches and leaves stretched out, and the white flowers swayed without wind. There seemed to be a pleasant sound of wind chimes constantly ringing. Under the tree, a short-haired man sat there. One of his legs was stretched forward, while the other was bent and folded in front of him. His arm was resting on his bent knee. The man leaned against the trunk of the Songhua divine tree. Although he looked relaxed, he seemed to be the center of this world, and the center of the entire Grand Peace Royal Cliff. He was looking at Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. Yan Zhaoge looked at the scene in front of him and felt like he had returned to the first time he met Sua Mingzhang. However, at this moment, the Songhua divine tree was by his side. Here only one man and one tree lived. Even Mars Halberd stayed in the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven's world and didn't disturb Sua Mingzhang. Zhaoge, Yunsheng, you're here? Sua Mingzhang slowly stood up and smiled. Senior Sua, I'm here to trouble you. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands towards Sua Mingzhang and took out the green lotus flag. Sua Mingzhang took the flag. After looking at it, he didn't say anything. Flames lit up in his palm. The bright flames danced on the flag. The flag itself wasn't affected, but a black stain appeared on the original green flag. The flames collided with the black stain and even caused the void to shake slightly. However, under Sua Mingzhang's suppression, nothing happened. The flag only seemed to be fluttering lightly. The flames were still bright, and the black stain began to fade. Although the speed wasn't fast, the process seemed to be irreversible. No matter how the black stain resisted, it could only retreat. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng nodded. Sua Mingzhang wasn't the only one who had the ability to remove the seawater stain of the 9 underworld's abyss. However, among the people in the Dao sect, Sua Mingzhang was undoubtedly the fastest and easiest to deal with this. After handing over the green lotus flag to Sua Mingzhang, Yan Zhaoge was no longer worried. While watching Sua Mingzhang's technique, Yan Zhaoge told him about what had happened. Although Sua Mingzhang lived in seclusion, his strength and status couldn't be ignored by the powerhouses of other forces or the people of Dao sects. Every once in a while, someone from the Dao sect would regularly send him news. Since Yan Zhaoge had come to visit the Grand Peace Royal Cliff Heaven today, he directly chatted with Sua Mingzhang. Perfecta Tai and the great god of the 3 altars of the sea meeting are still alive. Congratulations. Sua Mingzhang's eyes were filled with admiration. The reputation of the great god of the 3 altars of the sea meeting has always been resounding. He loved martial arts. While he was focused on his studies, he was not a person who closed himself off from the outside world. His combat experience was rich, and he was one of the best during the new Kunlun 9 Luminaries era. To a certain extent, he was also exceptionally aggressive. Because of Xiao Junhuang, Sua Mingzhang was much more restrained now. Or, it should be said that he was not as pure as before. However, for an opponent who was famous outside, he was still excited to have a chance to come into contact with him. However, after hearing about Nie Jingxin, Sua Mingzhong also fell into silence. He was not as familiar with Nie Jingxin as he was with Yan Zhaoge. However, he had always admired his talent. Sua Mingzhong also felt regretful about what had happened in the past. After a long while, he said softly, "What a pity. Senior apprentice brother Nie's matter can only be discussed later." Yan Zhaoge was very calm at this moment. "We should first focus on the present." He let out a light breath. Senior apprentice Sister Yi's injuries have already gradually healed. She has yet to wake up now because we are conservative. We want her to not have any future problems. After everything is done, we will wake her up. Up until now, there is still one treasure called the soul-killing jade that has yet to be gathered. Previously, when Ning Longtu and the others had gone out to travel, they had also been searching for this last treasure. In the end, they did not find the soul-killing jade. However, they had inadvertently entered the Great Wilderness Origin Palace and met the perfected Tai and Neza. Only then did all these things happen. However, we finally have some concrete clues this time. It is a pleasant surprise, Yan Zhaoge said.
Oh?
Feng Yunsheng and Sua Mingzhong both looked at him. Yan Zhaoge nodded. During the fight for the Buddha's Sarira this time, a demon race great sage appeared among the demon race that somewhat exceeded my expectations. Before this, there had been no news of him because he had already perished in the great calamity. I never thought that he was actually still in this world. It should be because he had been hiding in the Astro Mountain Starry Seas all this time and only came out now. You had the North Ocean clone follow him previously. Feng Yunsheng came to a realization. The North Ocean clone did not return to the Taoism heavens together with the two of them. After the battle for the Buddha's Sarira and the Green Lotus flag had ended, he had disappeared without a trace. While Feng Yunsheng had sensed it, she thought that Yan Zhaoge had his own plans. Therefore, she did not ask about it. Hearing Yan Zhaoge mention this matter now, she immediately thought of the North Ocean clone.
Yes.
However, we don't have any concrete information yet. After all, that Kuei-wood wolf is traveling with other demon race great sages. It's still inconvenient for us to come into contact with him. However, we can always try to find a chance. Yan Zhaoge answered, "Currently, the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court are in a heated battle. While the demon race and the Western Pure Lands have yet to declare war, they aren't completely ignoring each other. Now that the Kuei-wood wolf has reappeared, it's not impossible for him to make a move." Kuei-wood wolf. So it's him. Sua Mingzhong and Feng Yunsheng nodded. They had heard of the Kuei-wood wolf before. He was originally a branch of the Prime Clear lineage. During the ancient era's investiture of the Gods' War, he entered the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace and became one of the 28 Constellation Lords. His abilities were extremely profound. He was one of the top heavenly monarchs in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. During the Middle Era, the battle between the demon race and Buddhism was the main theme of the Middle Era. However, behind the scenes, Taoism and the 9 underworlds had their own plans as well. During the Middle Era, the Kuei-wood wolf had changed his name to the Yellow Robe Monster and laid down a formation together with other demon race bigwigs to stop Buddhism from spreading to the east. However, he had also helped traveling Monk Sun, Monk Sanzang, and the others to deal with other demons together with the other 3 from the 4 wood stars. This matter involved many parties. As for the truth behind it, even the parties involved wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. During the Great Calamity, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace suffered a calamity. Most of its experts perished, and the Kuei-wood wolf disappeared without a trace. The people who came later thought that he had perished as well. However, they didn't expect him to join the demon race's Astro Mountain's Starry Sea. Chapter 1663. There were many restrictions on the divine sealed decree. Because most of the people on the Divine Sealed Decree had suffered calamities in the past, even if they left the Divine Sealed Decree in the future, there would still be many potential troubles. After the Lunarwood Wolf escaped the restraints of the God rank chart, it actually unexpectedly broke through the origin heavenly tribulation and ascended to the golden immortal realm, and it could be considered to be a miracle. After all, he did not become a grand heavenly immortal by cultivating the heretic path. Mu Jia and the others, who were famous in the same generation as him and had never been on the investiture of the gods, were still at the grand virtual immortal realm. Just now, he had appeared with the Bull Demon King, Qiushou Immortal, and other great demons in an attempt to fight for the Buddha's Saraira. After that, Mahamayuri arrived and wiped out the demons. Like the other great demons, the Kuei-Wood Wolf could not withstand Mahamayuri's might. Later, Nie Jingshin and the demons of the 9 underworlds appeared. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles also arrived and seized the Buddha's Saraira. After Mahamayuri left, the Kuei-Wood Wolf also retreated with the other great demons. In front of a top powerhouse like Mahamayuri, the Kuei-Wood Wolf was naturally not very eye-catching. However, Yanjiaoge had long since noticed him. Long ago, before the Great Calamity, when Yanjiaoge had still been in the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, he had heard that the Kuei-Wood Wolf of the Heavenly Court's 28 lunar constellations possessed a soul-shattering jade. At that time, Yanjiaoge had not taken this news to heart at all. However, with the current strength of his soul and memory, any news that he had heard or experienced would leave a mark in his heart. The so-called forgetting was just in case. When Yanjiaoge had to treat Yu Yi, the mention of the soul-shattering jade immediately reminded him of the past. Sadly, there had been no news of the Kuei-Wood Wolf at that time. Yanjiaoge had also thought that he had long since perished in the Great Calamity. Therefore, he had always been searching for the soul-killing jade through other means. Now that the Kuei-Wood Wolf had reappeared, Yanjiaoge naturally targeted him. Although he couldn't be sure if the Soul Realm Jade in the Kuei-Wood Wolf's possession was still there, compared to searching for a needle in a haystack, this was undoubtedly a more reliable clue. Therefore, although he and Feng Yunsheng had gone to chase after Nie Jingshin, he had already contacted the North Ocean clone to secretly follow the Kuei-Wood Wolf. Has he returned to the Astro Mountain's starry seas? Feng Yunsheng asked. The corners of Yanjiaoge's mouth arched slightly upwards. No. When Feng Yunsheng heard this, a smile appeared on her face. If the Kuei-Wood Wolf returned to the Astro Mountain Starry Sea and hid himself, Yanjiaoge wouldn't be able to find him directly. The Orthodox Taoism's living environment was different from before. It was much more relaxed. Even if he were to openly pay a visit to the Astro Mountain Starry Seas, it was not entirely impossible. But if one wanted to obtain the soul-killing jade, it was equivalent to going to someone's door to beg for help. It was very easy to be manipulated. At that time, the other party would call out prices all over the place, and Yanjiaoge and the others wouldn't be able to bargain back, being too passive. Therefore, if there was a way to come into contact with the Kuei-Wood Wolf in private, while also keeping the situation under control and not spreading, it would naturally be better for Yanjiaoge and the others. The Kuei-Wood Wolf is currently paying attention to the battle between the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court, explained Yanjiaoge. Due to the relationship between the Orthodox Taoism and the 9 underworlds, the demon race and the Western Pure Lands had their reservations. Hence, they didn't easily clash with each other. However, the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court's war had been closely monitored by the Buddha lineage and the demon lineage. Their respective experts were stationed at the front lines to oversee and deal with any unexpected situations. At present, it seemed that the Kuei-Wood Wolf was one of the great demons in charge. Let's observe for now. There's no hurry to come into contact with him, said Yanjiaoge. Although it was rather secretive, Yanjiaoge and the roving Jade Heavens people had been searching for the soul-seen jade, blood-cord stone marrow, aura ocean essence, and other treasures. If the demon race purposely set up a trap, Yanjiaoge and the others wouldn't dare to step into it. As such, Yanjiaoge wasn't in a hurry. Instead, He let the North Ocean clones secretly follow the other party, while he and Feng Yunsheng brought the Green Lotus flag back to seek Sua Mingzhang's help. I'll leave it to you. Feng Yunsheng nodded. The three stood under the Songhua Divine Tree and looked at the Green Lotus flag in Sua Mingzhang's hands. The stains on it were slowly fading away. This wasn't something that could be done in an instant. Even with Sua Mingzhang's capabilities, he had to plan for it slowly. Fortunately, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng weren't in a hurry. They discussed the Tao with Sua Mingzhang while waiting for further news from the North Ocean clone. The North Ocean clone's current location was already very close to the universe void, where the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the immortal court heretics were fighting. He didn't revert to his human form. Instead, he transformed into a great demon and hid within the dark void. The golden body of the great sage had been affecting the North Ocean clone for the past few years. As a result, Yan Zhaoge's clone's cultivation was in a strange, blurry state, just like Xue Fei and Pan Pan. As such, when he transformed into the demon race's appearance, even the grand heavenly realm demon race great sages wouldn't be able to detect his presence. Of course, he wanted to stay away from those demon race great sages and didn't loiter in front of them. If he stayed too close to them, he might still be exposed. As such, it wouldn't be that convenient for him to monitor the Kuei Wood Wolf. However, the other party didn't seem to have anything special about him. He didn't purposely hide his tracks and acted normally. This allowed Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone to follow him. From the looks of it, there doesn't seem to be anything special. Is it because the demon race doesn't know that we're looking for the soul-shattering jade, or they don't know that the Kuei Wood Wolf possesses the soul-shattering jade? Yan Zhaoge pondered. This wasn't entirely impossible. The Kuei Wood Wolf had left the Heavenly Court's divine palace and joined the Astro Mountain's starry seas. He didn't need to report all of his possessions to the Astro Mountain's starry seas. If the demon race within the Astro Mountain's starry seas didn't know about the soul-shattering jade, it wouldn't be surprising if no one knew about it after that. To the orthodox Taoism that wanted to heal Yu Yi, the soul-shattering jade was very important. However, to others, including the Kuei Wood Wolf, even though this treasure was rare, it wasn't some heaven-shaking treasure. It was an item whose value was determined by its demand. I can only hope that the soul-shattering jade is still in his hands, or at least, he knows its whereabouts. Yan Zhaoge thought. While paying attention to the Kuei Wood Wolf's movements, he was also observing the battle between the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court. In the past, Sua Mingzhang and Yan Zhaoge had dealt a heavy blow to the Immortal Court. However, the heretics' speed of replenishing their experts sure is fast. Yan Zhaoge walked around the vicinity and realized that almost 200 years had passed. In the grand virtual immortal realm, the Immortal Court's vitality that was damaged in the past had already recovered by a large margin. Only, in the grand heavenly immortal realm, the Immortal Court had lost many experts. It wasn't something that could be replenished in just a few hundred years. Overall, the blessed lands of the White Lotus still had the upper hand. They were the ones who started this war. Under the situation where the demon race and the Western Pure Lands rarely participated in the war, the blessed lands of the White Lotus had the upper hand. However, the Immortal Court wasn't completely helpless. As the North Ocean clone was observing, he suddenly realized that his main target was the Kuei Wood Wolf. Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 1664. Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone noticed that the Kuei Wood Wolf suddenly broke away from the other demon race and headed towards another direction alone. There were only a limited number of demon sages keeping watch here. Although the Wood Wolf of Kuei had just ascended to the grand heavenly realm, its strength was extremely outstanding. It was normal for it to act alone, and the other great demons did not ask about it. Yan Zhaoge did not suspect anything. It was just that he would naturally have to follow the other party closely. The Northern Ocean clone's expression did not change as he too changed his position. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, He did not follow the Kuei-wood wolf too closely, but he could still ensure that he would not lose track of the Kuei-wood wolf. Fortunately, the Kuei-wood wolf didn't seem to want to do anything shameful, so it wasn't very vigilant about the surrounding environment. On the contrary, his guard seemed lower than usual, as if he was distracted by something. This caused the originally unsuspicious Yan Zhaoge to instead feel interested. He first paid special attention to his surroundings and did not find anything out of the ordinary. From the looks of it, the other party did not discover anything wrong with him and deliberately set him up. Now that the Kuei-wood wolf was alone, it seemed like a good time to come into contact with it. However, Yan Zhaoge was currently more interested in the Kuei-wood wolf's movements. If there was really an additional gain, then it would undoubtedly be more beneficial to him when he came into contact with the Kuei-wood wolf in the future. The Kuei-wood wolf very quickly halted as Yan Zhaoge appraised it carefully. The conflict between the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court was no longer the usual small-scale skirmishes. Instead, it was an all-out war after 100 years. As a result, the battlefront between the two sides stretched on for a very long time and involved a lot of people. They opened up many battlefields and fought earth-shattering battles at the same time. As the blessed lands of the White Lotus had the upper hand and initiated the attack, the flames of war mainly threatened the Immortal Court. The group of great demons, including the Woodwolf of Kuei, as well as the Buddhist banis of the Western Pure Lands, didn't directly participate in the battle. Most of them were observing from the sidelines. After a small number of conflicts broke out, they quickly calmed down. The Kuei-wood wolf I was specifically approaching one of the battlefields where the Outer Path was fighting. This was one of the 3,000 immortal realms of the Immortal Court. The two heretic sects had fought endlessly against the few worlds in this immortal realm, and they were in a state of entanglement as they fought each other and refused to give up an inch of land. Currently, regardless of whether it was the blessed lands of the White Lotus or the Immortal Court, the strongest heretic martial artists who were competing in the immortal territory were merely at the tranquil, profound immortal realm. Compared to the demon race's great sage, the Kuei-wood wolf, they were unquestionably not worth mentioning. Both sides didn't even notice the approach of the Kuei-wood wolf. On the other hand, the heavenly venerables of the Immortal Court were extremely nervous when they saw the Kuei-wood wolf approaching. The blessed lands of the White Lotus already had more Buddhas than the Immortal Court's heavenly lords. They were already pressuring the Immortal Court. With the arrival of a demon race great sage like the Woodwolf Kuei, the Immortal Court's defensive line was in danger of collapsing. However, they didn't need to worry about this. After noticing the actions of the Kuei-wood wolf, the Buddhas of the Western Pure Land who were observing and monitoring from the side naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Immediately, a Buddha came over. The Buddha was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he stared at the Kuei-wood wolf cautiously. The Kuei-wood wolf didn't intend to attack either. After glancing at the Buddha, it shifted its attention back to the battle between the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Both sides confronted each other, but no one made any further moves. The Kuei-wood wolf's appearance made it seem as if he couldn't see it clearly from afar, so he deliberately stood closer. Seeing this, the Buddha from the Orthodox Buddhist sect also let him be on the surface and stood closer with him, but he secretly paid more attention to prevent the Kuei-wood wolf from playing tricks behind his back. However, the Kuei-wood wolf didn't seem to have such intentions. He only quietly watched the world where the flames of war raged. Yan Zhaoge clicked his tongue in wonder. He didn't know what this yellow-robed small saint, who was now a yellow-robed great sage, was planning to do. Only, despite being far away, Yan Zhaoge could faintly feel that the yellow-robed great sage, the Kuei-wood wolf, was currently in a daze. If he had been hiding in the Astro Mountain starry seas after the Great Calamity, this should be his first time approaching the Immortal Court's territory. Yan Zhaoge pondered. The Kuei-wood wolf had always been living in seclusion within the Astro Mountain starry seas. Very little information about him was circulated. Yan Zhaoge even thought that he had perished during the Great Calamity. As such, He didn't even consider him when searching for the soul-killing jade. Now that the Kuei-wood wolf had finally returned, the first thing he did was to search for the Buddha's Sarira together with the Rock of 10,000 Miles, the Bull Demon King, the Dragon Head Immortal, and the other great demons. After that incident, he came to this place to watch the battle. If he had never been here before, the immortal court itself shouldn't have attracted his attention. Yan Zhaoge looked at the Kuei-wood wolf with interest. Then, is it because of someone or something here? After standing at the outskirts for a while, he suddenly moved closer. Evidently, he was attracted by an unexpected reason or a sudden discovery. It wasn't because of the matter mentioned by the other demon race in the Astro Mountain's starry seas. Then, what could it be? Yan Zhaoge also shifted his gaze towards the immortal realm. As he observed from afar, he pondered. Within the immortal realm, there were a total of 8 worlds. Currently, all of them had transformed into Azura battlefields. A large number of heretic martial art practitioners were fighting within. Their cultivations varied. The warriors with lower cultivation bases were engaged in a large-scale battle in the 8 worlds, exchanging blows with each other. The martial art practitioners with higher cultivations were fighting within the void of the immortal realm. The strongest expert was an immortal court sovereign. He was fighting against another Buddhist arhat from the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Other than that, a few immortal court's true immortal emperors were fighting against the blessed lands of the White Lotus's venerable truth. From the perspective of a martial practitioner, from the perspective of strength, Yan Zhaoge did not find much redeeming qualities within. He believed that with the foresight of the wood wolf, it wouldn't be attracted by the strength of these heretic profound immortals and true immortals. Yan Zhaoge tried hard to recall the supreme martial art that the Kuei-wood wolf of the 28 lunar mansions had cultivated in the Heavenly Court's divine palace back then before comparing it with this martial practitioner of the external Tao before him. Still, he had not discovered anyone who was related to the Kuei-wood wolf's martial art. Since this path was blocked, Yan Zhaoge changed his train of thought as he began paying attention to whether or not that immortal realm contained some unique treasures. Normally speaking, it was not easy to detect hidden treasures. However, since the Kuei-wood wolf had such a special action, it showed that in the eyes of an expert at his level, this thing was not hidden. While the Northern Ocean clone's cultivation base was lower than the Kuei-wood wolf's, his current strength was also extraordinary. Yan Zhaoge's discernment ability was even more shocking. Yet, even after looking for a long time, he still did not gain anything. Next, Yan Zhaoge considered many other possibilities, eliminating all of them one by one in the end. If the orthodox path cannot be taken, I can only consider some unorthodox paths. Yan Zhaoge secretly curled his Lia's gaze refocused on the heretic martial artists who were fighting in the immortal realm. But this time, he only stared at the women. Chapter 1665. Yan Zhaoge carefully sized up the heretic martial art practitioners in the immortal realm, especially those of the immortal court. His target this time was mainly women. Compared to men, Yan Zhaoge felt that the Kuei-wood wolf's target was more likely to be women. It wasn't that the yellow-robed great sage was a wolf demon, but Yan Zhaoge had heard some rumors about the Kuei-wood wolf. According to the rumors, when the Kuei-wood wolf was one of the 28 constellation lords in the Heavenly Court's divine palace, it had fallen in love with a female immortal of the Heavenly Court. The two had privately become husband and wife in the mortal world. However, they were later involved in the matter of Monk Sanzang and traveling Monk Sun's pilgrimage to the west. The Kuei-wood wolf lost the humanly essence stone fragment and returned to the Heavenly Court's divine palace. However, after the female immortal reincarnated into the mortal world, she didn't return to the Heavenly Court. Since then, the two had been separated from each other. According to the information Yan Zhaoge had, there were actually many secrets that involved the game between Buddhism, demon race, Taoism, and the Heavenly Court. However, since then, the Kuei-wood wolf couple seemed to have no contact with each other. Although Yen Zhaoge felt that it was a little ridiculous, he couldn't help but think of that when he saw the Kuei Wood Wolf's appearance. Everyone loved gossip, and Yen Zhaoge was no exception. As long as it wasn't his own gossip, his paparazzi soul would always burn when he encountered similar things. As early as the Middle Era, the female immortal reincarnated into Princess Hundred Flowers. Logically speaking, she should have no contact with the Kuei Wood Wolf after that. Yen Zhaoge observed and thought, and Hundred Flowers' shyness didn't seem to be able to push open the immortal door and return to the Heavenly Court's divine palace. Now that so many years have passed, who knows how many lifetimes she has reincarnated. If the Kuei Wood Wolf wanted to find Hundred Flowers' shyness who had reincarnated many times, why would it wait until today? Moreover, as far as Yen Zhaoge knew, after Hundred Flowers' shyness reincarnated for the first time, she didn't bring her innate wisdom. She didn't remember her previous life's experience and didn't even recognize the Kuei Wood Wolf. The relationship between the two was really complicated. There were also many rumors. Some said that the man was wishful thinking, while others said that the couple was in love and harmonious. Of course, there were also rumors circulating that the Kuei Wood Wolf's loss of its humanoid essence stone fragment was related to Princess Hundred Flowers Shy. That old wolf loved his wife very much. Thinking about it this way, Buddhism might have been behind the birth of Hundred Flower Shyness that year, Yen Zhaoge pondered. There were quite a number of female experts in the celestial grounds. However, there were only a few with relatively high cultivation bases. Yen Zhaoge appraised him carefully. First, not mentioning whether the reincarnation of Princess Hundred Flowers Bashful was among them. Even if there was, Yen Zhaoge would not be able to recognize her from her external appearance. Although he had seen the portrait of Hundred Blossoms Blush in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's library, her appearance might have changed drastically after reincarnation. Yen Zhaoge's current inspection standard was to pay attention to the strength of the other party's soul. After going through many reincarnations, even if the other party didn't have the memories of their past lives, those with powerful souls and their original aura could be recognized by acquaintances in their past lives. If the Wood Wolf of Kuei really discovered the reincarnation of Princess Hundred Flowers, then it meant that this woman's soul was extraordinary or had obvious characteristics. Of course, Yen Zhaoge didn't know what these characteristics were, but they definitely existed. According to this standard, Yen Zhaoge really picked out a suitable target. It was a woman in the 10th level of the martial saint realm, the human exalt realm. The treasured light of faith power flickered within her body. According to the standard of an external Dao martial art practitioner, her strength was quite extraordinary. Although Yen Zhaoge couldn't determine how long it would be before she pushed open the immortal door as an external Dao martial art practitioner, it was obvious that there was a lot of hope, and it might even be in the near future. Is it hers? Yen Zhaoge touched his chin. Before the great calamity, the Wood Wolf of Kuei was still under the control of the investiture of gods. After the great calamity, not long after he came out of seclusion, this place is already waiting for him? Unless the Dao ancestor was paying attention to it personally, it would be extremely difficult to pick out a specific person among the countless living beings who had gone through so many reincarnations and tens of thousands of years. More likely, when Princess Hundred Flowers Bashful was still there, someone had been paying attention to her every reincarnation. That was why they could find her at any time. Although doing this felt a little idle, most of the time such a move that seemed to be casually laid out a long time ago could play a role under certain circumstances. Of course, after so many reincarnations and the memories of the previous life couldn't be preserved, whether the person was still the original person or not was a matter of opinion. I just don't know if it's someone from the Buddhism or the work of that immeasurable heavenly lord. As Yen Zhaoge paid attention to that woman, he also checked the others. He secretly paid attention to the Wood Wolf of Kuei and saw that the Wood Wolf of Kuei was still paying attention to the immortal realm. Yen Zhaoge was too far away, and the other party was a demon race great sage. He couldn't tell if the Wood Wolf of Kuei was targeting the same person as him. However, after a long time, he gradually confirmed that the Wood Wolf of Kuei's focus wasn't on the immortal court's domain or something. Instead, it was indeed paying attention to a certain person. In the immortal realm, no matter who it was, they were still fighting fiercely. No one noticed that there was more than one bigwig expert watching them from the universe outside the immortal realm. The two sides had been fighting for a long time, with both sides winning and losing. Although the immortal court was in a disadvantageous position, under the situation of defending conservatively and fighting steadily, the blessed lands of the White Lotus's Buddhism martial art practitioners couldn't gain much of an advantage. They could only advance bit by bit to occupy this immortal realm's world. Occasionally, they would be forced back by the immortal court's counterattack. A world would usually have to go through many battles before it could be stabilized. The blue-clothed woman that Yan Zhaoge was paying attention to, who seemed to be the reincarnation of Princess Hundred Blossom Shame, was injured during the battle and had no choice but to retreat from the battlefield. The Wood Wolf of Kuei didn't seem to care about this. However, after the blue-clothed woman temporarily retreated to the immortal court's battlefront and left this immortal realm, the Wood Wolf of Kuei clearly didn't have the interest to continue watching the battle. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that the danger wasn't fatal. Yan Zhaoge was well aware of it. However, the Wood Wolf of Kuei is famous for spoiling his wife. Based on his current appearance, is it because he's still holding a grudge against the past, which is why he's feeling conflicted now? Or is it because he's also not sure if she's the reincarnation of Princess Hundred Blossom Shame, which is why he's being cautious? He paid attention to the Wood Wolf's movements and noticed that the Wood Wolf of Kuei didn't continue moving. Instead, he only watched the blue-clothed woman leave. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.